The first thing I did after learning that I was terminally ill was to spend all my money on a virtual wife in a game. I invested in her, bought resources and upgrades, helped her survive in an apocalyptic world. And right before my death, she did something I never saw coming. It all started with a single game on my phone. That day, I was lying on a hospital bed, staring blankly at the screen, when my phone suddenly installed a game on its own. I wanted to delete that self-installed junk immediately, cursing yet another shameless virus app, but my hand trembled, my finger froze over the icon. There was a girl on the splash screen. She was alone. Locked inside a room. Maybe out of pity for myself, we were too similar, I did not delete the game. Instead, I tapped enter, deciding to at least see what this damn thing was about. The screen went dark for a moment, then slowly became clear. Are games really this realistic now? I stared at the screen in surprise. The graphics were no worse than a movie, with a faint sense of three-dimensional depth. In front of me was a dirty, dark room, with only a thin beam of light breaking through. Dust was everywhere, broken furniture scattered around, clear signs of long abandonment. In the corner, pressed against the wall, a thin girl in an old, torn jacket was trembling. Her face was pale and dirty, her hair tangled, with dried blood in places. At around 1.70 meters tall, she was completely curled up, like a wounded stray kitten. From outside the walls, faint zombie howls could be heard.
I'm cold, so cold, and I'm so hungry.
Her voice was suppressed, almost desperate. For some reason, my heart tightened. The girl in the game was far too similar to me. The same helplessness. The same misery. The same despair. Is this really a game? Or a mirror? She was trapped in a small room, surrounded by zombies. She could not get out. I have to help her survive. I kept staring at the screen and, after hesitating for a moment, tapped on the girl, trying to make her move and explore the room. But her body only trembled harder, she could not take a single step. The phone vibrated, and a message appeared on the screen. Current status. Physical condition, critical. Mobility, unavailable. Defense, 0. Warmth, 0. Happiness, 0. Constitution, extremely weak. She can't move? Then how am I supposed to play this? I stared at the screen in confusion, tapping the girl again and again. Then a notification sound rang out. A new message appeared. Top up 6 yuan to receive a beginner survival food pack. Damn. No way, right? I haven't even started playing and it already wants money. Do you take me for an idiot? Rogue software. It must be rogue software. Looking at the pop-up prompt, Duziren almost immediately judged with 100% certainty. This was rogue software, scamming young kids into spending money. His finger was just about to tap the exit button to uninstall this kind of nasty software. Help, help me. Help me. I don't want to die, don't want to die. Begging, desperate, helpless and pitiful voices came from the phone. Duziren's finger trembled. So similar. Too similar. The girl in this scene was practically another version of himself. Damn. A scam is a scam. Anyway, I have so much compensation money with nowhere to spend it. I'm miserable in real life, am I supposed to be miserable in a game too? Pay. Pay it, damn it. Recharge. Maybe it was anger at his screwed-up life, or maybe unwillingness to accept his coming death. Duziren's finger, which had been resting on the exit button, turned and clicked the first recharge button. Recharging. Recharge successful. You have unlocked the food gift pack. Buzz buzz buzz. In the realistic game scene, on the dust-covered ground, space suddenly rippled and twisted, and then, strangely, 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 bags of bread appeared. Damn, this is all I get for my first recharge? Looking at the items appearing on the screen, Duziren felt the game developers were absolutely heartless merchants. This little for a first recharge, is this even a game people can play? Even a certain penguin company would be more generous than this, right? But, unlike Duziren's reaction, the girl who had been lying on the ground raised her eyes and saw the food beside her. Her whole body immediately trembled. Then she looked around in panic. Ha! Ha! This food is? Where did it come from? Oh? Is this real-time interaction now? This game is kind of interesting. Seeing the girl's reaction, Duziren was amused. He originally thought that after paying, the girl on the screen would automatically eat and play a preset reaction cutscene. Who would have thought there was real interaction? This game is kind of advanced. His interest was instantly sparked, and Duziren's eyes fixed on the screen. Inside Jing'an residential area, building 3, underground storage room. Qiu Shengxing stared blankly at the food in front of her, her face full of shock and doubt. The pressure of hunger and cold made her instinctively cry for help. She thought this was her final wail. Who could have expected? Food, it really appeared. This isn't a hallucination, right? Her long eyelashes blinked, and Qiu Xingxing began to doubt whether the food was real. Suddenly. She felt as if something poked her body, and then her body uncontrollably moved toward the food. Who is it? Looking around vigilantly, Qiu Xingxing narrowed her eyes, her body tensing like a wild beast. But 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. In the cramped storage room, there was no sound at all. Rip, rip. Instead, the bread on the ground automatically tore open its packaging, and the cap of a bottle of mineral water also twisted open by itself. This. Watching this scene in horror, Qiu Xingxing was absolutely sure that there was no one else in this storage room. The food that appeared out of nowhere was real, and now her body was moving on its own, as if an invisible force was controlling everything. Could it be? Could it be a top-tier, space-type ability expert? Her small mouth opened wide. Based on Qiu Xingxing's understanding and everything she had seen and heard, the only thing that could do this was the extremely rare space ability. And it would have to be someone who had mastered this ability to the extreme. But why would a big shot help me for no reason? Did they take a liking to my looks? She suspiciously looked herself up and down, greasy hair, a face so thin that her cheekbones were sunken. Qiu Xingxing didn't think a big shot with space-type abilities would skip models and choose her instead. Could it be? Could it just be that this big shot is bored and casually messing with me? Amid her racing thoughts, Qiu Xingxing thought of another possibility. Even before the apocalypse, some people liked to give money to the poor just to observe their reactions. Could it be that this big shot had the same twisted interest now? Gurgle. Gurgle. She had no time to think further. Her stomach churned violently. She was already so hungry that her blood pressure was low, and she felt dizzy. If she didn't replenish food and nutrients soon, after the next fainting spell, she might really be done for. Senior. No matter whether you're doing this out of twisted curiosity or for some other purpose. Anyway, I, Qiu Xingxing, will remember this favor. She grabbed the open bread and stuffed it into her mouth, wolfing it down. A wheat fragrance instantly spread across her sour taste buds. So good, so good. The fear in her eyes was instantly replaced by a trace of surprise. This bread was fragrant, soft, and sweet. It was absolutely not something you could buy in today's apocalyptic world. Such a clean taste, not even a bit of the bitterness from chemically forced wheat. Could this be what they talked about, something from before civilization? As expected of a space ability senior. To be able to get something like this. Thinking of this, even the hand holding the bread became more respectful. While eating, Qiu Xingxing uneasily knelt and bowed toward her surroundings, her big eyes full of sincere reverence. Senior, these things are too precious. I will remember today's kindness for the rest of my life. As she spoke, she picked up the bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one go. The cool, pure, sweet taste spread through her whole body, and Qiu Xingxing froze again. So pure water? After her shocked stare, her blood-stained forehead slammed heavily onto the ground again, knocking bang 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 repeatedly. Isn't that a bit much? On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren was completely stunned. I mean, it's just some bread and a few bottles of water, is it really worth this much gratitude? But, watching the girl on the phone cautiously, almost sneakily, open another bag of bread and carefully tear off crumbs, eating like a little cat, Du Ziren couldn't help but smile. As the girl chewed the food, her eyes narrowed in happiness. At that moment, even through the screen, Du Ziren seemed to be infected by that happiness. His long empty, lonely heart felt as if it were lit by a beam of sunlight and began to beat again. Damn it. This game is kind of addictive. Licking the bread crumbs from the corner of her mouth, Qiu Xingxing looked at the last piece of bread with lingering desire. After hesitating for a long time, she finally decided to carefully stuff it into the inner layer of her padded jacket, as if hiding a treasure. With food and water of such good quality, if I took this to the black market, maybe I could even trade it for a low-grade crystal core, right? Thinking this somewhat bitterly, Qiu Xingxing stuffed 2 bottles of mineral water into her sleeves as well, protecting them like priceless treasures. On the screen, Qiu Xingxing's cubmusab of hoarding food like a squirrel made Du Ziren outside the screen curl the corner of his mouth upward. Who said only bad women can hook men? A 2D wife can do it too. Her physical condition has recovered. So what's next? What should she do? Go outside? Trying to tap the girl's body on the screen, the figure under the thin padded jacket suddenly trembled, and Qiu Xingxing's face turned red. Name, Qiu Xingxing. Identity, scavenger, a doomsday drifter wandering outside the safe zone, surviving only on simple tasks. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Measurement sad face happiness value too low, temporarily locked. Physical condition, sickly. Fullness, 50. Warmth, 0. Happiness, 1. Equipment, none. Huh? After lightly tapping Qiu Xingxing's body, a new data panel popped up. Du Ziren was a little surprised. After eating, quite a few new status bars were unlocked. Her identity is a scavenger? No wonder she's living so miserably. Looking at the thin girl on the screen with some pity, Du Ziren sighed softly. So you're like me too, all alone. That's fine. Anyway, I won't live much longer. Let you in the game world live a better life. He tried clicking the iron door in the small dark room. The next moment, bang bang bang. Inside the storage room where Qiu Xingxing was hiding, the iron door made a faint sound. Her thin body trembled like a sieve. She looked toward the iron door in surprise, then her face flushed with shy embarrassment. Senior. Are you telling me to leave here? But there are zombies outside, my down jacket has already been torn. If I get scratched? Her small fists clenched tightly. Qiu Xingxing knew saying this was a bit shameless. But if she really had to choose, she would rather starve to death here than become a walking corpse monster. Oh, right. She's a girl. Sorry. I've played too many monster-killing games, so I just thought she should go out and kill monsters. On this side of the phone screen, Du Ziren slapped his forehead and immediately stopped clicking randomly. The frail girl stood in front of the door, motionless, not knowing what she was thinking. Stuck? Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, another crude recharge window popped up on the game screen. Qiu Xingxing cannot leave the storage room because of zombies. Please come help her. Click the button below, recharge 100 yuan, and instantly unlock beginner equipment, white quality 1 set of military combat uniform. Ha! Again? Looking at the cheap recharge ad, Du Ziren was sure this was a money-grabbing game. Look at you, your interaction animations are clearly so well done, with this tech you could make some domestic blockbuster, but instead you use it for this garbage game. You're really something? Grumbling, Du Ziren still honestly clicked the button. 100 yuan wasn't much to him. Just his hospital stay cost over 3,000 a month. He was about to die anyway, what was the point of keeping the money in his card? Spend it. Spend money to buy happiness, what's wrong with that? Recharge. In the real world I'm timid and submissive, but in the game world I have to strike hard. Ding, your bank card ending in 0304 spent 100 yuan at 1314. As the SMS notification arrived, the game screen also showed a recharge successful prompt. Inside the dark and cramped storage room, the dust in the corner rippled and twisted. The next moment, a thick military combat uniform appeared out of thin air in the dark corner. Ha! Inside the storage room, Qiu Xingxing was completely stunned. Again? Had this senior gotten addicted? Say, senior. This is also a gift for me? You want me to go outside? Her small hands trembled as she guarded her chest. Like a little rabbit adapting to a new environment, Qiu Xingxing shrank her neck and looked around cautiously. Ah? Without receiving any response, she suddenly felt something poke her back, and she couldn't help moving toward the military uniform. Senior really likes poking people. She muttered silently in her heart, her ears warming as she walked over to the uniform. But when she saw the thick army green clothes, her expression changed again. Good stuff. She had seen people in the safe zone wear this before. It was said to be worn by soldiers responsible for protection before the civilized society. It looked old-fashioned, but in the apocalypse it was priceless. Not only was it warm, the fiber structure inside, forget zombie claws, it could even block several bullets. This is too valuable. Senior, you. She was about to refuse, but the clothes were already being pushed toward her. Ah? With such kindness from you, Senior, if I keep pretending, I'll just seem fake. Senior, don't worry. After I go out, I will remember your kindness. One day, I will definitely repay you. Rip rip. She hurriedly unfastened her dirty padded jacket. After taking off the outer clothes, the tight black thermal underwear underneath outlined Qiu Xingxing's nearly perfect body curves. The black thermal wear was a full set, from top to bottom. Although her body was very thin, wrapped tightly and slender, the mountains that should be magnificent were not flat at all, and the peaks that should rise were not lacking at all. Hiss. Damn, who would have thought? A thin branch bearing rich fruit. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren stared at Qiu Xingxing in her underwear, wishing he could shove his eyes into the screen. Who said a 2D wife isn't attractive? This was way too attractive. By the way, If later there's some cleanliness-related washing scene. His face inexplicably flushed red. The young man was thinking thoughts he shouldn't be thinking. Hey, this outfit is really heavy. At the same time, after putting on the military combat uniform, Qiu Xingxing tried to move her body and finally walked step by step toward the storage room iron door. On the synchronized game interface, a new interaction panel almost immediately popped up. Current mission, retrieve the family photo. Mission details, scavenger Qiu Xingxing, in order to obtain tokens from the black market, accepted a normal mission. For a researcher father, find the family photo he left behind at his former residence. Please immediately go to room 304 of Building A to search for clues. Mission reward, copper tokens *30, Qiu Xingxing happiness value +1. Oh? A new panel activated again? This time it's the mission panel? Looking at the mission appearing on the phone, Du Ziren could roughly guess why Qiu Xingxing was trapped in a storage room. The poor girl probably wanted to go through the underground garage and then follow the fire escape to Building A, room 304. This kind of route might be troublesome, but for a girl, it was the safest. Unfortunately, she probably didn't expect that zombies had also gathered in the underground garage, and in the end she hid in a storage room in panic and helplessness. Risking her life just for 30 copper coins? The apocalypse really is cruel. Sighing with emotion, Du Ziren suddenly noticed that a circular map had appeared in the upper left corner of the game screen. The map display was pitch black. When opened, only Jing'an residential area and a location called Mine Black Market were lit up. Inside the Mine Black Market, 2 light points were flashing, looking like markers for mission NPCs. Judging from the current information, I still have to let Qiu Xingxing complete the mission. She's so small and thin, can she do it? Looking at the screen with worry, the heavy military uniform propped up by Qiu Xingxing's small body looked clumsy and slow. It felt like seeing a daughter wearing her father's oversized clothes, cute yet stubborn. Creak. The storage room iron door was an up and down rolling metal shutter. As Qiu Xingxing slowly lifted the shutter, her somewhat sickly purple face tightened, and she tried to take a breath to encourage herself. I have to go out. I still have to go back. My younger brother and sister are still waiting for me, and Senior is helping me too. I can't let them down. She clenched her small fists. Step. After taking just one step, Qiu Xingxing looked into the darkness outside the storage room. In the underground garage where the power had long been cut, nothing could be seen clearly. The only visible thing was that about 10 meters away in the darkness, 2 clusters of white breath were slowly rising. Tap tap tap. As the white breath twisted and moved closer, 2 tall figures wearing security uniforms gradually came into view, running toward her. Their faces were covered with bloody scabs, and their eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Their arms had lost vitality and swung wildly in front of their chests as they ran. White-hot breath constantly sprayed from their mouths, and a tongue hung from the lower jaw, drool continuously flowing. Those were clearly 2 zombies. Ah! No matter how many times she saw such a scene, Qiu Xingxing was instinctively so frightened that her whole body trembled. Her body reacted instinctively, twitching in fear and becoming stiff. But suddenly, her body staggered to the side uncontrollably, as if an invisible hand had pushed her back, and she could move again. Senior. A trace of emotion flashed across her frightened face. That nameless senior was urging her not to daze and to run. Looking around in panic, Qiu Xingxing's tense expression suddenly relaxed. In the dark corner on the left side, she finally spotted the glowing green sign of the fire escape. She hurriedly ran toward the corner. Her small chest rose and fell rapidly as Qiu Xingxing ran with all her strength. The roaring behind her followed closely. She didn't dare to turn her head and could only run with her eyes closed. The hot, foul breath from the zombies' mouths reached her back, like evil spirits chasing her life. Finally, the heavy fire door was right in front of her. Qiu Xingxing pushed it with her small hands. With a creak, her whole body fell behind the door. The zombie chasing closest also stretched out its large hand, trying to push the fire door again and continue the pursuit. But, damn zombie, I won't let you bully me forever. A stubborn and resolute voice came from behind the door. With a creak, the moment the zombie's big hand reached through the door gap, Qiu Xingxing used her body as a brace and slammed hard into the fire door. Bang! The heavy fire door viciously clamped the zombie's hand in the door crack. Bang bang bang! Large handprints from heavy blows kept appearing on the fire door, denting the metal. Qiu Xingxing pressed against the door with all her strength, struggling with the zombie behind it, afraid it would break in. Roar roar. Terrifying howls echoed continuously. The hand stuck through the door twisted and clawed frequently, scratching Qiu Xingxing's shoulder several times. Fortunately, because of the military combat uniform, she was not injured. I have to hold on, hold on. Trying to compete in strength with a zombie was brave. But a few minutes later, Qiu Xingxing was simply too thin. As the pounding and pushing outside continued, the gap in the fire door grew wider and wider. Qiu Xingxing was forced backward bit by bit, her small face turning pale as snow from fear. Damn it. This can't be game over, right? What do I do? What do I do? Run? If I run upstairs now, the stamina loss from climbing stairs, humans can't compare with zombies. Hurry. Is there any recharge interface? I want to spend money. Spend money. On this side of the phone screen, seeing Qiu Xingxing about to be rushed by the zombie breaking through the door, Du Ziren became anxious. He didn't know why, this was clearly just a game. Yet he cared deeply about the girl on the other side of the game. I won't let you die. Absolutely not. As he clicked the game screen randomly, suddenly an interaction command popped up. Qiu Xingxing is about to be overwhelmed by the zombie's pressure. Move your little hand and help her. Try rapidly tapping the button on the screen to repel the zombie. Focusing his eyes, Du Ziren saw a red button appear on Qiu Xingxing's back on the screen, indicating rapid tapping. Oh. So this is what you were waiting for. In an instant, Du Ziren understood. This kind of setup was very common, just like old arcade stage clear games, where the faster you mash the attack button during bonus sections, the higher the score and rewards. What's this? Even though I'm a patient, my hand speed isn't slow. Both thumbs frantically pressed the button. Suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed across Du Ziren's face. Huh? This feeling? Why does it feel like I'm actually touching something? At the same time, as Du Ziren frantically tapped on the phone screen, Qiu Xingxing suddenly felt that behind her, it seemed as if an invisible big hand had reached out, constantly pushing her and giving her strength. But it felt like it also poked her waist from time to time, making her whole body feel numb and tingly. Say, Senior. Is it you? Her face slightly flushed, Qiu Xingxing felt the support behind her and pushed hard with both hands again. Bang! This time, with the boost of the invisible force, after pushing the door with all her strength, she actually snapped the zombie's hand stuck in the door crack and slammed the fire door shut. The zombie outside completely stopped moving. A purple-black big hand fell at her feet. Qiu Xingxing looked at the closed iron door in shock. I did it? This was me? No. This was Senior helping me. Thank you, Senior. You've helped me so many times. I owe you too much, I can never repay it all. With a slightly red face, she looked toward the empty stairwell. Silence, no response. But, on the other side of the phone, Du Ziren pressed his lips together and smiled. What is this? I'm actually pretty amazing. It's just that feeling just now. Could it be that my ALS has already affected my fingers? Why did it feel so real? Looking at his fingers in confusion, Du Ziren's expression darkened a little. Lowering his head to look at the screen, Qiu Xingxing was blushing and shyly looking toward the side of the screen. So cute. Tapping in the direction of the stairwell, a trace of determination flashed in Du Ziren's eyes. No. If it really is the illness getting worse, then at least before I die, I'll let Qiu Xingxing live a good life. Having been soaked by rain yourself, you can't stand seeing others without an umbrella. Even if Qiu Xingxing is virtual, he still wants to give her a piece of virtual safety. Quick! Get through the pre-story first. He frantically clicked the corridor ahead. Knock knock knock. At the same time, hollow knocking sounds echoed in the narrow stairwell entrance. Senior. Are you telling me to go upstairs? Pulling her small hands back, Qiu Xingxing buried her head into the oversized military helmet. She looked like a little mushroom as she slowly stepped toward the stairs. Luckily, pretty girls usually aren't unlucky. From the underground garage on level -1 to the residential floors on level 3, she didn't encounter a single zombie. Creak. Pushing open the fire door on the 3rd floor, what came into view was a long corridor. This wasn't the kind of civilian one staircase, two households layout, but a commercial building layout. Coming out of the fire escape, she could see the elevator lobby, and a long row of double-door apartments. 301, 302. Following the door numbers, 304 was easy to spot at a glance. Ah, such good luck. There are no zombies in the hallway either. Senior, this must be the good luck you brought me. Murmuring softly, Qiu Xingxing tiptoed to the door of 304. If there are no zombies in the hallway, then the zombies are most likely still locked inside the rooms. There's still a chance that there might be zombies inside 304. She slowly turned the doorknob. Click. Unexpectedly, the door wasn't locked. Maybe the residents were in a hurry to escape back then. Even if there were zombies inside, they wouldn't lock the door. Pushing the door open, Qiu Xingxing poked her small head inside. Cough cough cough. The living room, unused for a long time, was full of dust. There were broken ceramic bowl fragments scattered on the floor. It was clear that something had happened here before. It seems like there are no zombies. Her courage slowly grew. After stepping into the living room, Qiu Xingxing began opening nearby cabinets and searching inside. Photos. Huh? What's this? Filled chocolate? So lucky. It's only been expired for half a year. A look of joy instantly appeared on her face. Qiu Xingxing carefully stuffed a softened piece of chocolate into her pocket. Her small hands kept opening the visible drawers in the living room, but apart from rotten debris and smelly clothes, there was nothing else. Maybe the photos aren't in the living room? She tried moving from the living room to the bedroom, still staying extremely alert, her whole body tense. In the apocalypse, bottom-level existences like her, scavengers, getting bitten by a zombie and becoming a walking corpse to be instantly killed by ability users, were everywhere. It's okay. I have the clothes Senior gave me. As long as I'm careful. Creak. Gently pushing open the bedroom door, Qiu Xingxing had just stuck her head in. A sharp scream suddenly exploded in her ears. What? She didn't even have time to look up. She only felt a black round mass suddenly drop from the top of the wall and pounce onto her head. A pair of already rotten, green hands fiercely clawed at her face. Looking closely, it was clearly a baby zombie, its entire body rotten and green, its small face almost completely gone. It had been crawling on the wall above, waiting for an unlucky person to open the door. No. Her arms instinctively shielded her face. The baby zombie's nails were long and sharp, scraping against Qiu Xingxing's sleeves like steel blades. Fortunately, the military combat uniform, white quality, was excellently made. No matter how the claws scratched, they only left shallow marks on the uniform. You! Get down here! Probably feeling how thick the military combat uniform was, Qiu Xingxing took advantage of the gap while the baby zombie was clawing at her and grabbed its neck with her left hand. In an instant, as if its lifeline had been seized, the baby zombie's arms and legs flailed wildly. Even though you're a child. But, to survive. For my younger brother and sister. I must. Bang! With a powerful downward smash. With a squelch, a pool of thick green liquid exploded on the floor. The baby zombie, now with only half a head left, completely lost its head. Its empty neck twitched, already, completely dead. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as Qiu Xingxing calmed herself down from the panic. After a while, looking at the zombie corpse on the floor, she endured the discomfort and began searching the room. On the bedside table, there was a framed photo of a man and a woman hugging, the woman with a big belly. Is this it? I found it. She quickly walked to the bedside table and picked up the frame, her face lighting up with joy. At the same time, on Du Ziren's side, a new message box popped up above Qiu Xingxing's head. Mission completed. Qiu Xingxing gains happiness value +2, mission completed +1, discovered chocolate +1. 30 copper coins pending task submission for collection. Current happiness value, 3. Continue exploring room 304? Or start returning to the mine black market? Oh? Is this asking me to choose between free exploration or completing the mission and entering the main storyline? Looking at the panel that appeared on the screen, Du Ziren began to think carefully. Generally, when a game is designed like this, there's a reason behind it. Like in a certain famous game from Japan, if you choose the wrong path at the start of the story, it locks the rest of your progress. Of course, there's also the chance of it being a prank-style life-or-death choice. As for this current choice, Du Ziren rubbed his chin and looked at the photo album in Qiu Xingxing's hand. It's asking me if I want to keep exploring room 304? If you think about it, the photo is of a pregnant woman and her husband. If the client is the husband, then could that baby zombie just now have been the child from the woman's belly? Wait! There's a trap here! Suddenly, it was like something clicked in Du Ziren's mind. He frantically tapped the door of room 304, signaling Qiu Xingxing to leave. Think about it. If the husband ran away and left the pregnant woman and baby behind, then we've already seen the baby zombie. What about the pregnant woman zombie underneath? Was she killed by the husband? Impossible. If he had the ability to kill a zombie, why would he run away? Run. Qiu Xingxing. Run now. Feeling uneasy, he shouted toward the screen, but on the screen, Qiu Xingxing tilted her head, still confused as she looked around. Senior? Did you just knock on the door? Are you telling me to leave? If it's your request, then Xingxing understands. She nodded, stuffed the photo album into her coat, and quickly walked toward the door of room 304. Roar. But, as if triggering some kind of death cutscene, from behind the frosted glass of the bathroom door, a chilling roar suddenly echoed. Boom boom boom. The next second, the frosted glass shattered and a female zombie, bloated all over and with a hollow belly, walked out. She exhaled hot breath, holding a rusty pair of scissors in her hand. Looking closely, the zombie had a waterlogged, giant-like appearance. Her face was swollen enough to cover her eyes, and from her ripped-open stomach hung long strands of black intestines. It looked like she had literally sliced open her own stomach and pulled the baby out before dying and turning into a zombie. As the pregnant zombie roared, the intestines hanging outside her belly started writhing in a bizarre way. This is a mutant zombie? She has abilities too? Her face instantly turned pale. Qiu Xingxing finally realized why no one had taken on this photo retrieval mission. It was hiding all kinds of tricks. This is bad, this is bad. This thing? There's no way I can. Whoosh! Before Qiu Xingxing could even finish her sentence, the exposed intestines snapped toward her like a snake and lashed out. Too fast. Way too fast. She didn't even have time to react. Her body was suddenly lifted off the ground, completely wrapped in bloody intestines, now suspended mid-air. No. Slither. The intestines whipped and pulled, dragging Qiu Xingxing toward the pregnant zombie's belly. No matter how hard she tried to break free, the intestines only coiled tighter. I don't want to die. I still have a younger brother and sister. Buzz. Before she could finish her moans, Qiu Xingxing was completely sucked into the giant pregnant zombie's belly. The huge belly squirmed and twisted, as if digesting her. Shit! At the same time, Du Ziren's face turned dark as he watched the scene on his phone screen. Why? Didn't I make the right choice? I get it now. No matter what you choose, this death cutscene still triggers, huh? Buzz. The phone screen vibrated constantly. A blood-red warning lit up the dark image. Warning. Qiu Xingxing is being attacked by a mutant zombie. If you don't save her, she'll be digested. Only 198. Just 198. Take home a white-grade military dagger. Do you want to spend 198 to purchase the military dagger? This dagger slices through iron like mud, a must-have for beginners. Damn it. Garbage game. So this is where you were waiting for me, huh? Fine. I'll fucking pay. Even though he knew this game had all the shady, pay-to-win, tricks of old mobile games, seeing that helpless girl, always shyly smiling, dying right in front of him. Du Ziren just couldn't let it happen. Fuck it. I'll gladly let you scam me. Qiu Xingxing, survive. Ding dong, your bank card ending in 0304 has been charged 198 yuan. As a transaction alert popped up at the top of the phone, the game screen also displayed the successful purchase. Inside the pregnant zombie's belly, Qiu Xingxing's breathing grew labored. Her vision was blurry, and her eyes were shut tight. Am I going to die? I just wanted my little brother and sister to have a better life. Scenes from her life flashed before her eyes, her siblings, her parents killed by zombies, her years of wandering like a beggar in the outer zones. Everything faded like smoke in the wind. But in the end, what unexpectedly came to her mind wasn't her family. It was that mysterious senior who had helped her. I'm sorry, senior. I owe you, and actually, I really wanted to meet you. You must be a very gentle person, right? As her eyelids drooped, something suddenly pulsed coldly in the palm of her hand. Stay alive. Qiu Xingxing. Buzz. A man's voice suddenly exploded in her ears. Qiu Xingxing's eyes snapped open, and in her hand, a cold, sleek dagger had appeared. This. Senior? I understand now. Tears unconsciously fell from the corners of her eyes. All this time, she had borne everything alone. Qiu Xingxing had no support, no awakened powers, no powerful family. In fact, even at the age when she should have been pampered, she was out scavenging for her siblings. All her helplessness and sorrow, at this moment, she felt like she finally had someone to rely on. All of this was given to her by that person. I want to live. To see him. To repay his kindness. Hiss. Squelch. The pregnant zombie's belly, still writhing, suddenly split open with a huge bloody gash. Scarlet blood sprayed as Qiu Xingxing gripped the dagger and slashed through the flesh and intestines, her face covered in blood as she crawled out. The huge belly spurted blood, and a mess of ruptured intestines spilled out onto the floor. The pregnant zombie looked at Qiu Xingxing in disbelief. She couldn't understand how someone could just suddenly pull out a dagger out of nowhere. From nothing? And that dagger? It was unbelievably sharp. The terrifying bleeding under her belly made the pregnant zombie stumble backward uncontrollably. Finally, after staggering back several steps, her huge corpse crashed to the ground. Blood pooled beneath her, and the enormous body no longer moved at all. Still gripping the dagger tightly, Qiu Xingxing lay on the floor, gasping madly for fresh air. She stared fixedly at the pregnant zombie, afraid she might move again. Senior, senior. Thank you, thank you. The emotions from surviving death poured out. Qiu Xingxing kept bowing deeply in all directions. Now, she roughly understood her senior's intentions. He never rescued her directly, but gave her tools to fight zombies and train her skills. He was nurturing her. Even in the apocalypse, someone was willing to train newcomers. Either he was grooming her to be a loyal servant, or he was looking for an heir. No matter which, Qiu Xingxing felt deeply grateful. Senior, if Xingxing ever meets you, I will devote myself fully to you. With a heavy bow again, she stood up and walked toward the fallen pregnant zombie. Mutated zombies, also called ability zombies. They were extremely difficult to hunt. But the upside was, inside their bodies, they usually formed a zombie core. These cores were highly valuable. When ground up and soaked in hot water, they could be absorbed through the skin. With luck, one might awaken an ability and become an ability user, an instant leap to a higher life. Even without awakening powers, they could greatly enhance the body and boost immunity. You could say, one core was a slim hope for an ordinary person to rise up. The odds were low, but hope was still hope. For regular people to get a zombie core, that was like reaching for the stars. Take Qiu Xingxing just now, if not for that senior, how could she have killed a mutated zombie? A zombie core, huh? If I use it, maybe I have a 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming an ability user and leading my siblings to a better life. But I know clearly, without senior, I couldn't have killed this zombie. So, squelch. The sharp dagger suddenly pierced the pregnant zombie's head, and a red core wrapped in blood was pulled out by Qiu Xingxing. Holding it in both hands, she respectfully raised it toward the empty sky. Senior, please accept this humble gift from Xingxing. At that moment, Du Ziren looked at Qiu Xingxing on the screen, holding the core in her hands and looking up sincerely, his expression puzzled. My goodness. This interaction, it's way too advanced, huh? What do I need that thing for? What, you're actually going to mail it to me from inside the game? He laughed, poked her flushed cheek on the screen, and a pop-up appeared. Name, Qiu Xingxing. Identity, scavenger, a drifter surviving on basic tasks outside the safe zone. Age, 19. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 45 kilograms. Measurements? Happiness too low, currently locked. Physical state, sickly. Fullness, 30. Warmth, 5. Happiness, 3+2, post-crisis bonus. Equipment, military combat uniform, white, military dagger, white. Your doomsday survival character is offering you a gift. Accept? What, you really can send it to me? Clicking accept for fun, Du Ziren was simply curious. Why didn't he let Qiu Xingxing keep it? Because he guessed, in a game like this, he could just pay to give her better cores, and awaken better powers. As for this current core? What, is this shady game company actually going to mail me a life-sized replica or something? Forget it, better refresh the mission. I'm curious, once happiness gets higher, maybe I can. Hehehe. With a piggish grin, Du Ziren didn't notice that the core in Qiu Xingxing's hands disappeared the moment he clicked accept. Great. Senior accepted it. He's acknowledged me. At the same time, inside room 304, Qiu Xingxing's face lit up as she saw the core vanish from her hands. This was the most valuable gift she could offer. This core was her only real shot at climbing the social ladder. Even if it was a disposable item to her senior, to her, it was one of a kind. As long as it's for him. Even if it's my only chance to rise in this life. I'd still give it gladly. Her ears turned red for no reason. Recalling that voice in her near-death moment, her heart started to race. If I'm not mistaken. Senior's voice sounded, quite young. Her cheeks began to burn. Snapping out of it, she patted her little head. What am I thinking? Even if Senior is young, there's no way someone like him would care about me. Better clean up and return to the black market to hand in the mission. She quickly wiped the blood off her face and stepped out of room 304. Retracing her path back down to the underground floor, she deliberately avoided level -1, where 2 zombies still blocked the fire exit. On tiptoe, she crept through the dark parking garage on level -2 and made her way out. Whoosh whoosh. Outside the residential area, the world was blanketed in white. Snowflakes fell thick from the sky, and the snow on the ground had piled up over 10 centimeters deep. Looking at the endless snowfield, Qiu Xingxing exhaled, tightened her coat around the food and photo she carried, and walked alone through the desolate snow. Damn. This game's graphics, this level of realism, you could shoot a Hollywood blockbuster with it. Using it just to make a cash grab game is such a waste. In front of the phone screen, watching Chiu Xingxing walk out of the neighborhood, Du Ziren was once again amazed by the game's visuals. Just as he prepared to move his barely mobile upper body and switch hands holding the phone. Knock knock knock. The hospital room door was knocked on. Who is it? Ziren, it's me, Dr. Liu. Oh, Dr. Liu. What's up? Oh, it looks like someone sent you a package. It's by the door. I'll bring it in. What? Oh? Was someone just at the door? Creak. The hospital room door was pushed open. Du Ziren looked in surprise as Dr. Liu walked in holding a small paper box. This was supposed to be the hospital's advanced care area. Not to mention how a delivery person could have entered here, this place was usually so quiet you could hear a pin drop. How did this package get placed by the door so silently? Huh? Could it be that ALS has already affected my hearing? Thump. Staring blankly at Dr. Liu placing the package on the bedside table, Du Ziren's eyelid twitched. On the paper box were clear big characters. Sent by Chiu Xingxing. What the? This crappy game company is this fast? Ziren, do you want me to help you open it? Considering Du Ziren's physical condition, Dr. Liu asked kindly. Du Ziren nodded. Please, Dr. Liu. No problem. I'm curious though, just who is this Chiu Xingxing to you? I remember. I don't think many people have come to see you. Dr. Liu glanced at Du Ziren cautiously. She knew it was awkward to ask, but understanding a patient's relationships and emotional changes was part of her job. Chiu Xingxing. She's a very important friend. Yes. A friend in the game. He originally intended to say that Chiu Xingxing was just a game character. But the image of the girl's every expression kept appearing in his mind. Du Ziren didn't want to label her as a cold game character. Even if it was just imagination, he wanted her to be a real friend. Oh? A friend you met in the game? Dr. Liu, studying Du Ziren's changing expression, suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Ziren. You. Could it be an online romance? Ha! Online romance? That's impossible. Why are you embarrassed? I've been through it all. Hehehe. With a meaningful smile, Dr. Liu looked like she understood, and did not ask more. She tore open the sealing tape on the package. Let's see what your online romance partner. Before she could finish saying, sent you, Dr. Liu's expression suddenly changed. A strong bloody smell drifted out of the paper box. Inside lay a stone, gleaming with a strange red light and stained with fresh blood, quietly resting in the box. This is what? Dr. Instincts built over many years told her that the blood on the stone was not decoration but real. A zombie core? Squinting at the stone in the box, Du Ziren also stared in shock. It was exactly the same. Exactly identical. A 1:1 reproduction of the core Chiu Xingxing had dug out. Holy crap. This crappy game company's merchandise is this good? If you have this level of skill, why make garbage cash grab games instead of sweeping up the anime merch market? His eyelids twitched wildly as he stretched out his hand. Dr. Liu, let me see that stone. Ziren, your friend sent you this? Dr. Liu, not convinced, put on gloves and took out the blood-dripping stone. She looked at the blood-red stone from all angles, still unable to figure out what it really was. An art piece? A blood ruby? And the blood on it smelled rotten and foul. Where did this thing even come from? Ah, it's merchandise my friend sent me from a game. The blood on it should be to make it look realistic. It's fine, this isn't food, so holding and examining it shouldn't be dangerous. Game, merchandise? Wiping the blood off the stone, Dr. Liu looked it over carefully. Seeing no abnormalities, she handed it to Du Ziren. What precise workmanship. Taking the core in his left hand, Du Ziren held the stone up close and examined it. Inside the red stone, structures that looked like flowing bloodlines moved. Nice. This game, totally worth paying for. After playing with the stone for a while and getting bored of it, Du Ziren casually placed it in the snowdrop flower pot on the cabinet. The snowdrop flower was given by Dr. Liu, and the core was given by Chiu Xingxing. To Du Ziren, both items were deeply meaningful. By the way, Ziren, the weather's nice today. Want me to take you out for a walk? Seeing Du Ziren lying flat in bed, Dr. Liu offered kindly. A flicker of expectation appeared in Du Ziren's eyes, but quickly faded. He knew Dr. Liu meant well, but every time he went out in his wheelchair and saw others' pitying looks, he felt depressed and uncomfortable. Forget it. Dr. Liu, you should go back. I'll just play games with my friend. Shaking his head, Du Ziren picked up his phone. On the phone screen, Chiu Xingxing was still walking alone. Dr. Liu glanced at it and only saw a dim screen. She nodded, thinking the phone was just locked. That's fine, let your online romance partner keep you company. Sometimes the human body unleashes many great miracles. To make these miracles happen requires a good mindset. If playing games makes you happy, rest well, Ziren. After tucking the blankets around Ziren and pouring him a cup of hot water, she walked out of the room, turning back several times. Creak. The hospital room door closed again. In the dim room, Ziren gave a self-mocking laugh. Miracles? Even the snowdrop flower miracle has withered. Glancing at the snowdrop flower on the bedside table, Ziren didn't notice that the once yellowed and withered petals had eerily started to stand upright and turn green again. Whatever. My Xingxing will keep me company. Hope I can let you live a good life before I die. Tapping the phone screen and watching the girl walking alone in the snow, a faint smile slowly appeared on Ziren's face. Cold wind hit her face. Qiu Xingxing gritted her teeth and took step after step through the snow. Not sure how long she had been walking on snow that kept collapsing under her feet, she finally left the neighborhood and headed toward the abandoned outskirts. Gradually, a mine with a huge open entrance appeared before her. Mine Black Market. Once a very famous city mine, after the ore was depleted, it was abandoned. But after the apocalypse, its deep tunnels became easy to defend and hard to attack, perfect for a base. After being occupied by many people, it eventually developed into a rough, safe zone. I'm back. Rubbing her small hands together, Qiu Xingxing stepped into the mine. The walls of the tunnels were pocked with shallow pits, like little burrows. Inside, a bunch of waxy-faced, thin, huddled old people were sleeping. They were all scavengers who had lost their ability to move. Abandoned by this cruel era, they could only hide outside the safe zone and live day by day. Passing by these pits, Qiu Xingxing kept a stiff face as she reached a huge tunnel entrance surrounded by iron mesh. She shook the snow off her clothes respectfully and called inside. Number 0929, Scavenger Qiu Xingxing, mission complete, requesting return. 0929? I remember, didn't you go to carry out Professor He's mission? How come you're back? After these words were spoken, a fat man wearing a down jacket and with a face full of fat stepped out from the deep mine behind the wire mesh. His gaze first measured Qiu Xingxing's face, and finally fixed on her military combat uniform. His small beady eyes flashed with greedy envy. Where did you get that combat suit? With a change of tone, the fat man in the down jacket squinted and looked at Qiu Xingxing. Qiu Xingxing wanted to say, a senior gave it to me, but as soon as she opened her mouth, her face suddenly turned cold. I dug it out from a household in the residential area. Oh? You're lucky then. You found stuff? Yes, I did. Good, wait here. I'll call someone to check if you have any wounds. If not, you can come in. Hey, bring a woman. Shouting into the mine behind him, immediately a woman with messy hair and wearing mink fur and stockings ran over. Lord Wu Hai, do you have orders? You, go check her body and see if she has any wounds. Understood. Understood. Upon hearing the command, the woman obediently stood by the wire mesh. The wire mesh blocking the deep mine began to creak and strangely bend and fold, opening a humanoid-shaped doorway. Let's go. Slipping through the doorway, the woman grabbed Qiu Xingxing's arm and led her toward a deserted pit inside. She seemed very practiced at checking for wounds. After unzipping Qiu Xingxing's jacket, she immediately reached toward her body without hesitation. Huh? What's this? Rustle rustle. A packet of neatly packaged bread and 2 bottles of mineral water fell from Qiu Xingxing's arms. Greed clearly flashed in the woman's eyes. Such clean water, and this bread, you? Looking at Qiu Xingxing in surprise, Qiu Xingxing's face changed. She immediately handed a bottle of water to the woman. Sister Xia, you take this water. You and Guardwu should try it. It tastes pretty good. Heh, you're smart. A sly smile curled at the corners of the woman's mouth. She was not polite at all. She picked up a bottle and shoved it toward her chest. Qiu Xingxing frowned slightly but did not dare say anything more. The couple guarding the entrance always checked whatever people brought back from outside. If you weren't smart and considerate in bringing them something, it was possible the couple would obstruct or make things difficult for you. All good, no problem. You can go in. Your little brother and sister have been asking about you for days. If nothing's wrong, come watch the entrance. The woman smiled, obviously in a good mood after receiving the unexpected gift. Thank you. Thank you. Qiu Xingxing repeatedly nodded. After wrapping up her clothes, she followed the woman to the wire mesh. Checked already? Sister Xia says it's fine. Good, go on in. With a casual wave from Wu Hai, the wire mesh creaked again and opened into a humanoid gap. Without looking back, Qiu Xingxing walked deeper into the tunnel. That wire mesh is an ability? At the same time, Ziren held his phone and watched Wu Hai's actions with surprise. He was certain there was no electrical equipment in that tunnel. The twisting of the wire mesh looked like it was controlled by some invisible force. I remember, Chiu Xingxing once thought I was some kind of space ability master. So, this guard fat guy is also an ability user? As the scene moved, Du Ziren tried clicking on Wu Hai's icon. Buzz. Instantly, Wu Hai's personal information appeared in front of Du Ziren. Wu Hai, Metal Ability User. Ability Level, Ability User Tier 3. Identity, former commander of the Venom Mercenary Group. After being injured on an outside mission and trading with the Mine Black Market, he became the gatekeeper of the Black Market. Oh ho! Didn't expect this guy used to be somebody. Now he's beaten down and lying flat, using his ability to guard the door? Curiously, Du Ziren clicked the Ability User Tier 3 panel for Wu Hai. After the Details interface popped up, Du Ziren finally understood the ability setting in the game world. Scavenger refers to ordinary people without abilities. They can only take simple missions to survive in the base. Above many scavengers are the lofty ability users. An ability user is 1 in 1,000, using a core does not guarantee awakening an ability. And ability levels are extremely complex to cultivate. Ability user, super ability user, awakened, evolved, metahuman. This is the post-apocalypse scientific ability hierarchy. Ability users are those who have awakened abilities but have limited usage. Super ability users can use their abilities almost endlessly, even expanding their power. Awakened are those at peak ability mastery, with genes and ability memory fused, beginning to comprehend extraordinary ability techniques. Once an ability technique is mastered, its power is beyond imagination. After that, evolved are beings completely fused with their abilities. The final metahuman tier has never been reached by anyone. In scientific research, each stage has 10 strength levels. Each progression requires a large amount of cores, so the higher the ability level, the rarer it is. This was why Chiu Xingxing looked at Du Ziren with worship and fear. In her mind, Du Ziren might already be the kind of old monster like a evolved. So even an ordinary Tier 3 ability user can act like a corrupt official in a safe zone? Seems like, I need to find a chance to help Chiu Xingxing awaken an ability too. Clicking on the screen, Chiu Xingxing had already walked along the path into an area with many dirt houses. She walked toward the largest dirt house, which had big characters reading, Mission Transfer Office. As soon as she entered, she saw gray-yellow square earth walls, and the walls were covered with various detailed mission posters. Oh? This does feel like a Japanese-style RPG. Quietly watching the screen, Chiu Xingxing walked straight to the bar counter on one side of the earthen wall. Standing in front of the counter was a woman with yellow-brown hair. What surprised Du Ziren was that this woman's hair, skin, and even pupil color were all yellow-brown. Mine Black Market Mission Manager, Linya. Identity, Ability User. Ability Level, Ability User Tier 5. Ability, Earth Control. The information appeared after clicking, and Du Ziren raised his eyebrows. Of course. All the good jobs in a secure camp were taken by high-ranking ability users. Linya's sister, I'm here to turn in the mission. Oh? Little Xingxing, where did you get that outfit? Got lucky, found it in the residential area. Well then, you can sell that outfit and not have to go out for a month. What Du Ziren didn't expect was that Chiu Xingxing actually had a good relationship with Linya. She greeted her, and her eyes swept over Chiu Xingxing's clothes with no envy or jealousy. Placing the photo on the counter, Linya squinted and, without hesitation, took out a small bag of items and handed it to Chiu Xingxing. Here, take it. 30 copper coins. Save it, it should be enough for at least a week. Thank you, Linya's sister. Receiving the bag of money, Chiu Xingxing showed a rare smile. Chiu Xingxing completed the mission, find the family photo, and received 30 copper coins. Successfully returned to the safe camp, happiness +1, warmth +10. Current happiness, 6. Current warmth, 15. With the mission fully turned in, Chiu Xingxing's personal information panel updated again. 30 copper coins. And a bag of bread, a bottle of water. My little brother and sister will definitely be very happy when they see these, right? On the narrow dirt paths between the earthen houses, Chiu Xingxing held the heavy money pouch in her hands, her small face flushed red. The girl's face was filled with the joy of hope for life. So good. My little Xingxing is really so cute. So cute. Don't go out to struggle anymore, I'll spend money to support you. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren watched the girl's smiling face, and the corners of his mouth also lifted. For some reason, watching Chiu Xingxing gradually get better made him feel some sunshine and confidence in his emotions. Although you are a game character, although you are just a string of data, but you truly are the little sun in my dark world. Don't worry, I will definitely help you live a good life. Staring at the screen, Duziran leaned against the bed and suddenly felt a tingling in his chest. Probably just from sitting in one position too long? He did not pay much attention and just stared at the girl on the screen, smiling. Inside Mind Black Market's mid-level survival camp, in a corner earthen house. The cramped, damp, and earthy-smelling house had only about 10 square meters of space, filled with small earthen furniture and one large earthen bed. Even in such conditions, if you failed to pay the monthly 10 copper coins regularly, you would still be driven outside the wire mesh into the pits. The large earthen bed was covered with slightly damp quilts. Wrapped in the quilts were 2 children not even 8 or 9 years old. They were a boy and a girl, both with somewhat dirty faces. In the dark environment, the girl blew on her palm and weakly asked the boy beside her, whose face was dark purple, "Second brother, when do you think sister will come back? Shall we go to the gate to look again? We still have a pancake at home? We could bake it and bring it to sister? All right." The 2 little ones climbed out of the quilts, wearing only slightly blackened padded jackets. They shivered as they took out a stiff pancake from the quilt and were about to put it into their arms. Tap tap tap. At this moment, footsteps came from the door. "Sister Qing, Sister Jing, I'm back. Sister." The 2 little ones trembled and immediately ran excitedly toward the door. At the doorway, Qiu Xingxing, wearing the oversized military combat uniform, looked at the 2 figures inside the house with relief. At this moment, the tension on her face eased and she felt somewhat relieved. It was as if all the grievances she suffered outside disappeared without a trace when she saw her little brother and sister. "Sis, you went out and came back all right?" Qiu Ning hugged Qiu Xingxing's arm and looked her up and down with concern. "Sis, your big coat looks so cool." Little sister Qiu Jing, with a runny nose, also ran over and clung to Qiu Xingxing's thigh. "Don't worry. Sister won't be hurt. Sister, you met a good person this time." "Ah? Really? But didn't sister say not to trust anyone in this apocalypse? He's different." While talking, Qiu Xingxing slowly took out the bread and the bottle of mineral water from her huai as if showing off. Clang clang. "Look, what is this?" Like showing off, when the clean water and white bread appeared, the 2 little ones' eyes lit up. "Sister, what is this?" Qiu Ning's eyes widened. "Wow, such clean water? I've never seen this kind of water before, sister. Does this taste good?" The 2 little ones asked one thing after another as Qiu Xingxing smiled and opened the mineral water and the bread. "Here, eat slowly. Also save the water and drink it sparingly. When it's eaten and finished, sister will take you to buy new clothes." In the small house, the children's cheerful voices echoed. The 2 little ones carefully tore the bread. "So delicious. Sister, you eat too." "You guys eat, sister already ate on the way back." No, sister, you eat." "You eat?" The small piece of bread was torn into many pieces. The 2 black little hands offered breadcrumbs. Qiu Xingxing's smile, calmer than ever before. "So good. So good." Watching the overflowing happiness on the phone screen, Duziran just wanted to find a recharge screen to help Qiu Xingxing improve her living conditions. Thump thump. His heartbeat suddenly became inexplicably low in the chest. His chest tingled, and his breathing began to become rapid. It felt as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing down on his chest. Duziran felt a burning pain in his chest. No matter how he tried to breathe in, the oxygen seemed unable to reach his lungs. That feeling of oppression, that burning pain, was like accumulated frost, growing deeper and deeper. Damn it. Did my chest cavity neurons die too? The phone in his hand plopped to the floor, and Duziran's pupils widened. He felt it. The death that had hovered over his head for many days had finally swung down its scythe this time. Am I, finally, going to die? His eyelids began to flutter. In front of Duziran, memories gradually flashed like a carousel. He thought of his mom and dad, thought of himself as a child, but somehow, the last thought that came to him was Qiu Xingxing from the Doomsday survival game. The girl's every smile seemed like nourishing spring water to his heart. After I die, will she be bullied by others? She's so naive, will she be harmed? I don't want to die. I still want to watch her. In this moment, the strong will to survive battled with his drooping eyelids. Duziran didn't know why at this moment he thought of a game character. Just at this exact moment. In the hollow, dark earthen house, Qiu Xingxing choked on her bread. She seemed to feel something, and her gaze looked around the empty surroundings. Senior, at this moment, are you doing well? Across the phone screen, the two's thoughts seemed to gather together. I can't die. Forcibly moving his body, hearing the voice from the phone, Duziran looked toward the bedside with hope and despair. I probably still can't make it. The snowdrop flower, the snowdrop flower has withered, and my life. Huh? In a flash of astonishment, Du Ziren's eyelid twitched. Because that pot of dying snowdrop flowers, at this moment, was full of life, and the petals and leaves were fresh and green. The flowers that represent living miraculously had actually come back to life. When did this happen? His breathing grew faster. Du Ziren looked at the vibrant flower, disbelief filling his eyes. The dying flower, a symbol of miracles, had come back to life. Then why couldn't he, Du Ziren, survive too? I want to live. I want to watch her grow happier step by step. Clenching his fists tightly, the stubborn sound of joints cracking echoed. Du Ziren's eyelids twitched, and a red light caught his eye. In the pot of the snowdrop, the figurine, crystal core, from the game company was glowing with an eerie red light. Qiu Xingxing, the gift she gave me? Stretching out his arm with effort, Du Ziren grabbed the crystal core from the flower pot and held it in his hand. He could feel a stream of heat flowing from the crystal core into his limbs. Slowly, it seemed like he was regaining some feeling in his lower body. Waves of warmth moved through him, and Du Ziren closed his eyes in comfort. It felt like it had been so long since his body felt this good. Wake up! Wake up! Are you okay? Who knew how long he'd slept? Du Ziren just heard someone calling near his ear. Feeling refreshed, he moved his body and sat up naturally in bed. You can move? This sudden movement made the shouting even louder. What's wrong, Dr. Lu? Rubbing his eyes, Du Ziren noticed even his vision had cleared up. He tried moving his arms and found the blood-colored crystal core still in his hand. But when he opened his palm, the core had turned into an ordinary white stone, no trace of the previous blood-red lines. Ziren, your upper body can move? Dr. Lu covered his mouth, his face full of shock. Huh? Looks like it. Only when Dr. Lu pointed it out did Du Ziren realize. Now only his lower body was slightly numb, but the rest of his body was full of energy. What on earth happened? Squinting his eyes, Du Ziren tried recalling everything from last night. His gaze eventually fell on the crystal core in his hand. Dr. Lu, I remember last night my ALS flared up, and I was having trouble breathing. But then I thought of someone, held this thing, and fell asleep. Now that I'm awake, it feels like my illness is much better? Scratching his head, Du Ziren looked at Dr. Lu in confusion. Dr. Lu, hearing this, stared at the core in Du Ziren's hand, and suddenly seemed to understand something. A strange gleam flashed in his eyes. I got it. This is the power of love. Ha! Du Ziren was dumbfounded. Love can cure illness? What? Ziren, you think I'm joking? I'm telling you, there are late-stage cancer patients who go on vacation with their spouses and actually get better. The human body is way more mysterious than we understand. Maybe it's because of your online girlfriend that you found the will to live. Your body sensed your determination, and that's what triggered this fight against nerve deterioration. Listening to Dr. Lu, Du Ziren went silent, his face a little red. Maybe that actually made sense. Last night, he was thinking of Qiu Shengxing when. Damn, I survived because of my 2D waifu? What the hell? Feeling it all too bizarre, Du Ziren didn't think more about the core in his hand. He chose to believe the scientific explanation. His body must be fighting for itself. So if my obsession with Qiu Xingxing is strong enough, does that mean I could get up from this hospital bed? Absolutely possible. Ziren, treat her well, that girl might be your lucky star. Excitedly patting his shoulder, Dr. Lu was clearly amazed by this medical miracle. She's my lucky star? Rubbing the now warm crystal core in his hand, Du Ziren suddenly remembered something. Crap. He quickly picked up his phone from under the bed and tapped into the apocalypse survival game again. How much is this coat? What? It's 10 copper coins? In the mid-tier trade stall of the mine black market, Qiu Xingxing looked at a plush coat with a conflicted expression. The coat was actually a little small for her younger siblings. It was obviously something scavenged from outside. But what could she do? After so many years of apocalypse, a well-preserved coat was like treasure. Her own combat uniform, if sold, would go for at least 200 copper coins. Hey, are you buying or not? You're dressed so nicely, don't tell me you're too stingy to spend this much? The stall owner looked her up and down, shaking his head as he began to take the coat back. Qiu Xingxing's face flushed. She bit her lip and made up her mind. 2. I'll take 2. Whoa, now that's generous. Can you give me a discount for 2? Not even a little. Take it or leave it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Reluctantly pulling out 20 copper coins, Qiu Xingxing had originally wanted to save some for food. She only had 30 to begin with, and after rent for her mid-tier housing, the last 10 were all she had left. Big sis, let's not buy them. Yeah. We don't need the clothes. You spent all the money, what are we going to eat? I'm not cold, if I stay inside, I'm fine. The voices of the two little ones reached her ears. Qiu Xingxing looked over and saw their little noses red from the cold. The more they acted like this, the more determined she became. She quickly bought the 2 coats. It's okay. It's okay? Big sis can still take on missions and earn more money. Rubbing her younger siblings' little faces, Qiu Xingxing forced a smile. So pitiful? No powers, yet still raising 2 little ones. Compared to Qiu Xingxing, I feel like such a coward. On his phone screen, Du Ziren quietly sighed at the girl's helplessness, feeling an unexpected ache in his heart. She spent all her copper coins, and the food she brought back is all gone. You silly girl? What are you going to do tonight? Starve? Shaking his head, he began searching the screen for the recharge menu. No way. He couldn't bear seeing his digital waifu suffer even a little. Recharge. Charge hard. After searching for a while, Du Ziren finally found some locked grayed-out frames on the screen after dragging the interface. Lucky spin, spend 1,000 yen to unlock. Newbie Food Gift Pack, 6 yen, refreshes daily. Newbie Gear Pack, 198 yen, currently owns starter guards and dagger, more sets can be unlocked, full set has hidden effects. More features, unlock Qiu Xingxing's happiness level. Damn, so this is where everything was hidden? If I hadn't found this stuff, would Qiu Xingxing pop up again asking me to top up every time she's in danger? 198 for the newbie gear set. Buy. Daily refreshed food gift pack? Buy. What else? Du Ziren clicked through everything he could in one go, but found the total spending still didn't reach the 1,000 required to unlock the lucky spin. Maybe the story hasn't progressed far enough, so the store isn't fully unlocked yet? Thinking about it, he recalled how many big game companies pretend to limit spending early on. But when you hit a tough level you can't get past. Hey. Suddenly, the game would pop up a store for you to click on yourself. Damn it. Du Ziren was all too familiar with that kind of developer trick. Your bank card ending in 0304 was just charged 204 yuan. You are making frequent in-game purchases. Please be mindful of spending. We recommend enabling minor protection mode. Refunds available for underage users. Even the bank app on his phone popped up a notification, kindly reminding him. Addicted? Buying food and supplies for my wife, isn't that just basic duty? Ha! Ignoring the text alert, Du Ziren clicked the in-game buttons. The 6 yuan food gift pack showed as being delivered, and after clicking the newbie gear set, an icon of a handgun appeared. Recommended newbie gear, Desert Eagle, comes with 60 bullets. You now have the full newbie set, combat uniform, military dagger, Desert Eagle. Equipping all 3 unlocks the hidden effect, Luck +1. Oh. A set, huh? Du Ziren didn't even glance at the details, this kind of setup was standard across all games. He clicked the handgun, and the screen showed delivering. Meanwhile, inside a dark, cramped mud hut, Qiu Xingxing looked at her younger siblings sleeping with smiles on their faces, wrapped in thick down jackets. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Gurgle gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. Her stomach had growled several times already. But she pretended not to hear it and quietly pulled out the chocolate she got from 304. Here. Tonight, you two share this candy. Tomorrow, I'll go out again, and next time I'll bring back lots of food. Peeling the now soft chocolate, Qiu Xingxing brought it to their mouths. Sis, aren't you hungry? You eat it. Qiu Ning looked at her in worry. Without a word, Qiu Xingxing stuffed the chocolate into her brother's mouth. So yummy. If it's yummy, eat more. Qiu Jing wants some too. Okay. The sweet chocolate was gradually shared between them, all fed to the siblings. Looking at the empty wrapper licked clean, Qiu Xingxing pursed her lips and walked to the door holding her stomach. All right? Go to sleep. I'll just wash my hands and come to bed. Okay. Hearing their peaceful voices behind her, she stepped outside. At the door of the hut was a clay jar filled with grayish-brown water, the only benefit in the middle level, a periodically supplied water source. Full of sand, dust, and yellowish tint, she had drunk this groundwater for years. Gulp gulp. She was about to drink a bit to ease her hunger. Thump. In the corner of the hut, space suddenly twisted. A cold handgun, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 3 bags of bread appeared before her eyes. Ha! She was slowly getting used to this strange phenomenon. Looking around dumbly, she softly asked, Senior? Senior, is this for me? Still no response, but the items on the ground slid toward her feet. This. When she saw the handgun placed with the food, Qiu Xingxing's eyelids twitched wildly. A handgun. That was the one thing that could help bridge the gap between scavengers and ability users. These kinds of weapons were strictly regulated. After all, someone with a gun could possibly kill an ability user with one shot, but a low-tier ability user couldn't instantly kill a regular person. This. Staring at the cold handgun, her heart pounded heavily. Senior, are you saying I should use this to protect myself? Still no reply, but her body staggered forward involuntarily. The gun had already been nudged into her arms. I understand now. Thank you, Senior. She had sworn, if she ever met this senior one day, she would repay him with her life. So, after putting away the gun and ammo, Qiu Xingxing didn't hesitate to pick up the bread and water, and walked back into the hut. Her younger siblings were still lying in bed, holding their stomachs, unable to sleep. They were still growing. How could one chocolate be enough for the night? Come on, stop pretending. Big Sis found food. Rustle. Opening the bread and water, Qiu Xingxing smiled brightly and walked to the bedside. Wow. Sis, where'd you get this food? Wow, it's the white bread and clean water we had today. Their eyes sparkled. Qiu Xingxing smiled and said, a very kind big brother gave it to us. Wow. A big brother? Don't ask too much. Eat up. Rip. As the wrappers opened, the three of them hungrily tore into the bread inside the cramped hut, filled with excitement and joy like never before. Gulp. Sweet mineral water and delicious bread, it felt like a dream. My tummy is so full. So happy. Little Qiu Jing lay on her side, her face flushed pink. Happy? Are you happy? Chewing on bread, Qiu Xingxing tucked them in with a blanket and couldn't help smiling. Qiu Xingxing's happiness +3, from food. Qiu Xingxing's happiness +1, from handgun. Current favorability with Qiu Xingxing, 10. Favorability reached threshold, special item, loudspeaker, unlocked. You can purchase the loudspeaker item to communicate with Qiu Xingxing. Messages are limited to 15 characters. Price, 20 yen per message. What the hell? $20 for one sentence? Are you kidding me? I swear, they might as well just rob me directly instead of pretending to give me a loudspeaker. On the other side of the screen, Duziren was initially happy to see the new message pop up in the game. But his face quickly darkened. Damn it. Even if I have to jump out of the hospital or roll off the bed, Duziren, will never buy a loudspeaker. Fuck. You really think I'm an idiot, just trying to rip off my gold coins like this? What are you, a bandit? Why don't you just rob me instead? Looking at the pop-up message in the game, Duziren really felt like the damn developers were treating players like fools. Talking to an in-game character, and it costs 20 yuan per sentence? What now? Money's not money anymore? He was just about to ignore the message and continue playing. Suddenly, in the quiet mud hut at midnight, after Qiu Ning and Qiu Jing had fallen asleep, Qiu Xingxing lay in the corner, stroking the gun in her arms, unable to fall asleep. Thinking of all the chances and encounters recently. She scratched her head, as if making a decision, and looked into the empty darkness with eyes as soft as pink peaches. Senior, what do I mean to you? Ah? The girl's eyes shimmered with emotion, making Duziren blush. The curses he was about to spit at the game developers were suddenly stuck in his throat. He fiddled with the screen for a long time, but had no way to respond to her question. As he watched the hopeful light in her eyes slowly dim, Duziren gritted his teeth and immediately looked at the loudspeaker item, and chose to buy it. Your bank card ending in 0304 was just charged 20 yuan. We detected excessive in-game purchases. We recommend. Shut up, Snow Leopard. Completely ignoring the message, Duziren hesitated a moment, then pressed the loudspeaker icon. His face looked conflicted and a little embarrassed as he spoke. You're my little son in this dark world. Beep. Message sent. You're my little son in this dark world. Duziren's clear voice echoed inside the small mud hut in the game. Huh? The moment the voice came through, Qiu Xingxing looked like her brain had short-circuited. She stood frozen on the spot. After a long time, her face turned bright red, like it was on fire, glowing like a summer peach. What does that mean? Her heart pounded uncontrollably, and Qiu Xingxing felt like her head was about to smoke. Senior? Was that a confession? No. Probably not. What Senior meant is probably that I'm the interesting part of his boring life? Covering her face, Qiu Xingxing tried to convince herself. Because she really couldn't understand how someone as noble as Senior could possibly fall for someone like her. Senior's just teasing me out of boredom. That must be it. Senior. You really are a bad person. Even though she kept telling herself that, Qiu Xingxing still buried her face in the blanket, smiling as she fell asleep. So cute. My Shengxing is so cute. Seeing the shy expression of the girl on his phone screen, if she wasn't going to sleep, Ziren would have sent another dozen loudspeaker messages. Who said the loudspeaker was a scam? This loudspeaker is amazing. I'm a fool. I love spending money. So fun, so worth it. Damn it, it's awesome. At the same time, in front of a large mud house in the mine black market middle level, a group of tightly geared up young men gathered together. Above the house hung a large sign, Viper Mercenary Group. In the dark, the group quickly entered the building. Inside stood 3 people, 2 men and a woman. By candlelight, Wu Hai's bloated face could clearly be seen. Bro? You said it's nothing, so why gather everyone in the middle of the night? Next to Wu Hai, a thinner young man with a similar face, his brother Wu Tao, muttered in annoyance. Ever since Wu Hai had gotten injured and bedridden, the Viper Mercenary Group had been under Wu Tao's leadership. Wu Tao, tonight I brought good news for you. As Wu Hai spoke, his big hand slyly groped the woman in his arms, making her giggle. Good news? Oh come on, bro. Look at how messed up the world is now, what good news could there possibly be? Rolling his eyes in disbelief, Wu Tao was just about to snap back at his brother. Clatter. Suddenly, Wu Hai pulled out a bottle of mineral water from the woman's embrace. Clink. In the candlelight, the reflection of the water flickered in Wu Tao's eyes, and his eyelids twitched wildly. This is purified water? Oh my god. Bro. Where the hell did you get this? This level of purity. Snatching the mineral water from Wu Hai's hands, Wu Tao held it like a treasure, inspecting it carefully from every angle. Water this clean, it was the first time in his life he'd seen it. The appearance of this one bottle stirred up the whole room. All the young men started eyeing the mineral water. Precious. It was just too precious. After decades of apocalypse, the world had become a wasteland. There was still water, but it was all polluted waste. Perfectly clean water could only come from one source, a water-type ability user creating it out of thin air. But such ability users were incredibly rare. Once awakened, they'd immediately be snatched up by major survival bases, almost impossible to come by. As for this mine black market, barely qualifying as a third-tier safety zone? Even having one superpowered person was already lucky, a water-type user? What a joke. Hiss. Bro, where the hell did you get this stuff? Don't tell me you found a water-type user? Damn. If you know someone like that, we're about to hit the jackpot. Eyes glowing with greed, Wu Tao looked at Wu Hai, who sneered coldly. Heh. I don't know any water-type users, but this thing, your sister-in-law got it from a scavenger. And more importantly, that person was wearing an old combat uniform. You know what that means, right? The fat under his eyes narrowed into slits, gleaming like a venomous snake. Wu Tao's expression changed, he immediately understood. Bro. You're saying, that person might have discovered some resource storage room? She might know where a huge stash of survival supplies is? Exactly. Water like this, unless given by an ability user, could only come from a perfectly sealed warehouse. I'm thinking, should we come up with a way to take her in? Take her in. Bro, who is this person anyway? Wu Tao still seemed hesitant. Who? Just a kid, dragging 2 little brats. She's no one. Just lucky. Found some clothes, got some supplies, incredibly lucky. This water? She gave it to me. Suddenly, the woman in Wu Hai's arms stood up, swaying her hips. Her eyes, once playful, now narrowed like a snake's. If you ask me, no need to wait, let's make our move tomorrow. The next day, Qiu Xingxing woke up from a warm embrace, curled up like a cat under the covers, slowly opening her eyes. The comfortable and peaceful feeling made her reluctant to leave the bed. She couldn't even remember the last time she had slept so soundly. Sweet food, clean water, and the safe combat uniform. All of it was given to her by that mysterious senior. Senior, really, you're my lucky star. Rubbing her cheeks, Qiu Shengxing forced herself out of bed. Her younger siblings were still sleeping. Not wanting to disturb them, she quickly left the mud hut. Time to earn money. With a tense heart, Qiu Shengxing arrived at the mission room in the middle safety zone. She had spent all her money. She had to earn enough in the next day or two to support their living needs. That mysterious senior was kind to her, but she couldn't just sit around with her mouth open, waiting to be fed, right? To cling to him like a parasite? Just the thought made Qiu Shengxing feel disgusted with herself. No. Senior has already helped me too much. I need to grow up fast. With this equipment. She touched the gun in her pocket and walked confidently into the mission room. By morning, the place was already filled with people, each picking suitable tasks. At the counter, Linya looked surprised at Qiu Xingxing, who was tilting her head while picking a mission. Eh? Shengxing, didn't you just earn 30 copper coins? Why are you here today? Oh. Sis Linya, I came to pay this month's rent. She handed over her last 10 copper coins at the counter and touched her empty pockets, smiling a bit awkwardly. The safety zone didn't protect you for free. Even one day of overdue rent, and you'd be kicked out immediately. Qiu Xingxing didn't care about herself, she was afraid her younger siblings would be in danger outside. You paid rent, don't you have money left? Buy some expired buns, you. Linya accepted the money and looked at Qiu Xingxing in confusion. But Qiu Xingxing only shook her head. My younger siblings need new clothes. You. Surviving is hard enough. Why do you go so far? Sis Linya, you don't understand. I just want to give them a better life. Enough talk. Let me see if there's a suitable mission. Her small body turned around, stubbornly staring at the mission wall. Linya could only sigh softly. Suddenly, a mission notice appeared in front of Qiu Xingxing. Mission, explore the Jing'an neighborhood map. Details, to assist the ability users in exploring Jing'an neighborhood, one scavenger is needed to retrieve the original blueprint of the buildings from the Jing'an property office. Reward, 50 copper coins upon return with the map. Huh? They want the blueprint for Jing'an neighborhood? I know that place well. Eagerly taking down the mission paper, Qiu Xingxing felt like luck was on her side. Sis Linya, I'll take this mission. I accept. Waving the paper in her hand, Linya glanced at it and looked surprised. This mission seemed to be a personal post, it hadn't been there yesterday. Only this morning did the client's money and mission appear at the counter, and then the task was posted. What a coincidence. Is heaven watching over Shengsheng? Not thinking too much, Linya gave her a thumbs up. Be careful out there. With a sweet smile, Qiu Xingxing walked out of the mission room, heading straight out of the mine black market. Morning sunlight shone through the window onto Du Ziren's face. He felt a vibration in his chest and suddenly sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes. Huh? The scent of snowdrop lingered in the air. To his surprise, he seemed to have some sensation in his thighs. Maybe if he got lucky like that night again, he might actually get up from bed. His phone kept vibrating. When Du Ziren picked it up, the dark screen lit up with a bold message. Your apocalypse survival character has accepted a new mission. Find the Jing'an neighborhood blueprint. Mission reward, Qiu Xingxing happiness +2, copper coins +50. My Xingxing took a mission again? That's great. Higher happiness must mean more game content. Rubbing his eyes and propping up the phone, Du Ziren launched the apocalypse survival game. Slumped on the bed like a lazy shut-in, after watching Qiu Xingxing live well last night, Du Ziren had actually slept great too. Now he was full of energy. On the screen, the girl was walking alone in the snowy wilderness. From time to time, Du Ziren opened the mission tab, but the more he read it, the more off it felt. How should he put it? This mission just happened to appear exactly when Qiu Xingxing needed it. And it was tailored like it was made just for her. Did the luck effect of the newbie set get triggered? But it doesn't add up. This mission says it's to help ability users get a map? Isn't that a bit suspicious? Can't ability users find it themselves? Frowning, Du Ziren stared hard at his screen. He wasn't afraid Qiu Xingxing would run into trouble. After all, he was her strongest cheat code. White snowflakes fell on her face. Qiu Xingxing blew warm breath into her hands. She looked at the distant Jing'an neighborhood gate, a trace of joy flashing across her face. Swish swish swish. From the thick snow came faint sounds, and a few snow piles trembled. Huh? Am I imagining things? A trace of doubt flickered in her eyes as she stood still. Suspicious activity detected. Please choose how to respond. Just then, Du Ziren's phone chimed with a prompt. Option, proceed as normal and draw the military dagger. Option, step back and draw the military dagger. Another life or death decision appeared, like those that trigger a death CG. Du Ziren hesitated only briefly before choosing the second option. His instincts told him, something was off about this mission. After tapping, step back and draw dagger, Qiu Xingxing, who had been frozen in the snow, was suddenly nudged backward, stumbling a few steps, and the dagger in her arms dropped right into her hand. Huh? Senior? Did you just tell me to step back? Could it be? Already used to this kind of sudden touch, Qiu Xingxing held her dagger tightly and backed up quickly through the snow. Swish swish swish. The next second, a large rope net suddenly sprang out from the snow, aimed right at where Qiu Xingxing had just been standing. The heavy net slammed onto the snow, it missed. Immediately after, more than a dozen young men burst out from beneath the thick snow, all wearing black down jackets with a viper emblem on their chests. Well now? She actually dodged it? Damn. Didn't think this little thing would react so fast. Missed or not, a bunch of us handling one little girl? Easy job. A few of them dragged the net aside with a rustle, while the others sneered and closed in on Qiu Xingxing. You're from the Viper mercenary group? What do you want from me? Her face pale from the cold, Qiu Xingxing was full of shock. She didn't understand. She was just a lowly scavenger, why would a whole merc group be targeting her? Playing dumb? Playing your damn mother. Don't think we don't know you smuggled good stuff back to the safe zone. Tell us, where's the rest of it? Otherwise, you'll be sorry. One of the young men grinned viciously and pulled a small knife from his belt. He looked up and down at Qiu Xingxing, who was trembling all over. She looked like she'd never even seen blood, like a caged rabbit, easy to kill. So skinny, not even fun to play with. Hurry up and talk, or Big Bro here's gonna put a few slices across your pretty face. The man waved the knife threateningly. Qiu Xingxing kept backing away, her face as white as paper. Even if she was slow, she understood now. It was that woman's sister Xia who checked her wound, she had sold her out. The bottle of mineral water she gave as a bribe must have been shown to her lover Wu Hai. Wu Hai was the former boss of the Viper mercenary group, and his brother was the current leader. It wasn't hard to guess what kind of twisted deals were going on. I don't have anything left. That stuff, it was all. Her voice choked. Qiu Xingxing didn't want to sell out senior, but couldn't explain clearly either. Nothing left? Lying to your fucking mother? The man cursed and lunged at her with the knife, aiming for her face. Qiu Xingxing trembled, but thanks to her past run-in with a mutated zombie, she didn't freeze in shock. Her instincts kicked in, and she slashed out with the dagger hidden in her hand. Blades clashed. A spark flew as the military dagger sliced through the enemy's knife like butter, and with a thwack, cut a deep gash in the man's stomach. In an instant, the man who had just been all smug froze, staring in disbelief at the blood spurting from his belly. You. He opened his mouth, clearly wanting to say more, but before the shock had even left his face, thud, he collapsed. Blood soaked the snow, a thick metallic smell filling the air. The others, who had been watching like it was a show, were stunned. She killed Guzi? She actually dared to fight back? You bitch! After a brief moment of shock, the remaining men snapped back, each pulling knives from their belts. Cold blades gleamed as they closed in on Qiu Xingxing in a circle. Surrounded, Qiu Xingxing was naturally afraid, her body trembling again. After all, she was still a newcomer. Facing an armed gang alone, it was impossible not to fear. But she also understood that once targeted by a merc group, nothing she said would matter. In the apocalypse, it was a world of zombies eating humans, and humans eating each other. If she died outside the mine black market, who would care? This whole mission today had been a trap to lure her out. Just to avoid breaking the safe zone's rules. At this point, whether she had food or not, she was sure to be tortured by the Viper mercenary group. I can't die. I must survive. I still have my younger siblings, and my senior. She gripped the dagger tightly. Whoosh, a cold wind came from behind. A man swung a knife horizontally at the back of her head. Tap the flashing button on screen to help Qiu Xingxing avoid the attack. At that moment, on the other side of the screen, dozens of attack cues popped up on Du Ziren's phone. Oh? Reaction test, huh? Easy. Both thumbs flew over the flashing indicators. Next, Qiu Xingxing, who had been frozen in place, suddenly moved like a dancing serpent. Her legs bent at impossible angles, and she fell backward. As dozens of blades slashed through the air, she dodged them all, then suddenly flung her dagger, burying it in an attacker's forehead. The man stared blankly at her, then fell straight to the ground. What the hell? What kind of moves are these? Is this a fucking action movie? Unbelievable. Totally unbelievable. The ring of men were all dumbfounded. What kind of reflexes let you dodge that many attacks, and counter with a kill? Fuck. Don't just stand there. Attack. No matter how good she is, she can't fight off a dozen of us. Do it. One man, eyes red with rage, raised his knife to stab. The others followed, their blades raised high. Aim at the enemy's head and shoot quickly to help Qiu Xingxing escape death. Just as the blades hovered midair, their silver gleam reflecting on Qiu Xingxing's pale face. On this side, Du Ziren's screen froze on that scene. Dozens of red targeting dots appeared over the heads of the surrounding men. It looked just like those survival prompts in Tomb Raider when Lara Croft was in danger. Du Ziren smirked and, adjusting the angle, furiously tapped the red zones during the brief reaction window. Heh. Nice timing. Even stole Lara's mechanics, huh? Bang bang bang. As he tapped each red mark, Qiu Xingxing raised her gun. Senior? Feeling her body move in ways she never could on her own, Qiu Xingxing gave up control and focused on watching. Draw gun, load, aim. In one smooth motion. In the blink of an eye. Bang. 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 Gunshots rang out in quick succession, and the dozen fierce men in front of her all had blood explode from their heads. Their vicious faces still twisted in hate, but perfect bullet holes now pierced the center of each forehead. Next moment, the men who had been surrounding her all collapsed with loud thuds. Blood pooled across the snow. In the center stood the girl with the gun, covered in blood, but completely unscathed. Cold wind blew as Qiu Xingxing stood alone in the snow, calmly looking around. In the distance, a few Viper mercenary group members who had been retrieving the net were now completely stunned. Holy shit! What kind of gun god is that? Her shooting is so fast. Damn it! She must have trained in some firearms unit or something. No way! Who even trains shooters these days? Where the hell did she get a gun? Boss! She has a gun! Chaos broke out. The remaining mercenaries, ignoring the net entirely, shouted and ran frantically across the snow. Open fire! Leave no one alive! At that moment, still frozen in place, Qiu Xingxing suddenly heard a prompt in her ear. Senior? Hearing that familiar voice, Qiu Xingxing hesitated. She had killed zombies before, but this would be her first time killing a human. If you don't kill him, they'll hold a grudge and come back to kill you. Think of your younger siblings. Another prompt followed. Qiu Xingxing pressed her lips together, then raised her pistol. Bang! 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 Although she had never used a gun before, the moment of control earlier had left her unexpectedly proficient. Though her bullets didn't hit their heads, the fleeing men were still struck in other parts of their bodies. Blood burst out, and they collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Boss, help! Save me! Blood gushed from their wounds. Even if they weren't fatally hit, losing that much blood in freezing snow, they wouldn't last long. Damn it! Damn it! Hidden in a snowy corner, Wu Tao watched everything with a face so dark it looked like it might drip. Unbelievable. Completely unbelievable. Their mercenary group came out with 15 people, 14 strong men and 1 ability user. Wherever they went, they dominated. And today, a little girl had wiped them all out. Is this some kind of joke? Wu Hai. Fuck your mother? This is the nobody you said had no background? She's a fucking gun god. Shit. Shit. Cursing furiously, Wu Tao slowly took out a few silver needles from his coat pocket. He knew now, this grudge wouldn't end here. If he didn't kill this girl, he'd never be able to live it down. I don't believe it. I don't care how good she is, can she beat an ability user? Go! With a sharp flick of his hand, 4 or 5 silver needles flew like beams of light into the snow, gleaming faintly as they shot straight at Qiu Xingxing's chest like arrows in a storm. Huff huff huff. The wind howled, but Qiu Xingxing noticed nothing. On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren had just spent 40 yuan convincing her to kill. He let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a flashing prompt appeared on his screen. Ability-based attack detected. Choose a response. Newbie set luck hidden ability triggered. You don't need to worry about this attack. Oh? The set ability activated? He stared blankly at the screen. Clang clang clang. Next second, there was a metallic clattering sound, 5 shiny silver needles bounced off Qiu Xingxing's chest. Ouch! Qiu Xingxing felt a pressure on her chest and quickly checked her front pocket. A few Desert Eagle bullets now had strange scratches on them. What happened? She stared at the damaged bullets, still confused. But Du Ziren was already laughing. Holy crap! So that's how luck works? All the attacks hit the bullets. That's insane luck. Shit. Shit. Why is she still okay? Why? Du Ziren laughed on one side, Wu Tao nearly lost his mind on the other. All his efforts, and she was standing there like nothing happened? That attack would have crippled most ability users of his level. Why? Why could that woman just brush it off? Damn it. Could she be wearing some limited reinforced bulletproof vest? No. Impossible. I want her dead. Dead? Grinding his teeth, Wu Tao couldn't imagine what backup she had left. He only had the strength of an ability user, level 2, and could only launch 2 attacks per day. This time, I'll aim for her head. I dare you to survive that. Buzz buzz buzz. His pocketed needles began vibrating again. Wu Tao's face turned cold and venomous, staring at Qiu Xingxing like a snake. Ability-based attack detected. Please take appropriate action. At that moment, Du Ziren's phone lit up with another alert. Who the hell is this? Why are NPCs always sneak attacking? Fighting a girl and still using sneak attacks, shameless. He frowned. If there's one thing Du Ziren hated in games, it was archers who hid in the back and sniped. Now, this invisible archer was really annoying him. He quickly bought 2 loudspeakers, pressed the voice button, and said, Qiu Xingxing, get down. After the first loudspeaker finished, he used the second. This time, Du Ziren changed the loudspeaker's setting from to Qiu Shengxing only to everyone. And just like that, his warning echoed throughout the game world. You coward shooting from behind. Get the hell out here. Just as the first loudspeaker rang, Qiu Shengxing, still confused, instinctively dropped to the snow. She had no idea what was going on, but down she went, like a clueless fawn. Several silver needles whizzed over her head. She buried her face in the snow and didn't move. Whatever Senior says, I do. Senior must be protecting me. Face buried in the snow, her thoughts ran quietly. Little did she know. The next second, the whole world roared with thunder. You sneaky bastard in the shadows, get out here. The sound exploded like a shout from the deepest abyss. Senior? Her face buried in the snow turned red, her ears burning. It was the first time she had ever felt someone stand up for her like this, such pampering. Her small body trembled with a strange emotion. What the hell? Who the hell is that? Elsewhere, Wu Tao was completely stunned. Eyes wide, he frantically looked around, trying to locate the voice. But no matter how hard he looked, there was no one in sight. It's over. It's over. Who told me this girl had no one behind her? Wu Hai, Ding Chuanxia, fuck you both. Get out. Get out. The thunderous roar echoed through the world. At that moment, Wu Tao was so furious he could kill his own brother. Was this someone coming to rob the robbers? Were they tired of living? Looking for death? Oh my god. The person behind that little girl must at least be a high-level sound-type ability user, right? The pressure from that voice. His scalp started to tingle. Wu Tao had been crawling through the apocalypse for over 10 years, he knew exactly what kind of world this was. There were no morals in the apocalypse, only killing. And now, if he so much as made a move, that big shot would definitely kill him instantly. Guaranteed. He hasn't found me yet. As long as I wait for that girl to leave on her own, I'll leave Wannan City right away. Fuck. I kicked a steel plate this time. No, before I go, I'm gonna beat the crap out of my brother and sister-in-law. Lying flat in the snow, Wu Tao had completely lost interest in Qiu Shengxing's supplies. Right now, he just wanted to survive. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Snow had already covered his whole body, his teeth chattering from the cold. He didn't dare move at all, huddled in the snow like a dead body. Senior? Senior, can I move now? On the other side, Qiu Shengxing was still lying on the snowy ground, timidly asking. Don't move. Only a cold voice responded, and Qiu Shengxing shrank her neck, not daring to ask again. On the other end of the screen, Du Ziren didn't look pleased. He'd played this game for a while now, but he wasn't sure if the character would respawn after death. So he didn't dare let Qiu Shengxing move, he was terrified this cute little girl might get killed by some ability attack. That guy still won't show himself, just a damn threat. So annoying. Is there any terrain-changing item? Or maybe an AoE skill? On screen, a warning stayed above Qiu Shengxing's head, indicating nearby danger. Ding dong. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared. Your game character has been in a dangerous state for an extended time. Given the circumstances, you may choose one of two options. 1. Take a risk, but if your character dies, you must start over with a new one. 2. Buy the deluxe newbie survival gift pack to randomly unlock a one-time protection skill. Scammy game. Here we go again. Staring at the pop-up, Du Ziren didn't hesitate and picked option 2. Are you kidding? Shengxing is so cute, let her take a risk? Are you even human? Bring it on. Pay to win. Let's see what your survival gift pack has. After pressing option 2, a tacky ad popped up on the screen. Still worried about your in-game character? Afraid your hard-trained avatar will suddenly die? No worries. Just 648 yuan. Just 648. You won't regret it, you won't be fooled. 648, take home ultra premium skills. Trash game. If it weren't for Shengxing. Slamming the recharge button, another bank warning popped up, and then, a gold skill icon appeared at the top left of the screen. Inside the icon, a stream of skill previews began to flash. Superpower tier, Burning Sky. Exalted tier, Frozen Sea. Awakened tier, Lion's Roar. One luxurious skill after another flickered by, clearly about to select randomly. I remember, the best skill tier in this game is called Exalted, right? Come on. Let's hit a legendary gold. Buzz. His big hand slapped the flashing icon, which slowly slowed down and finally landed on a blue glowing skill. Awakened tier, Spatial ability, Dimensional Slash. Dimensional Slash, swipe your finger across the screen, the traced area will be struck by multiple space blades. Mountains cleaved, seas split. Immense power. Damn. Awakened tier? That's all I get? He looked at Dimensional Slash in disappointment, but what annoyed him most was that the skill just stayed on screen. Below it, a charge, one label appeared. What did it mean? It meant Dimensional Slash was now a permanent skill slot, and for 648 yuan, he could use it once. Yep. That's how shady it was. Duziren had only seen this kind of monetization in low-grade mobile game ads, absolute pay-to-win. 648 yuan down the drain, huh? Damn game devs. Grumbling, Duziren still looked back at his phone screen. He bought a loudspeaker, something he used to mock, and shouted in the public game chat. Last chance. Get out here, or you're dead. It was aimed at the invisible archer. You never know? Maybe the guy would lose his nerve and show up? 20 yuan to make 648 yuan worth it, what a deal. But, even after the thunderous voice echoed again, the white snowy field remained empty. Trying to lure me out? Not happening. As long as you can't find me, what can you do? It's clear, that girl's backup is at most an ability user. If he were a superpowered user, he would have acted already. I'm not coming out. Not coming out. Curled up under the snow, Wu Tao sat firm like a turtle in its shell. He didn't expect. Another roar exploded. Damn it. You're the one who's worth this, you forced me. Wasted my 648. 648? What's that supposed to mean? Still confused. All around, sky, ground, countless snowflakes began to tremble and distort strangely. Crack crack crack. Centered on Qiu Xingxing, the surrounding air began to buzz. Black cracks suddenly tore through the air, as if something was about to emerge from the void. Holy fuck. Spatial ability? Under the snow, Wu Tao was stunned. Spatial abilities were 1 in a million. This is a skill of an awakened? The black rips expanded wider and wider, and then countless white vortex-like blades, invisible to the naked eye, fired in all directions indiscriminately. Boom boom boom. Where the space blades passed, the snow vanished instantly, the ground beneath scraped into deep grooves several centimeters thick. You couldn't see anything, yet everything was visible. The snowy world around Qiu Xingxing was obliterated in an instant, turned into a churned-up, blackened battlefield. The invisible space blades kept spreading, even the Jing'an neighborhood gate in the distance exploded into dust with a bang. It was like the world was ending. Under the snow, Wu Tao couldn't stay still anymore. What the hell? An awakened tier space ability user? Wu Hai, fuck you! Thump. Just as he burst out of the snow, barely running a few steps. His body felt like something had sliced through it, and by his next step, his whole body cracked apart like wires had cut through it, turning into chunks of meat that crashed to the ground. Swish swish swish. I'm swishing. On the phone screen, Duziren kept sliding the game interface. With his swipes, countless invisible white space blades scattered on the snow, firing grooves everywhere. Finally. Thunk. Under a patch of snow, a burst of snow exploded, and Wu Tao was cut into pieces of flesh all over the ground. Qiu Xingxing's crisis has been resolved. Detected that you have spent more than 1,000 yuan, meeting the condition to open the lucky wheel. The lucky wheel is open, you can click the icon in the lower right of the screen to view the lucky wheel. With the game pop-up reminder, a colored wheel icon lit up in the lower right corner of the screen. Duziren didn't even bother with it, and kept sliding on the screen for a while before stopping. As if 648 yuan for a few special effects, if he didn't swipe a lot, would that be fair to his 648? Look at the damage. This 648 is not bad. Alright, crisis resolved, now collect the loot. He tapped on Qiu Xingxing still standing in the snow. Yeah. On the other side, Qiu Xingxing's butt went numb, and she immediately crawled out of the snow. Senior. She stomped her foot, her face both shy and red. But when she saw the surrounding black earth overturned, ground with soil grooves and pieces of flesh, she couldn't speak. Terrifying. Simply too terrifying. Just now she had also felt the senior unleash his ability. But how could she have guessed that in such a short time, the entire snowy ground would vanish? The ground is all marks from blade scraping. The air is still vibrating. Could this be the legendary space blades? Senior. Really amazing. Staring blankly at the scene before her, Qiu Xingxing felt a tingle along her back again. She immediately understood, following the pushback feeling along her back, and walked toward a place where heaps of flesh were piled. Although most of the Viper mercenary group were ordinary people, they were at least well equipped and had solid experience fighting zombies. So generally, these people had some belongings on them. Searching among the overturned ground and flesh, Qiu Xingxing found 5 boxes of wafer cookies, 1 bottle of relatively pure iron pot bottled water, 1 small bag of pre-made mixed dried meat, and 2 cigarettes. These things didn't look like much. But you have to know, it had been decades in the apocalypse. Those 2 cigarettes alone, if sold, would be worth 40 copper coins. Heave heave. Constantly wiping the bloodstains off the items, Qiu Xingxing shoved everything into her coat pockets in one go. Until, her combat uniform was bulging, looking extremely inconvenient for moving. What should I do now? Their daggers are worth quite a bit too. I don't think I can carry them all. Her small body stood dumbly beside the corpse, her delicate brows knotted like a small embroidered ball. Qiu Xingxing found it hard to let go. Detected your apocalypse survival character is collecting supplies? Detected, your apocalypse survival character's storage space is insufficient. Do you want to spend 100 yuan RMB to open one storage slot? Suddenly. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren's vision went dark. Again. I knew this fucking game style. Open it. Directly open 3 slots. How can I let my Shengxing carry heavy loads? Open. He aggressively tapped the locked inventory icons at the bottom of the screen. After tapping 3, a purchase prompt popped up. Do you want to spend 700 yuan to open 3 storage slots? What? 700? No, what kind of fraudulent cost is this? Looking at the charge reminder, Du Ziren's mouth twitched. As if knowing he doubted the cost, a line of explanation popped up beside the inventory. Opening the first inventory slot costs 100 yuan, the second 200 yuan, the third 400 yuan, and so on. Holy shit. Alright. You money trap game. Paid. Gritting his teeth, Du Ziren clicked pay, and another payment warning message popped up in his phone. He was already numb from seeing them. However, thinking about Qiu Xingxing, thinking about her smiling face, he felt it was worth it. Internet-addicted teenager? No. Spending money on his electronic wife was only right. Clack clack clack. As the 3 inventory slots unlocked, Du Ziren clicked on the items in Qiu Xingxing's hands. Asterisk wafer cookies 5 took 1 slot, asterisk iron pot bottled water 1 took another. Only those 2 cigarettes and the small bag of pre-made dried meat were hidden by Qiu Xingxing in her arms. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly a light feeling in her arms, Qiu Xingxing also looked at her chest in surprise. Huh? Where are my cookies and water? The little girl clearly had never gotten so much food before. Half of the supplies in her arms disappeared at once, and she became anxious, spinning around on the spot. Until Du Ziren's next loudspeaker voice came through. Don't worry. I stored them for you first. So that when you go back this time, the gate guards won't take them. Ah? So it was Senior. Shengxing understands. Thank you, Senior. Senior truly is a top space-type master. I didn't react at all and the items just vanished. Bowing repeatedly toward the empty surroundings, the girl's eyes were full of admiration. This real interaction is really awesome. Feeling moved by Qiu Xingxing's reaction on the screen, Du Ziren tapped again on the blood and bodies on the ground. Immediately, more than 10 shiny silver daggers appeared on the ground. Also, the military dagger previously stuck in a man's forehead also appeared on the ground. Senior, do you want me to collect these? Step. On the muddy ground, Qiu Xingxing nimbly collected the loot. By the time her arms were full of daggers, 14 daggers again buzzed and disappeared, occupying the last inventory slot as asterisk dagger 14. Thank you, Senior. The girl's sweet smile reached through the screen, and Du Ziren's mouth nearly stretched to his ears. Hee. Shengxing is cute. Right? Oh, I forgot, there's that sneak attack little boss. He tapped the freshly exploded corpse in the distance. Within the broken pieces of the body, after strange tremors, there were no daggers or food dropped. But, as the skull continued to peel away from the flesh, a crystal core gleaming with metallic luster slowly rolled out of the blood and meat. Wu Tao's ability crystal core had been exposed. Ability crystal core, magnetic energy, rank 2. The screen showed the crystal core attributes. On Qiu Xingxing's side, she repeatedly looked at the wriggling pieces of flesh, then quickly walked up and picked the crystal core from the blood and meat. She wiped the crystal core shiny using her combat uniform. Then, without any hesitation, she held the crystal core with both hands and threw it toward the empty void. Senior. Please, Senior, accept this crystal core. Almost without a bit of selfishness, Qiu Xingxing immediately raised the crystal core high into the air. She was very clear, for Senior, this crystal core was the only thing on her that could attract Senior's attention. Although, at Senior's level, he might not even care to glance at this crystal core. Your apocalypse survival character has delivered a second gift to you. Do you accept? Yes/no. On the phone screen, an interaction prompt appeared again. Du Ziren looked at the shining crystal core and hesitated for a long time. I mean, Can this crystal core be used to awaken Qiuxingxing's ability? Last time, didn't I get an offline peripheral core? And it's boring if I just keep it too. Besides, this one doesn't even look good. He tried clicking the crystal core to push it back into Qiuxingxing's arms. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a line of warning words popped up on the game interface. Detected that the current crystal core's quality is too trash. If forcefully given to Qiuxingxing, her awakened ability strength will be greatly reduced. Do you want to force Qiuxingxing to use this crystal core? Ah? Influence character late-stage growth, huh? Then forget it. Forget it. He hurriedly clicked yes, not daring to randomly give Qiuxingxing the crystal core. Who plays a game and randomly taps the skill tree in the early stage, affecting the character's late-stage growth? Buzz. The metallic crystal core that Qiuxingxing was holding up with both hands instantly distorted and disappeared. Senior accepted it? In the scene, Qiuxingxing's face lit up with joy, a sincere smile appearing on her face. She wiped the blood off her hands, but when her eyes looked at Wu Tao's corpse, she unintentionally showed a trace of envy. An ability user was truly worlds apart from ordinary people. Who wouldn't envy an ability user? Damn it. No matter how hard things are, I can't let the kids suffer. Where can I get a good crystal core? On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren keenly sensed the envy in Qiuxingxing's eyes. That feeling was like a little princess watching another girl with new clothes while she had none, a trace of disappointment mixed with being considerate, making it all the more heartbreaking. No. If others have it, our Shengxing can't be left behind either. At the thought of Qiuxingxing's helplessness facing an ability user, Du Ziren couldn't wait to make Qiuxingxing become an ability user immediately. Detected, your apocalypse survival character's urgent desire to become an ability user. Recommended you use the Lucky Big Wheel. The wheel pool is rich and has a chance to drop legendary abilities. A chance? Looking at the game's new pop-up, Du Ziren's eyes widened. Prize pool setting, has a chance. Wasn't that the usual money-grabbing trick for mobile games? For Shengxing. Recharge. In the end, he tapped the Lucky Big Wheel in the corner. After entering, the large wheel showed nearly more than 40 different items or crystal cores. Among them, only 2 were gold quality, 4 were purple, 8 blue, 10 green, and 18 white. At the center of the wheel, there was even a current luck percentage setting. Yeah. Looking at this interface, Du Ziren couldn't help but think of a certain famous game's prize wheel. After opening the luck percentage setting, Du Ziren found that this game was even more money-grabbing than that famous one. Lucky Big Wheel, single pull costs 128,999 for 10 pulls with discount, 10 pulls guarantee at least purple-blue quality items. Each pull adds +1 to your luck. When luck reaches 365, you are guaranteed a gold quality item. What? So basically, if my luck is bad, I'd have to spend over 30,000 to get just one gold crystal core? Holy shit. You make more money than that famous game too. Staring fixedly at the big flashing wheel, Du Ziren squinted. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, on the game screen, Qiuxingxing walked sadly into the distant snowfield. Du Ziren glanced once, his heart ached. Right then, in a fury for his beloved, his finger tapped 10 pull. Your bank card ending in 0304 charged 999 yuan? The colorful wheel began to spin. Congratulations. This draw 1, loudspeaker, white, 9, dimensional blade, blue, 1. Your dimensional blade, skill charge +1. Current luck value 10. What? 999 and that's it? Again. Congratulations. This draw 1, loudspeaker, white, 8, dimensional blade, blue, 2. Your luck value charge is now 20. Again. Congratulations. Again. Again. Like being possessed. You can never understand the obsession a gamer has for top-tier items. Warning, your daily recharge has reached 30,000. Our bank reminds you, do not participate in online gambling. A bank text even came through the phone. Du Ziren's face darkened as he bitterly tapped the final 10 pull button. Last time. If still no gold, I'll have Dr. Lu help me pull. His mind was full of the desire to give Qiuxingxing the best. Du Ziren never thought of stopping, he only doubted his luck. Finally, when his luck value reached over 300, this 10 pull at last landed on a gold prize. Congratulations. This draw 1, bottled water, white, 3, honey jerky, white, 6, rare crystal core, ability immortal unyielding, gold, 1. Your luck value 323 points have been cleared. My god. Seeing the finally appearing gold crystal core, Du Ziren collapsed on the bed, drained, and sighed deeply. So it really is? This is a money trap game. After cursing the game developers again, Du Ziren opened the game warehouse. At this moment, the warehouse was already packed with drawn items. Just the loudspeaker, 20 each, numbered over 100, fulfilling Du Ziren's short-term freedom of dialogue. Remaining, over 50 bottled water, more than 10 packs of honey jerky, 12 charges of dimensional blade, over 10 blue crystal cores? Among the dazzling items, Du Ziren stared fixedly at the only gold-glowing crystal core. Then, he, almost without hesitation, clicked on this gold crystal core and then, directly sent it to Qiu Xingxing, who was still walking in the snowy field. A strange warmth suddenly came from her chest. Qiu Xingxing, who was still walking in the snow, was startled. Huh? Her little hand reached into her chest, and she suddenly felt a scorching golden crystal core. This golden crystal core had a strange appearance. It wasn't like other crystal cores that were oval, it was shaped like a small humanoid. Inside the crystal core, golden lines flowed like liquid sand, clearly high class. What is this? Holding the crystal core, Qiu Xingxing was completely dumbfounded. Even if she were silly, she knew what this crystal core meant. Say, Senior, is this given to me by you? Her mouth opened wide, and Qiu Xingxing felt like her brain was about to shut down. A moment ago, she was lamenting that she wasn't an ability user. The next moment, Senior sent her a crystal core she had never seen. What kind of favor was this? Senior? This thing is too precious. I can't take it. Holding the crystal core up in panic, Qiu Xingxing knew that even if she sold herself, it probably wouldn't be worth a fraction of this crystal core. She was so fearful she didn't dare accept this crystal core. It's given to you, just use it. The stern yet young and easygoing voice sounded in her ear. But this time, Senior's voice sounded a little tired, as if hollowed out. Senior, my worthless life isn't worthy of this. I said. If I want you to use it, then use it. Before Qiu Xingxing could explain, the crystal core slipped again from her hands and fell into her arms. Senior. Qiu Xingxing's eyes reddened. Even from childhood, her father and mother had never been this good to her. How can I repay you? Even if I sold myself, I couldn't repay your kindness. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The crystal core in her arms emitted heat, and tears streamed down the girl's face. Didn't you say that if you ever meet me again, you'd go all out for me? That sentence alone is enough. The calm voice came again. Qiu Xingxing's little face stiffened, then she nodded vigorously. Xingxing swears by her life, Xingxing's life is Senior's. Whatever Senior wants Xingxing to do, I can do it. Do anything? On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren had spent so many loudspeakers, and his expression had been a bit pained. Suddenly hearing that sentence, the corner of his mouth twisted. Then if that's the case. If I make you do my homework. Thinking of that, Du Ziren laughed. He couldn't imagine what expression this resolute girl would make when seeing equations. Ha 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 ha. His laughter reached Qiu Xingxing's ears on the other side. Huh? Senior? Senior, are you happy? Looking around blankly, the laughter suddenly stopped. Yeah, just seeing you makes me happy every day. Huh? Her face turned bright red in an instant. Qiu Xingxing was really not sure, was Senior saying sweet things to her or teasing her? Senior? I? Her body tipped toward the distant Jing'an neighborhood, and another prompt sounded in her ear. Use this crystal core first. Don't waste time. I understand. She nodded and, following the pushback force, ran into the neighborhood. 1 hour later. In a dusty, cramped, dark first-floor room. Qiu Xingxing was cleaning dirt from the bathtub in the bathroom. She opened the window to the outside and began letting large snowflakes fall into the tub. In the apocalypse, water was precious. Most people used crystal cores to awaken abilities by collecting snow water first. After the snow melted, they would grind the crystal core and put it in the snow water, then soak their body to absorb it. Although snow water was highly polluted, what choice did ordinary people have? Splash splash. As she brushed the snowflakes, Qiu Xingxing's little hands turned slightly red from the cold. Suddenly, a reprimand exploded in her ear again. Are you trying to use snow water to soak and absorb the crystal core? Senior, is that not allowed? You're using snow water with a golden crystal core? That's wasting it. If you're going to use it, use the best. Use bottled water. The stern voice sounded, and Qiu Xingxing's expression became troubled. She was about to say she didn't have that much bottled water. Buzz buzz buzz. In the corner of the small bathroom, nearly 30 bottles of bottled water instantly fell. This is too extravagant, right? Her small mouth opened wide. Qiu Xingxing could hardly believe it. This was the apocalypse. Who was so luxurious as to use bottled water for bathing? Only someone like Senior, a high-level expert, could use such lavish supplies, right? Senior? I? Her expression became shy again. Duziren seemed to have anticipated her embarrassment and calmly urged again. Don't think it's wasteful. Using snow water with such a good crystal core would be wasteful. Quick, clean the bathtub and add water. I understand. I understand. Hurriedly, after dumping out the snow bits, Qiu Xingxing, with a painfully regretful look, opened 30 bottles of bottled water and poured them into the bathtub. With each bottle of bottled water she opened, she mumbled sulkily. I owe Senior, I must repay with my whole life. Only by saying this could she feel justified in using the water. Splash. Soon, the tub was filled with clear water. In the clear water, Qiu Xingxing's reddened little face was reflected. Weakly, she took out the golden crystal core from her arms. She tried to grind down the surface of the crystal core with the military dagger. Clang, but the surface of the golden crystal core didn't get a single scratch. Huh? What do I do now? Having never seen anyone awaken an ability before, Qiu Xingxing held the crystal core in confusion. Your apocalypse survival character can't grind the crystal core. Please help her grind the core. On the phone screen, Duziren suddenly saw a palm-sized button appear in front of Qiu Xingxing's little hands. Touch the area covered by the palm to assist Qiu Xingxing. Is this some kind of affection interaction? He tried sliding his finger on Qiu Xingxing's hands. Suddenly, a panic sound came from the other side of the screen. Qiu Xingxing felt a large hand grasp her small hand in an instant. Those hands were unfamiliar, yet very warm. Say, Senior. Red clouds scattered across her neck. Qiu Xingxing let her little hand be held as she began breaking the surface of the golden crystal core with the dagger, one chop at a time. Golden sand-like crystal fragments fell into the pool. Qiu Xingxing's face turned redder and redder. She wondered, if I soak to absorb it later, will Senior see it too? The girl's face flushed, as if white smoke might rise from her head. On the other side of the phone screen, Duziren kept rubbing the screen, his expression increasingly strange. This hand feels kind of smooth. Oh no! Could it be my ALS is acting up again? The fragmented crystal core powder fell into the pool, as if throwing burning embers into the water. The calm surface instantly produced a large number of rising steam bubbles, and the mist quickly swept through the room. Originally, Duziren was still worried about how cold water could absorb the crystal core. Now it seems that using a bath method to absorb the crystal core really makes sense. The crystal core can heat the water temperature, and the high temperature can stimulate the pores to open and absorb. Compared to swallowing, soaking in crystal core water can indeed better assimilate the power of the crystal core. After the whole crystal core completely turned into golden powder and dissipated, the pool in front of him looked like a golden medicinal bath, emitting terrifying heat. Qiu Xingxing stood in front of the pool, her face repeatedly turning rosy from the steam, and finally she gritted her teeth and slowly took off her outer clothes. Her small fists were tightly clenched, and she self-mocked in a voice only she could hear. Qiu Xingxing, what are you imagining? Is the Senior the type to covet your body? Look at how skinny you've become. The Senior is kindly helping you, what is there to be embarrassed about? Even if the Senior really wanted to see. Then, after removing her military combat suit, the black underwear accentuated Qiu Xingxing's almost perfect curves. After this layer of underwear was taken off, Qiu Xingxing's long hair, wet from the mist, fell over her chest, revealing delicate but pink shoulders. She covered her chest with both hands, her snow-white back wet from the mist, so pink it looked like a peach about to drip with juice. So white? With such a nice back, wouldn't it be a pity not to do gua sha? On the other end of the phone screen, Duziren stared at the screen with a pig-like grin. Invincible. The body of a two-dimensional wife was simply invincible. It was just a pity? Because the mist of the golden crystal core obscured most of the screen, he could only see Qiu Xingxing's snowy back. Splash. Her long lotus legs fell into the water, and Qiu Xingxing immediately submerged in the pool, only leaving a wet head visible. Her entire face was bright red, constantly looking downward, not daring to raise her eyes to look around. The golden water continuously burst open. Visible to the naked eye, the golden in the water surged toward Qiu Xingxing, the color of the golden water constantly fading. The crystal core powder was being absorbed by Qiu Xingxing's pores. As long as all the golden water was absorbed, maybe Qiu Xingxing could awaken that immortal and indestructible ability. In the rippling water, Qiu Xingxing's little face gradually showed a painful expression. Her skin began to turn bright red, but she bit her lip tightly, saying nothing. Detected your doomsday survival character blockage in absorbing the crystal core. Please touch the screen to start kneading Qiu Xingxing's acupoints in sequence to promote crystal core absorption. Back area, neck and shoulders, both arms, both legs. Suddenly, On the game interface, small light dots kept flashing on Qiu Xingxing's body in the mist. Is there still a hidden bonus? His finger kept tapping the light dots on the screen. Du Ziren's expression was sometimes excited, sometimes dazed. No, no. This feeling, how does this feeling feel like actually touching something? Hiss. And also, looking at the faint wet marks on his finger, Du Ziren suspected that maybe the phone had become wet from his touching. But, at the same time, Qiu Xingxing, who was still biting her teeth to endure, suddenly felt a tingling on her back, and her whole body trembled as if struck by lightning. She felt it, there were fingers continuously tapping on the places of her body that hurt and ached. Back, shoulders, neck, thighs. Those hands kept moving on her body. She felt unprecedented comfort, but her face turned so red it looked like it would bleed. At this moment, she was lost between pleasure and shame. Senior. Senior is just helping. Qiu Xingxing, stop imagining things. Burying her head in the water, Qiu Xingxing's body trembled, splashing up waves. Your Doomsday Survival Character Happiness +1. Your Doomsday Survival Character Happiness +1. Continuously clicking the screen, Du Ziren just found it very interesting. Even though the wet feeling on his hand was hard to explain, every time he tapped Qiu Xingxing, she would bury her head in the water and tremble all over. This real human interactive reaction made Du Ziren unable to put it down. After a while, he finally watched the golden water recede with lingering interest, the screen completely covered by mist. Qiu Xingxing Current Happiness, 20. After a round of acupoint massage plus assistance in awakening the ability, Qiu Xingxing's happiness had suddenly been raised by 10 points. Just as Du Ziren was wondering what this rising happiness value was for. Suddenly, the mist on the screen completely dissipated, and Qiu Xingxing in little bare underwear appeared before him, looking at herself in the pool with surprise. I feel like my body has become much lighter. And also, it seems that my strength has increased. But, why don't I feel like I have any special ability? She stood up from the water, the clear water flowing and washing her snow-white belly and long legs, a scene of spring stirring, making Du Ziren on the phone sniffle warmly, nearly bleeding from the nose. Oh. So this is the benefit of increasing happiness. Top. Truly top. Watching Qiu Xingxing put on the combat uniform, and somewhat annoyed as he looked at the now clear pool water, Du Ziren was also a bit curious. Could it be? After absorbing the 3 crystal cores he had spent money on, Qiu Xingxing still hadn't awakened her ability? He tapped on Qiu Xingxing's head, and suddenly the screen lit up. Name, Qiu Xingxing. Identity, Ability User. Ability Level, Ability User Tier 1. Awakened Ability, SSS Rank Immortal and Indestructible. Ability Immortal and Indestructible, Trait 1, your body has undergone special modification, the zombie virus cannot harm you. Trait 2, your physique will grow infinitely, wounds heal faster, immunity to ability attacks improved. Trait 3, as long as you still have a breath, your body can activate the Immortal and Indestructible Recovery. Age, 19. Height, 175 cm. Weight, 55 kilograms. Measurements, 84.62.86. Body condition, far surpasses ability users. Fullness, 20. Warmth, 65. Happiness, 20. Equipment, military combat suit, white, military dagger, white, desert eagle, white. Items, wafer cookies 5, iron kettle bottled water 1, prepared jerky 1, daggers 14. Mission, find the architectural map of Jing'an community. Hiss, this ability is a bit awesome. No wonder it's SSS rank. Staring fixedly at the description of Immortal and Indestructible, Du Ziren roughly understood the strength of this ability. Its scariest part wasn't how strong it was, but that it could grow infinitely. What does that mean? Given time, Qiu Xingxing's body could grow to the hardness of diamond, with regeneration like instantly regrowing a severed arm. This was simply invincible. Humanoid monsters. Because happiness increased, so Qiu Xingxing's measurements unlocked for me? And also, Qiu Xingxing even grew taller? Hiss, it looks like the goal of giving Qiu Xingxing a good life is getting closer and closer. On this side of the phone screen, Du Ziren kept marveling at the broken power of the ability Immortal and Indestructible. On the other side of the screen, Qiu Xingxing furrowed her brow, her face lifeless as she stared at the pool, wishing she could just dive in and drown. Senior gave me such a precious crystal core. And I didn't awaken any ability. I'm simply. Her small hands clutched tightly onto the wrinkled combat uniform, and what Qiu Xingxing didn't notice was that she had actually squeezed holes into the fiber material with her fingers. You have to know, this stuff can barely be pierced by bullets. Are you spacing out? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in her ear, and Qiu Xingxing dropped to her knees with a thud. Senior. Senior, I'm sorry. I wasted one of your crystal cores. Wasted? How was it wasted? I didn't awaken any ability. I'm just like most people, I got stronger and my body grew a bit, that's all. How about we run an experiment? Seeing Qiu Xingxing so dejected, Du Ziren knew that just explaining how terrifying the SSS-level ability, immortal and indestructible, was probably wouldn't convince her. She might think he was messing with her. A practical field test might explain things better. Huh? Experiment? What kind of experiment? Looking around in confusion, Qiu Xingxing's body began walking uncontrollably toward the window. Whoosh! Cold wind blew in. Outside, snow was still falling. On either side of the residential road, a few shriveled, skinny zombies were exhaling warm breath with hoarse growls. Didn't you need the blueprint for Jing'an community? Now, you are not allowed to use a handgun. Use your dagger to fight your way to the property office and retrieve the blueprint. This is your trial. A deep and mysterious tone rang in her ear, full of boss-like authority. Qiu Xingxing paused for a second, then nodded slightly with hesitation. But senior, we already killed Wu Tao's group. Isn't the blueprint kind of useless now? Useful or not, you can still trade it for 50 copper coins. Why not? Well, that's true. I'm just afraid Wu Hai will try to get revenge for this, but inside the black market mine, he can't make a move. Senior, is this a test of my courage? Even without abilities, as long as I have the right mindset, I can still carve out a path in the apocalypse? I understand now. Senior. Clenching her fists, Qiu Xingxing felt deeply grateful to the senior who had taken care of her all this time and never gave up on her. I definitely won't let senior down. Even if I don't have an ability, I can still serve as your death guard. Thump. She leapt cleanly out the window. Even Qiu Xingxing herself was stunned. Wearing the loose combat uniform, she could still move so swiftly? Could it be, because I grew? Shaking her body curiously, Qiu Xingxing pulled out a military dagger from her chest and tiptoed toward a zombie by the roadside. Her plan was to lure and deal with each zombie one by one, pushing her way to the property area. She was always very aware of her own strength. Even though the crystal core had enhanced her physical attributes, in the apocalypse, if you got bitten by a zombie, even if you were an ability user, you'd eventually turn into a mutant zombie. Tap tap tap. Like a deer, Qiu Xingxing didn't even notice that her tiptoed walking speed was beyond normal. Roar. Roar. Under 2 apartment buildings in the community, a male zombie in a tattered suit was repeatedly crashing into a street lamp. His eyes were already decayed, just blindly smashing into the pole. About 50 meters behind him was an old zombie holding a pet leash. At the end of the leash was a golden retriever zombie with fangs bared. Roar roar. Snowflakes swirled as the 3 zombies lingered on the road, growling one after another. Suddenly. Tap tap tap. Qiu Xingxing crouched like a cat, crept up to the suit-wearing zombie, then quickly stood and slashed. Slash. A flash of cold light at the zombie's neck, and a human head rolled to the ground with a thud thud thud. Roar. The headless corpse collapsed, but what shocked Qiu Xingxing was that the rolling head was still exhaling hot air. It suddenly turned toward her with a sinister grin. Hehehe. Though it couldn't move, that creepy laugh seemed to be a signal. Roar roar. The elderly zombie bared his yellow teeth and let go of the pet leash. Man and dog immediately sprinted toward Qiu Xingxing like sprinters. Ah? Seeing the charging zombies, Qiu Xingxing instinctively flinched. She recalled being chased by 2 zombies in an underground garage and took a few steps back. Step step step. But the moment she stepped back, she noticed something wrong. Too slow. Way too slow. The old zombie and the golden retriever were running at sprinting speed. But in her eyes, they looked like a slow-motion *2 video, jerky and sluggish. I think I can dodge their attacks. Qiu Xingxing didn't know where this instinct came from. Originally retreating, her body suddenly tensed up. Like a tiger going on the hunt, Qiu Xingxing gripped her dagger and crouched her whole body. Awoo. The first to lunge was the golden retriever zombie, its once golden fur now sickly green. With a mouthful of fierce fangs, it leapt at her chest like a monkey, aiming a deadly bite at her neck. Too slow. As the tiger-pounce-like attack came in, Qiu Xingxing squinted. With just a slight sidestep forward, she dodged the lunge, then slashed sideways with her dagger at the passing zombie's head. Slash slash slash. Splashes of blood flew beside her, scattering warm blood through the air. Awoo. Thump. The golden retriever zombie missed its target and hit the ground. Its head was gashed open, gushing blood, and it never got up again. Roar roar. The old zombie, who had been charging behind, seemed to sense something. His sprinting paused as if about to retreat. But Qiu Xingxing had no intention of letting it go. Step step step. With a few soft steps on the snow, her silhouette blurred, and she instantly appeared before the old zombie. Buzz. The cold dagger flashed briefly, the old zombie's head flew off. Puff puff puff. Black blood flowed all over the ground. As the headless body collapsed, Qiu Xingxing stood in front of the three corpses, panting heavily, staring around in disbelief. Did I really kill them? Without the senior's help. I did it myself? She mumbled in shock. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren opened Qiu Xingxing's info panel. Under her ability level, a new line had clearly appeared. Ability level, ability user tier 1, 3 out of 100. Oh? Qiu Xingxing's ability can actually level up by killing zombies? Just now, was that what they call the enhanced state? She's only at level 1 and already this fast. If she becomes an evolver, Qiu Xingxing might turn into a walking tank, huh? Watching Qiu Xingxing's performance in surprise, Du Ziren felt a kind of pride, like a child finally growing up. Not bad. You've made great use of your ability. In the snowy ground, the still confused Qiu Xingxing heard a familiar voice in her ear. Her expression froze, then lit up with joy. Senior. So I really did awaken an ability? What else? Have you ever seen physical enhancements make your perception of enemies slow down? Not really. Then what is my ability, exactly? When the time comes, you'll know. He didn't plan to explain her ability in detail. Du Ziren thought letting Qiu Xingxing gradually discover her power was also a good approach. Go get the blueprint, then come back. Understood. The gloom on her face instantly vanished, and her eyes sparkled with hidden thoughts. With an ability now, maybe I can finally be useful to Senior too? With that thought in mind, Qiu Xingxing smiled and headed toward the Jing'an Community Property Office. Jing'an Community Property Office. The main gate of the property office had long been broken. Inside the dusty lobby, a few zombies dressed in sales uniforms wandered around, growling non-stop. Outside the door, Qiu Xingxing crouched beside the entrance. After quietly observing for a while, her gaze landed on a blueprint of the community posted on the wall. 1, 3, 10. With 10 zombies? I can fight them, but it's just, when that state activates, I get hungry really fast. Growl. Her small belly was already sunken from hunger. Qiu Xingxing didn't understand why she felt so hungry after just killing a few zombies. She clearly ate bread last night? The preserved jerky in her pocket, she didn't want to eat it. She planned to take it back for her younger siblings to taste. Then, if I'm fast enough, I should be able to grab the blueprint and run out, right? Let's try. She picked up a stone near the door and threw it into the corner of the lobby. Bang! In the next moment, the wooden door of the storage room in the corner of the hall was smashed open by the stone. Roar! In an instant, all 10 sales zombies rushed toward the storage room, flailing wildly as if ready to attack. The result, a group of zombies clustered at the door, scratching at the wood non-stop. Roar roar. The scene was a little funny, but Qiu Xingxing didn't dare let her guard down. She stared at the zombies, and when she once again sensed their movement slowing down, she dashed out like an arrow. Step step step. Footprints quickly appeared on the dusty floor of the lobby, heading straight for the wall. Then, tear. As soon as the blueprint was pulled off the wall, more running footsteps echoed. Pant pant pant. By the time Qiu Xingxing reappeared, she was already standing at the entrance of Jing'an Community. The sales zombies hadn't even reacted yet, and Qiu Xingxing was already gone. Growl. Growl. The hunger in her belly grew more intense. Qiu Xingxing tried to push herself to walk back to the black market mine. But, thump, as she took her next step, her whole body trembled and collapsed to the ground. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, and her body temperature dropped. This was a typical sign of low blood sugar. But Qiu Xingxing didn't understand, she just shivered and gritted her teeth. Warning! Warning! Your Doomsday Survival character's satiety value is too low. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren watched in shock as Qiu Xingxing's satiety value plummeted from 30 to -5. So, using abilities consumes satiety? He looked again at Qiu Xingxing's ability level. Ability level, ability user level 1, 10 out of 100. Using the ability also increases the ability level? So this means, as long as Qiu Xingxing has enough food, she can outclass others at the same level. This is the terrifying part of an SSS-ranked ability. He quickly pulled out the honey-glazed jerky he won in a previous draw from the shop inventory, along with a few bottles of mineral water, and sent them over to Qiu Xingxing. He couldn't bear to see her suffer even a little. With overwhelming hunger, Qiu Xingxing felt her entire body sore and weak. She silently swore she'd never use her ability on an empty stomach again. Suddenly, In the freezing snow, a bag of honey-glazed jerky and a bottle of mineral water appeared in front of her, and Qiu Xingxing's face lit up. Senior? Eat. Look at how stingy you are. If you want to eat, then eat. I can afford your siblings' portions too. I can feed your whole family. This. Her face instantly flushed red. Qiu Xingxing felt a kind of bashful embarrassment, like someone had seen right through her, but strangely, she also felt happy. Senior says it like? I'm his woman. He wants to feed me? Feed a death guard? But, it sounds more like, feeding a woman. A woman? If I were Senior's woman, Like a fully ripened apple, Qiu Xingxing's little face turned so red it looked like steam might rise from her hair. What is my dear Xingxing even thinking? Why is she acting like a steam princess all the time? Watching the red-faced, shy girl on the screen, Du Ziren poked her. Your doomsday survival character is caught up in a sweet fantasy, happiness +1. Current happiness, 21. Ha! Du Ziren was stunned. Wait, bro. She's gaining happiness just by fantasizing? What kind of blissful thought is Qiu Xingxing having over there? Through the screen, Du Ziren unwrapped the honey-glazed jerky and mineral water. Sliding the items, he fed each slice of meat to Qiu Xingxing's little mouth. At that moment, due to low blood sugar and total fatigue, Qiu Xingxing lay on the ground like a dead corpse, unable to move a muscle. Senior, is Senior feeding me? Opening her red little mouth, breath steaming forward, Qiu Xingxing watched as the jerky was placed in her mouth piece by piece, and she felt a strange joy like a pampered wife. She wished time would slow down, so she could just keep being fed like this forever. Maybe, next time I'll pretend to faint, just so Senior can feed me again? Damn it. Qiu Xingxing, what's going on in your head all day? Her face turned even redder. Your doomsday survival character is caught up in a sweet fantasy, happiness +1. Current happiness, 22. On this side of the phone screen, Du Ziren looked at his wet finger, full of question marks. Dude, if you're gonna play like this, I might just start spamming. Just as Du Ziren was about to send Qiu Xingxing a few more packs of special recipe jerky to see if he could boost her happiness value again. Qiu Xingxing's satiety value above her head reached 24, and she slowly got up from the ground. Her neck and earlobes were flushed red. Who knows what she had just been thinking to get that excited. Can't think about it anymore, can't think anymore. Qiu Xingxing, you need to know your boundaries with Senior. Work hard, that's what you should be focusing on right now. Only by becoming strong enough will you be worthy of standing beside Senior. Lifting the bottle of mineral water in the snow, Qiu Xingxing drank it in one gulp, then patted her own cheeks. After kowtowing once more in all directions, she pursed her lips and quickly ran off toward the Black Market Mine. Black Market Mine Iron Gate Guard Post. Wu Hai was cuddling with Sister Xia, lounging comfortably in a dirt pit, both hands constantly rubbing the woman's thighs. Keep your hands to yourself. Sister Xia pretended to be shy, slapping Wu Hai's hand, then narrowed her phoenix eyes and drew circles on his chest. So, if we get our hands on this supply stash, how do we split it? Split it? Of course I get the biggest share. 60% for me, 30 for my brother, and 10 for you. You! Wu Hai, you heartless bastard. If it weren't for me, would you even be getting any of this? Listen to yourself. If it weren't for my brother, would you even have that share? His dirty hands reached back up under Sister Xia's thigh. She bit her lip but didn't dare say more. On the surface, she appeared to be Wu Hai's woman to outsiders. But in reality, it wasn't like that. She wasn't Wu Hai's wife. She was just someone Wu Hai picked out from the middle level of the black market mine. Through physical favors, she became his permanent woman and subordinate. It's the apocalypse, after all. To survive, eat, drink, live, Sister Xia had no choice. But if Qiu Xingxing's supplies this time were really that valuable, Sister Xia was sure, tomorrow, she wouldn't be the one frisking people heading out anymore. Most likely, some Sister Mei or Sister Ting would take her place. Knowing Wu Hai, he'd swap out women every day in exchange for supplies. Once I get my hands on those supplies, I'm going to buy a permanent safe spot in the third level of the black market. I'm done serving you. The two clung together, but each had their own thoughts. Huh? What's taking Wu Tao so long? It's just one girl, how has she not come back yet? Frowning, Wu Hai was getting impatient. Just as he was about to pull off Sister Xia's top. Step, step, step. Footsteps echoed from the dark corridor outside the iron gate. Who? Judging by the sound, it didn't seem like a group, it was just one person. Annoyed, Wu Hai poked his head out of the pit. But when he looked out past the gate, his impatient face instantly turned into one of shock. Standing outside, was none other than Qiu Xingxing, looking rosy and full of energy. It had only been 2 or 3 hours, and this woman seemed like a different person, Not only was her complexion better, even her body had matured quite a bit. You're 0929? Chiu Shengsheng? Wu Hai frowned, not believing his eyes. What the hell? 15 big men from the Viper mercenary group went after one defenseless woman, and she managed to return unharmed? Yes. It's me. I've completed my mission. Please open the gate, Gatekeeper Wu. Chiu Shengsheng's face was calm. Looking at Wu Hai now, she no longer had any of the timidness she once did. This outing had stripped away her former softness, replacing it with a cold and resolute edge. What did you call me? Gatekeeper Wu? His brow instantly twisted into a knot. No one had ever addressed him like that, except ability users. What else? You're just a gatekeeper. I've completed the job. According to black market mine rules, once I'm cleared, you should let me in. Chiu Shengsheng stared coldly at Wu Hai, neither arrogant nor servile. You. Fine. You say you completed the mission? Where's the stuff? Gritting his teeth, Wu Hai accidentally revealed his setup. Oh? How did Gatekeeper Wu know I was supposed to bring something back? Cut the crap. I've got more connections than meals you've eaten. If you say you completed the mission, but have nothing to show, how am I supposed to believe you? Here. She casually pulled out the Jing'an community blueprint from her pocket. Wu Hai's face froze. Clearly, he hadn't expected that Chiu Shengsheng could really retrieve it on her own. Damn it. What the hell were Wu Tao and the others doing? Not only did they let her come back, they let her finish the mission. His face darkened. Meanwhile, at the gate, Chiu Shengsheng slowly put away the blueprint and gestured at Wu Hai. Gatekeeper Wu, aren't you opening the door? You. Sister Xia, go inspect her. You know what I mean, right? He patted Sister Xia, whose eyes turned cold, clearly unhappy about Chiu Shengsheng's return. With a cold face, she walked to the gate. Once the iron mesh opened up a person-sized gap, she stormed over and grabbed Chiu Shengsheng by the shoulder. You, come with me. She pulled Chiu Shengsheng's arm angrily. But, as they entered a dirt pit, just as Sister Xia was about to act, Chiu Shengsheng's slender hand grabbed her back. Crack. In an instant, Sister Xia felt as if iron clamps had seized her shoulders, sending pain through her entire body. You! Chiu Shengsheng! What are you doing? Screaming like a shrew, Chiu Shengsheng remained expressionless. Sister Xia, last time I respected you, even gave you water, and you repay me by trying to get me killed. What are you saying? I said. Chiu Shengsheng, won't forget this grudge. In the black market mine, I can't touch you, but outside. Crack. Her grip sank deeper into Sister Xia's shoulders, making her tear up from the pain. She never expected that someone slimmer than her could have such strength. You're threatening me? Wu Hai! She shouted at the top of her lungs. Footsteps sounded outside the pit. Wu Hai appeared and yelled, "What's going on?" She threatened me. Said if we go out, she'll kill us. What? Wu Hai's brow twisted, his expression dark as hell, but he didn't dare step into the pit. Even in the apocalypse, the black market mine had its rules. If a man interfered or peeked during a woman's inspection, he'd be punished harshly. This rule was set by a powerful female ability user in the black market mine, and Wu Hai didn't dare disobey. You, check her for injuries first. We'll deal with the rest later. He called out helplessly. Inside the pit, Sister Xia coldly shook her arm. You hear that? Still want to get inside? With a cold face, Chiu Shengsheng let go of Sister Xia's shoulders and spread her arms, waiting for the inspection. Rustle. The moment Sister Xia undid her top. Suddenly, that packet of preserved jerky and 2 cigarettes dropped out of her pocket with a plop. What is this? Staring at the items that had fallen to the ground, this time there was no greed in Sister Xia's eyes, only surprise. Because she recognized both of them. The pre-packaged jerky belonged to someone in the Viper mercenary group named Xiao Wu. Sister Xia had even thought about sleeping with him twice just to trade for a taste of it. As for the 2 cigarettes? Those were part of the monthly tribute the Viper mercenary group gave to Wu Hai. And yet, these things had just fallen out of Chiu Shengsheng's pocket. What did that mean? That she could get these from the Viper mercenary group? With how they are, they'd never give this stuff away willingly. There was only one answer. She either robbed, tricked, or stole it from them. But that's impossible. She's just one person. How could she get something from 15 men in the Viper mercenary group? Could it be that she took them head on? That she has some power behind her too? Having survived the apocalypse for years, Sister Xia immediately thought of the only possibility. Because compared to believing Chiu Shengsheng defeated the Viper group on her own, she'd rather believe someone powerful was backing her. That's right. That's it. No wonder she said if we go out, she'll kill us. Could it be, this little bee asterisk TCH hooked up with some big shot outside? Her eyes scanned Qiu Shengxing up and down. Though she didn't want to believe it, it was the only explanation. This time, she didn't dare try to pocket the stuff for herself. Pressing her lips together, she quickly picked up the items from the ground and stuffed them back into Qiu Shengxing's coat. Then, pretending to go through the inspection motions, she gave Qiu Shengxing a few perfunctory pats. Her once cold expression suddenly bloomed into a fake smile. Sister Shengxing, you can't blame me for this. You know, I sleep with Wu Hai at night. When he saw that water, he asked questions, and I couldn't lie to him, could I? I'm just a woman, how could I not say something? Playing the victim, Sister Xia dared not offend someone who could destroy the Viper mercenary group. She gently helped Qiu Shengxing put her jacket back on. Qiu Shengxing gave her a side glance but said nothing. With a flick of her sleeve, she walked out of the pit. What happened? That little bitch, you gave her a... Outside the pit, Wu Hai had assumed it would be Sister Xia who came out, looking smug. But, when he saw Qiu Shengxing walk out unscathed, his eyes narrowed. Sister Xia! Here! Here! Panicked, Sister Xia ran out of the pit and, while running, winked at Wu Hai. That one's fine. No problem. Wu Ji, you can let her in. Casting a suspicious look at her, Wu Hai then looked at the calm and composed Qiu Shengxing, uncertain. After a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand. Click click click. The iron gate in the distance opened up a person-sized path. Without looking back, Qiu Shengxing walked right through it. Step step step. Watching her disappear into the distance, Wu Hai's dark eyes turned to Sister Xia. Wang Xiaoxiao. You better give me an explanation. Oh my god, Wu Ji. Something big happened. What? Guess what I saw on her? What did you see? Xiao Wu's jerky, and those cigarettes those boys gave you as tribute. What? Staring blankly for a moment, Wu Hai suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, he looked once more in the direction Qiu Shengxing had gone, his face filled with disbelief, mumbling. How's that possible? How could that be? Did she really take it herself? Or, is someone helping her? Big Sis Linya, I'm here to submit my mission. Black Market Mine Mid-Level Mission Office. Qiu Shengxing held the blueprint as she quickly approached the task desk. That fast? Linya looked at her in disbelief, then examined her from head to toe. As an ability user, Linya could clearly feel the change in Qiu Shengxing. The weak, frail girl from before was gone. In her place stood someone sharp and vibrant, like a blooming rose with thorns. Got lucky, the zombies in the property office were probably cleared beforehand, so I just picked up the leftovers. She casually explained and handed over the blueprint. Linya glanced at it and gave Qiu Shengxing a meaningful look. Is that so? Well then, you're really lucky. Here, this is your mission reward. She pushed a heavy bag of copper coins toward Qiu Shengxing, teasing with a smile. This time, should last you about a week, huh? Should be enough. Oh, right, Big Sis Linya, do you know where I can sell things? Oh? Got some extra loot? Yeah, some gear. And also, this. Saying that, Qiu Shengxing pushed the cigarettes onto the counter. Holy shit? Cigarettes? You really got your hands on this stuff? Even the usually calm Linya couldn't help but curse at the sight. Cigarettes? Who has them? Where? Just the word cigarettes made almost every man in the mission office turn their heads. But Qiu Shengxing didn't panic. She calmly held the cigarettes in her hand. Because she knew, in the black market mine, no one dared make trouble. Unless, they could beat the level 8 ability user who created the place. Whoa, it really is cigarettes. Beautiful lady, I'll give you 10 copper coins for one, how about it? 10? You're dreaming. I'll pay 20. 25. In an instant, men surrounded Qiu Shengxing, bidding like crazy. A long line was about to form, people crowding in. Behind the counter, Linya panicked and quickly took the cigarettes from Qiu Shengxing's hand. Sister Shengxing, how about this? I'll give you 100 copper coins, both sticks, okay? Sure. Qiu Shengxing nodded. Selling both for 100 copper coins was a good deal. Besides, she had a decent relationship with Linya. Big Sis Linya, you smoke? She asked softly. Linya smiled and shook her head. No. My dad's the one who used to love it, but he hasn't had one in ages. I'm buying them to give him a little taste again. Oh. Then, can you help me sell other stuff too? Huh? You've got more? Daggers. Self-defense ones. That's fine. How many? I can help you offload them. Thinking for a moment, Qiu Shengxing pretended to reach into her chest, her eyes darting to the air, and she whispered very softly. Senior. The next second? Clatter clatter. 14 daggers dropped heavily onto the counter. Linya's eyes froze. These are the few items you were talking about? That's right. Qiu Shengxing nodded lightly. As Linya looked at her again, her expression kept shifting. 14 daggers. If this kind of thing appeared at a first-tier survivor base, fine, understandable. But this was the third-tier black market mine. 14 self-defense daggers? Where'd they come from? Did she raid an armory? Or rob someone? Armory? What a joke, Wannan City had already been stripped bare. There was no way Qiu Shengxing had found a hidden weapons cache. Only one possibility remained. This seemingly delicate girl had wiped out at least a 14-man squad. But, Qiu Shengxing? Robbing a squad? That was unthinkable. She was so small? Shengxing. You. Linya opened her mouth, unable to suppress her curiosity. But seeing Qiu Shengxing's calm and unfamiliar demeanor, she swallowed her questions and quietly stored the daggers under the counter. 14 daggers. I'll give you 10 copper coins each, 140 total. Sound good? All right. Qiu Shengxing nodded. She wasn't about to carry daggers all over the market trying to sell them, so she agreed readily. Good then. Here's your money. Another heavy pouch of copper coins was pushed onto the table. Qiu Shengxing now had 290 copper coins in her little pouch. The bulging pouch brought a faint smile to her face. For some reason, Linya no longer saw innocence in Qiu Shengxing's smile. It felt very different now. It felt like this girl had undergone a transformation, like she had become someone entirely new. Sister Linya. Well, I'll head home now. Watching the girl's firm back fade into the distance, Linya played with one of the daggers under the counter, her eyes narrowing. Your Doomsday Survival character Qiu Shengxing has completed the mission and received 50 copper coins as a reward. Qiu Shengxing's happiness +1. Due to additional unexpected earnings, Qiu Shengxing is in a good mood, happiness +1. Current happiness, 24. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren watched all of Qiu Shengxing's decisions with a satisfied look. He had thought the silly girl would still be clingy and dependent on others. But unexpectedly, she'd shown her sharp edge, like a wild rose. You little thing. Still putting on that cold and aloof act. But inside, you're smiling your heart out, huh? He poked at Qiu Shengxing's cheek. In the cramped earthen alley, her previously serious face flushed red. Senior. You. Can you give me a heads up next time before you touch my face? She lowered her head shyly, completely different from the icy rose moments ago. Seeing that contrast, Du Ziren grinned, suddenly imagining a possible future. A queen of the apocalypse with a frosty face for the world, but behind closed doors, she blushed and acted coy only for him. Damn. Just thinking about it is exciting. He tapped her a few more times, watching as she made her way to a simple market. She spent 40 copper coins there, buying 2 newer quilts. Carrying both on her small frame without even panting, she returned to a little earthen house in the middle tier. Xiao Ning, Xiao Jing. I'm home. As her voice rang out. Creak. The wooden door opened, and 2 little kids ran out. Ye sister's home. She's back. Shouting joyfully, they saw the 2 quilts on Qiu Shengxing's back. Sis, you even bought quilts? I remember quilts are really expensive. The older one, Xiao Ning, looked concerned. He knew how much risk his sister must have taken to afford them. It's fine, Xiao Ning. Sis has money now. Sis will even take you both to the 3rd tier tomorrow for a bath and a hot meal with white rice. Qiu Shengxing smiled lightly. With 200 copper coins, she was now a small-time rich person in the middle tier. Huh? White rice? You mean that sweet thing that doesn't scratch your stomach when you eat it? Little Xiao Jing tilted her head. At the mention of white rice, her eyes sparkled. Yep. Tomorrow morning. But sis, where did you get all that money? Xiao Ning frowned. He was worried his sister had done something bad for it. Xiao Ning. Don't overthink it. Sis just met someone really, really good. Your sister can kill zombies all by herself now. Seeing the worry in her brother's face, Qiu Shengxing patted his head and revealed the handgun in her chest. Ha! Sis. You. Sure. Just remember, Xiao Ning, we're going to have a better life now. Got it, sis. Let's change the bedding now. That old one's all black. Step step step. The 3 siblings laughed and talked as they walked into the little house. Warm candlelight flickered inside. After replacing the old bedding with the new quilts, Qiu Shengxing pulled out her last pack of prepackaged jerky. Then, she shyly glanced around. Senior. Buzz. No words needed. 5 packs of wafer cookies, 1 can of bottled iron kettle water, several packs of honey-glazed jerky, and bottles of mineral water suddenly appeared in the corner of the room. Sis. What's this? Did you awaken a space ability? Xiao Ning's eyes went wide, staring in disbelief at the items. Whoa! We have food at home now. Little Xiao Jing didn't know what ability meant, she just grabbed the food and hugged it close. Her reaction was just like how Qiu Shengxing used to stash things. Nope. Sis told you already, didn't she? She met someone really, really good. He sent these over. Qiu Shengxing smiled and bowed respectfully toward the room. A good person? Sis, don't tell me you joined some crazy organization? First a gun, then a space ability? What do they want from Sis? Xiao Ning frowned hard, his little brain steaming with thoughts. He couldn't imagine what someone could gain from his frail sister. Could it be, they like Sis? He guessed, sneaking a look at Qiu Shengxing's face. His thoughts ran wild. At the small wooden table, a few packs of honey-glazed jerky were torn open, filling the room with delicious smells. Wow, so tasty. So yummy. Little Xiao Jing chewed happily, eyes squinting in delight. Qiu Shengxing was just about to take a few bites herself. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, someone knocked on the wooden door. Ha! Qiu Shengxing instinctively tensed like a leopard, eyes locking on the door. Who? Oh, Sister Shengxing, it's me, Linya. Sister Linya? What are you doing here? Blinking in confusion, Qiu Shengxing was close to Linya, but not that close. Actually, I came to talk about something. I just don't know, is it convenient right now? Wait, I'll come out? Hesitating, Qiu Shengxing walked to the door, opened a crack, and stepped out. Outside, Linya stood alone. She couldn't see much inside, but she caught the scent of meat, her gray-brown eyes narrowed, and her suspicions grew stronger. Sister Linya, what did you want to talk about? Closing the door behind her, Qiu Shengxing gave a friendly smile. Linya smiled back even wider. But the next words out of her mouth sent a shock through Qiu Shengxing's heart. Shengxing, Big Sis wants to meet the person behind you. Do you think that's possible? Huh? What person behind me? Sister Linya, what are you talking about? A flicker of panic flashed across Qiu Shengxing's face, but she quickly masked it with a look of pure innocence. Linya stared at her reaction closely, her expression remaining firm. Don't pretend. Shengxing, I mean no harm. You know what? You're just a young girl, and suddenly you pulled out so much stuff, there's only one possibility. Either you got lucky with a haul, or someone helped you. As for getting lucky, with Wu Hai that stingy gatekeeper, there's no way you could have brought back all that. So there's only one explanation. You met someone powerful, didn't you? Her grayish-brown eyes locked onto Qiu Shengxing, and her sharp analysis left Qiu Shengxing at a loss. She didn't know how to respond, so she simply hardened her face. No. I found it myself. She didn't even know why. Qiu Shengxing didn't want to share anything about Senior with anyone else, she wanted to keep him to herself. Even if it felt selfish, even if it seemed strange. But someone like Senior probably wouldn't like being bothered by others, right? Thinking this, she bit down firmly. Please leave. I really don't have anyone behind me. I truly have no bad intentions. I'll even say this, as long as the person behind you is a superpowered being or higher, I, Linya, will offer myself completely to him. All I ask is that he take us to a high-level safe camp. You know too, opportunities at those places are far better than here in the black market mine. As Linya spoke, her gray-brown hair draped over her chest. Her curvaceous figure was on full display, mature and seductive, like she was waiting for someone to take her. Seeing this made Qiu Shengxing even more flustered. Senior could see everything. What if he chose Linya instead and left her behind? That woman was more seductive, more mature, more beautiful than her. The more she thought, the more scared she felt. Qiu Shengxing could only look helplessly toward the surrounding darkness. At the same time, Du Ziren lay on his hospital bed, curiously watching the scene in the game. Damn. This game is really that open-ended? Even NPCs are coming to me for favors now? A potential recruit is seeking your help. Do you want to help Linya? Helping Linya will unlock all her perspectives. She will unconditionally fulfill all your requests. Helping Linya will give you plus 50 happiness from her, but minus 10 from Qiu Shengxing. What? Helping her would make my Shengxing sad? Then screw that. Get lost, get lost. He instantly clicked no. No way. Du Ziren was a pure love warrior. What harem? What multiple perspective routes? In front of true love, they meant nothing. In real life he was a loyal lover, and in the game he was too. He couldn't do anything that would hurt Qiu Shengxing, not even a little. Get lost. Almost the moment he hit no. In front of the cramped little house, a strange wave of energy burst outward. Get lost. The soul-shaking sound wave blasted out. Linya, who had been striking a seductive pose, froze, her face instantly turned pale with fright. This sound wave. It came from far away. There's no soundwave type ability user in this base. That means, the person behind Qiu Xingxing is at least an awakened with a sound type ability? Oh my god. Thump. Without any hesitation. Linya fell to her knees in the mud, kowtowing repeatedly. Senior. Senior, I was wrong. If you don't want someone like me, I'll leave immediately. I'll leave right now. She scrambled backward, head-butting the ground as she moved. Linya was smart. She knew that with people of this level, if you argue or act flirtatious even a little too much, you could be crushed with a snap of the fingers. As for whether someone like that would kill in the black market mine? Don't joke. The founder of this place is just a level 8 ability user, even he wouldn't dare fart in front of someone like that. Better to stay alive than take shortcuts. Thud thud thud. Her kowtows echoed farther and farther away. Once Linya disappeared, Qiu Xingxing stood in the dark, staring blankly around her. She didn't know why. But her heart felt warm. She couldn't describe it, but it felt like she was Senior's only one, cherished, and that illusion made her feel happy. Your doomsday survival character is immersed in a blissful fantasy. Happiness +1. Current happiness, 25. What the hell? I just told off an NPC who wanted something, and my Xingxing got happier? Does she have a romance brain or what? On his phone, Du Ziren poked at the dazed Qiu Xingxing. Go back and eat. Oh okay. Blushing, Qiu Xingxing smiled like a little deer and skipped back into the earthen house. Inside, warmth and joy returned to the little home. Du Ziren watched the phone screen, slowly placing it down on the nightstand. Phew. I guess I've cleared the intro part of this game now. Gotta say, this game really kills time. Looking outside, it had gone from morning to noon. Aya. He stretched his upper body. Creak. Suddenly, the hospital room door opened. Dr. Lu walked in holding another package. Ziren. Another package came for you, found it at the door. Don't tell me it's from that online girlfriend of yours again? She lifted the package. It looked just like the one before. On the front, once again, were the words, sent to Senior by Qiu Xingxing. I guess, yeah, you could say that. Dr. Lu, hand me the utility knife, I'll open it. Now able to move his upper body, Du Ziren didn't want to rely on others for everything. Rustle rustle. He unwrapped the tightly taped box, and once again, the scent of blood wafted out. Inside this time was an oval-shaped, metallic-colored crystal core. Oh? This Wu Tao's crystal core was crafted pretty well. Holding the crystal core up to the light, Du Ziren saw liquid metal flowing inside, high-tech and vivid. This thing again. Sigh, you youngsters really love sending these, huh? Dr. Lu glanced at it and nodded. To her, it looked like another novelty item, much less impressive than the blood-red one from last time. Hee hee. Well, if the game company's giving out freebies, might as well take them. Clutching the metal crystal core, Du Ziren felt warmth spreading through his palm. Then, on a whim, he placed the crystal core in front of his numb legs. I wonder if it could warm up my legs affected by ALS too. You child. Believing in that stuff, might as well let the nurse help you with rehab. But still, if it's something your little girlfriend sent you, maybe it really will have some effect. Smiling, Dr. Lu didn't say much about what Du Ziren was doing. She glanced at the bright sunlight outside and asked again, Ziren, it's a nice day. Should I wheel you out for some sun? Maybe not. I'd rather play some more. Alright then, just make sure to rest. After tucking the blanket back over him, Dr. Lu shook her head and walked out of the ward. Buzz buzz buzz. A warm sensation came from the soles of his feet. Du Ziren felt warmth gradually spread through his lower body, so relaxing that his eyelids grew heavy. I'll take a nap. As he closed his eyes, he didn't see the liquid inside the metallic crystal core slowly turning into flowing metal light, pouring into his lower body. His previously pale and skinny legs began regaining color, and suddenly twitched. Oh, right. Ziren, someone with ALS will be moving into the room next door later. He's an elderly man, and his mood is very unstable. You might have to get used to that. Click. The hospital room door opened again. Dr. Lu poked her head in to speak. She thought she might be disturbing Du Ziren's rest, but he was already snoring softly. He fell asleep that fast? Looks like he's in a good mood today. Scratching her head, Dr. Lu quickly left the room. In the distance, an elderly man surrounded by a large group of people was being wheeled toward the room next to Du Ziren's. Beside him were his wife, son, daughter, grandson, almost the whole family, all trying to comfort him. Old man, it's okay. It's just nerve damage in your legs. I'll push you around outside every day. Yeah, Dad, technology is advanced now. There are smart wheelchairs. You'll still be able to go out on your own. Dad, don't worry. Even if you have to stay inside, we'll get you a smart TV, home care, voice assistants, you'll never be bored at home. Despite their care, the old man was not satisfied. He just kept yelling, "My legs! My legs! I'll never be able to walk outside again. Why am I so miserable? Why did this happen to me?" Screaming like a stubborn old child, the more they comforted him, the louder he cried. As if their attention made him feel better. Sigh, this old man. Getting sick in old age, with the whole family supporting him, that's already a huge blessing. Look at Ziren, got sick all alone, never said anything, never even cried. Watching the old man throw a tantrum, Dr. Lu couldn't help but sigh. The difference between people, their fates, really was immense. I just hope this old man doesn't upset Ziren too much. Her face darkened a bit. Dr. Lu knew, within hospitals, there were unspoken comparisons. Not about money, but illness and family support. For example, if an early-stage dialysis patient shares a room with a late-stage one. The early-stage one has family around, still has hope. The late-stage one lies there alone, probably not long for this world. Imagine how hard it must be for that late-stage patient to watch the other one laugh and chat with loved ones every day. But then again, maybe Ziren's girlfriend really can bring him a miracle. Even just a small one, sigh. With a sigh, Dr. Lu passed the elderly man's family and quickly left the ward floor. After a long fuss, the old man was finally settled into the room next to Ziren's. But he still wore a sour expression. His son, trying to be dutiful, stood up immediately. "Dad, don't worry. From today on, my wife, my son, and I will visit you every morning. And every evening too. Dad, I'll come see you every afternoon. Yes, yes. Dear, I'll take you out to get some sun whenever you want." The whole family crowded around, trying to cheer him up. The old man raised his chin and finally looked a little more at ease. "Humph. Talk is cheap, just make sure you actually do it. We will. Honestly, your condition isn't even that bad. With some observation in the hospital, and regular meds at home, we can still take you outside." Compared to that, I heard the guy in the next room. Just 18 years old. Already paralyzed from head to toe. Isn't that way worse than you? Seeing the old man's mood lift, the son immediately started comparing. Some people just love to compare. If their illness is milder than someone else's, they feel better. Do they ever think about how that might hurt the other person? They don't even consider it. Yeah. That kid just finished his college entrance exams, hasn't even had a girlfriend, never gone to college. And now he's stuck in bed for life. See how lucky you are. Right? I heard his whole family's gone too. And look, we're all here for you. He's all alone, how sad is that? Hearing this, the old man finally felt more relieved. Yeah. That kid next door really was worse off. Come. Push me over. I want to see how miserable he is. Hearing how bad the other guy had it, the old man immediately wanted to take a look, hoping to gain some perverse satisfaction from the comparison. "Okay. Dad here, I'll carry you." His son, completely ignoring basic manners or hospital rules, lifted his father and headed for Ziren's room. The whole group followed behind. Passing nurses frowned as they watched. People can be disgusting, but not this disgusting. Still, no one stepped in to stop them. "Let's go. Hurry." The old man urged his son forward, the corridor echoing with noisy footsteps. Step, step, step. The sound grew louder. Ziren, snoring peacefully in his bed, began to frown. He was dreaming? And it was a strange dream. In the dream, he had really awakened abilities, not just one, but several. He used his powers to fight a giant mutated beast in some unknown place. Click. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening snapped Ziren awake. "Who?" He bolted upright in bed, eyes locking on the doorway. A young man was carrying an old man on his back. The old man craned his neck, staring at Ziren. "Oh. So this is the pitiful kid, huh? So young, and already paralyzed. That's really sad." The old man spoke shamelessly, without even trying to lower his voice. Ziren's face darkened. "Who are you?" "Oh, don't get the wrong idea. I'm your neighbor, the other patient. But me, I just have ALS in the legs. I'll probably be discharged soon. Not like you, you're probably stuck for life." The old man was still smugly rambling. Clink. A now perfectly clear crystal core rolled off Ziren's bed. Ziren ignored the old man and stared at the crystal core. The metallic color had vanished, just like the blood-red one from before. Did the special liquid's effect run out again? That sucks. He bent down to pick up the crystal core under the bed, but as he bent over, his lower body suddenly had strength again. With a jolt, he flipped off the bed, and stood up on his feet. "Huh? I can stand? Shock hit him hard. It took a moment to realize, he could stand? Holy shit. At the door, the old man was completely stunned. Son. Did we go into the wrong room? This is the right room. I specifically arranged for you to be next to the late-stage patient before I came here. The young man scratched his head, confused, staring at Duziren. Late stage? Late your ass. This guy jumped right off the bed. Tell me, what kind of late-stage ALS patient can stand on the floor like that? Bang! A dried jujube smacked the son on the head, the old man full of dissatisfaction. He came to find someone worse off than himself, to feel a little better. But now seeing someone up and walking around, he felt even worse inside. Ow, Dad. Why'd you hit me? I definitely didn't get the wrong room. This is that guy's room. Hey, who are you? What are you doing in a patient's room? The young man looked at Duziren suspiciously. Duziren shrugged, that's right. I'm the one you were talking about, the tragic case. You. Who are you fooling? If you're that person, how can you be out of bed? Can't I have recovered on my own? Recover? My ass. ALS healing on its own? There's barely a handful of such cases worldwide. Believe it or not, up to you. Duziren calmly picked up the crystal-clear crystal core from the floor and gently placed it in the pot of snowdrop flowers. You. No, I'm reporting this. Someone's occupying another patient's bed. Annoyed after being hit by his father, the young man felt certain this guy had stolen a late-stage patient's bed. In his mind, there's no way someone with ALS could be walking around. Someone come. Doctor. Nurse. What kind of ward management is this? Shouting loudly, several doctors and nurses rushed over. Leading them was none other than Dr. Liu, her badge-reading neuromuscular specialist. She frowned and looked at the young man, annoyed. What now? Your father throwing another tantrum? What tantrum? I'm telling you, someone's in the wrong room. What? Look! Wasn't this supposed to be the room for a late-stage ALS patient? Look at that. Standing there all lively, how's that late stage? That's alive and kicking stage. He stepped aside and pointed inside at Duziren. What nonsense are you spouting? This is Ziren's room, and this isn't for you to. Halfway through her sentence, Dr. Liu went blank. Because she saw something she'd never imagined in her life. The afternoon sunlight streamed into the ward. The boy stood holding a white snowdrop flower, bathed in light. The spring breeze passed, the snowdrop swayed, and the boy smiled brightly at her. Dr. Liu. I think I'm really cured. This. Her jaw dropped so far it could fit an egg. She even rubbed her eyes and slapped her own face. This isn't a hallucination, right? When Duziren could move his upper body last time, Dr. Liu still tried to rationalize it with youth and potential recovery. But now, a late-stage ALS patient was literally standing in front of her. This was an absolute miracle. Ziren, how did you manage to stand up? Step. She rushed over in a few quick steps and squatted down, pressing and squeezing the muscles in Duziren's legs. What should have been thin and wasted limbs were now firm and strong. This is just completely unscientific. Dr. Liu muttered, while Duziren scratched his head in confusion. Dr. Liu, do you think maybe it's really the power of love? Her mouth twitched. Dr. Liu was stunned. That line was something she'd made up before, just to comfort Duziren, hoping he could live his last days with a bit more happiness. In real life, recovering from illness through love? The odds were lower than winning the lottery. And yet? Seriously? You actually recovered from online love? Is this a joke? After double-checking his muscle strength, Dr. Liu's lips trembled. No. Ziren, come with me. I have to report this to the hospital director immediately. A miracle. This is an absolute miracle. A late-stage ALS patient fully recovered. You're definitely going to be tomorrow's top headline. Grabbing Duziren's hand, Dr. Liu ignored everything else and sprinted toward the director's office. Step. As the two of them dashed off in a frenzy, the old man's family stood frozen at the doorway. Hey, son. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Late-stage ALS, self-recovered? This is obviously Chinese. So why do the words together make no sense to me? The old man's mouth twitched, and the young man was dumbfounded. Self-recovery. Late-stage ALS, self-healed? That luck? Dad, maybe we should transfer hospitals? I'm afraid you might get depressed. They had come here wanting to make comparisons to cheer the old man up. Now, the son was worried the old man would get depressed. Someone else actually self-healed. What kind of absurd luck is that? All their mocking moments ago now felt like childish nonsense. Transfer immediately. I can't fucking take it anymore. Why? Why can he recover? My legs, my legs. A fresh round of tantrums erupted in the ward area. Onlookers rolled their eyes and quickly dispersed. Neuromuscular Institute of Wannan City, Director's Office. At the moment, 2 men were seated in the office. One wore a white lab coat, his chest tag reading Director Huang, with an air of authority. The other wore a suit, holding a briefcase, smiling politely. The young man was respectfully presenting documents from the briefcase. Director Huang, as you can see, with our Norman Pharmaceuticals R&D capabilities, we can fully meet your hospital's needs. As long as you agree to a partnership, we'll prioritize your medication orders. And we'll even offer 20% off standard pricing. What do you say? He smiled warmly. On his chest was a badge reading Norman Pharmaceuticals. Salesman son, you're quite the speaker. Partnering with your company would be an honor for us as well. All right then, let's consider it done. Oh, about what your company asked, whether there are any special individuals at our hospital. Special individuals? You mean those who survive cancer, or recover at late stages? I know your company aims to extract resistance data from such cases to develop new treatments. But you know as well as I do, nowadays, such cases are extremely rare. Let alone miraculous recoveries from late-stage cancer, sepsis, AIDS. Those are straight-up medical miracles. How could I possibly have a miracle here? Director Huang chuckled casually. Bang! The office doors burst open. Dr. Lu charged in with Du Ziren. Director! It's a miracle! Ziren has self-recovered from ALS? What are you doing? Not even knocking on the door. So rude. What kind of manners are these? Wait, what did you just say? Hearing Dr. Lu's last sentence, Director Huang, who had been unhappy because someone had just pushed open the door without knocking, instantly went from displeased to astonished, then stared at Du Ziren in disbelief. The old eyes behind his narrow glasses were wide with shock. Director Huang knew who Du Ziren was. After all, there weren't many people wealthy enough to keep paying hospital bills for so long. Self-healed? ALS, late-stage ALS? Self-healed? It was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Director Huang looked Du Ziren up and down carefully for a long while, his mouth twitching. So there really are miracles? He adjusted his glasses. Beside him, Salesman Sun's eyes were shining as he kept staring at Du Ziren. Ziren, tell me, what have you been doing all this time? Did you just self-heal? With sincere, intense, pleading eyes, they looked at Du Ziren. Du Ziren scratched his head stupidly. I just slept, ate, played games, dated online. Ha! That's it? That's it. Nodding like a baby rattle, Director Huang didn't believe it and looked toward Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu also nodded, and then he let out a long breath. My goodness. This is literally a divine sign. Although it's hard to believe, the human body truly is mysterious. If you really healed, Ziren, your active blood cells might be the future hope for every ALS patient. Calmer now, Director Huang patted Du Ziren's shoulder. Ziren, have you considered donating blood for our research? Of course, it would be compensated. Before he finished, Salesman Sun quickly interrupted. 1 million. Mr. Du? If your case is real, our company is willing to offer 1 million for 150 milliliters of your blood for disease research. What do you think? Who are you? Only then did Du Ziren see the man in a suit in the corner. The man stood up quickly. Norman Pharmaceutical Research Company, Sales Department, Sun Kong. Oh. 1 million, huh? If this was the old Du Ziren, he would have lit up at that number and agreed immediately. But now, his family already had 3 million in compensation money. Even after nearly a month of hospital bills and game money spending, he still had about 2.7 million left. Though Du's family wasn't rich, they owned a 3-bedroom apartment in the city. As long as Du Ziren didn't do anything rash like starting a business, that was enough to live on forever. 1 million. Du Ziren mulled over the number and didn't agree right away. Sun Kong grew anxious. Mr. Du. Listen, your situation has definitely spread through the hospital. Many pharmaceutical companies or even national medical research groups will approach you. Providing a blood sample helps all people. But I guarantee, many hospitals won't offer this price. Instead of being harassed by them, cooperate with us. If you're not after money, we can make sure you aren't disturbed and provide proper living conditions, completely free of charge. Sun Kang's smile was stretched like a flower. Du Ziren looked at him with a blank face. He wasn't stupid. This guy just wanted to get first access to the sample. And the so-called free living arrangement? Don't be ridiculous. That's just a lab rat observation room. Who said I don't want money? I have one request: if you're going to draw blood, let me watch what experiments you're doing with it. I don't want to see my blood injected into mice and a bunch of test animals dying. Not agreeing? If you don't agree, the official people should be here soon, right? Fine. Reluctantly agreeing, Sun Kong immediately took out his phone and made a call. Hello? Hey, I'm Sun Kong. Send some research staff here. I found a case of ALS self-healing. Also, have finance prepare the 1 million transfer immediately. Knock. Almost as soon as he made the call, Director Huang's door was knocked on again. Director Huang Qishan, we are from the National Center for Disease Control. We heard you have a self-healed ALS patient. Please cooperate with our work. Click. Before Director Huang could open the door, several middle-aged men in official uniforms entered. Oh, isn't that Mr. Louis? You're here too. Seeing them, Director Huang wanted to be polite, but the lead official quickly waved and looked straight at Du Ziren. You must be Mr. Du. We sincerely invite you to cooperate with blood sampling for the national CDC. You know, your cooperation now will influence the future of all ALS patients. Of course, we respect citizens' freedom. Whether you cooperate is up to you. Official Louis looked at Du Ziren sincerely. Du Ziren just stared at him. That's it? What do you mean? I mean, if I cooperate and give a sample, there's no compensation. Well, we can apply for a bonus from higher authorities. Oh, I see. Then since you're already here, I just signed a contract with Coleman Pharmaceuticals to draw blood for them first. How about we do it together? Coleman Company? Lu Yi's eyes suddenly looked toward Salesman Sun, who put away his phone with a smug smile. He already knew, whoever got the blood sample first would have an advantage in research, in producing medicine, and in dominating the market, so that 1 million was nothing compared to the future value. Dr. Louis, now that you're here, how about seeing our company's research technology? Forget it. Let's each draw samples separately. The atmosphere in the director's office grew tense. Du Ziren held the snowdrop flower in his hand, bored while waiting for the research teams to arrive. He knew that becoming a self-healed ALS case would attract attention. He wasn't that selfish. If his blood could help other patients, he didn't mind donating a little and making some money. Solving everything today would help him return to normal life. Step. About half an hour later, outside the director's office, 2 more teams arrived. Both carried cold boxes and mobile monitoring equipment. As soon as they entered the room, the 2 groups set down their instruments, and everyone's eyes turned to Du Ziren. Du Ziren shrugged. Why are you looking at me? Transfer the money. Such a mercenary look made the people around frown. But Du Ziren did not care about the looks around him. Anything he could get was his. And what was his was Qiu Xingxing's. What's wrong with asking for more support money for your wife? What's wrong with loving your wife? Not shameful. Not embarrassing. Mr. Du. Our finance department is ready now. Please tell us the card number. 69,845. Okay. They quickly recorded this card number on the phone. After a series of operations by Sun Kong, Du Ziren's phone soon started to vibrate. Bank card ending in 0304 has received 1 million yuan. Current balance, 3,704,000. All right. If the money has arrived, you can start taking samples. Rolling up his sleeve, Du Ziren walked to the medical staff of the Coleman Pharmaceutical Company, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally landing on Louis. Louis frowned and immediately instructed a young man beside him. Go. Apply for the bonus. Then transfer it to Du Ziren's account. Understood. The young man nodded and immediately ran out of the dean's office to make a phone call. As the cold needle pierced into the biceps, Du Ziren watched with his own eyes as 150 milliliters of his blood was drawn. This amount was not much. After it was done, he even felt a bit energetic. All right then. Dr. N, you can start the preliminary research. Sun Kong called out. A female doctor from the Coleman Pharmaceutical Company immediately dropped a few drops of blood from the test tube and placed them under a microscope. Blood sample activity, no different from ordinary people. Blood analysis, white blood cells and red blood cells are normal. Suddenly. Dr. N paused mid-sentence. What's wrong? Everyone in the room immediately looked at Dr. N. Dr. N raised her head, her face full of disbelief. His blood contains 2 special active molecules, maintaining very high activity. Perhaps it is these 2 active molecules that caused his ALS to heal itself. That's great. Can this thing be extracted? It seems not. Why? Because starting just now, these 2 active components have been disappearing rapidly. Now they're already gone. I'm certain that the two active molecules in this tube of blood are almost completely dead. As she spoke, Dr. An lifted the 150 milliliters blood drawn from Du Ziren's arm, looking somewhat helpless. What? According to you, the blood sample we bought for 1 million now has no value? Sun Kang's face turned pale. This 1 million was spent faster than buying a house. This, I'm sure. Because, with that strange molecule's rate of loss, the blood in that test tube should now be no different from an ordinary person's. Dr. An shook her head and looked regretfully at the blood sample already placed in the freezer. Oh? If that's the case, Mr. Du, I'd like to make a request to you. Our CDC will also pay you 1 million. But your blood will be injected into lab mice immediately. Do you agree? Seeing the Coleman Pharmaceutical Company take a loss, a flash of light appeared in Lu Yi's eyes. Since blood sampling immediately causes the activity to disappear, what if Du Ziren's blood is injected into mice right away? Then would those two strange active molecules disappear? Or could they remain in the mice? Another 1 million. My parents probably never imagined I'd make money this fast, right? Muttering to himself, Du Ziren nodded indifferently. Sure. But the condition is that I get to see the results. Deal. Xiao Xiao. Shouting toward outside the dean's office, the young man who had run out earlier had already returned. Report. The application has been submitted. Good. Immediately transfer 1 million to Mr. Du's account. Understood. As the phone vibrated again, Du Ziren glanced at it. His bank balance had already soared to 4,704,000. Damn. Having a terminal illness not only didn't bankrupt him, it actually made him richer. Du Ziren felt that all of this was changed by Qiu Shengsheng's arrival. Shengsheng. Wait for me. After donating blood later, I'll definitely recharge 648 for you. No. 10 times 648. Rolling up his sleeve again, another 150 milliliters of blood was drawn from Du Ziren's other arm. Almost the moment the blood was drawn, a doctor injected it into a lab mouse. Squeak squeak squeak. After being injected, the mouse only squeaked a few times. Nothing else changed. About 15 minutes later, the medical staff drew blood again from the injection site of the mouse for testing. Shortly after. Report, it's gone, those two magical blood-active molecules are gone again. Inside the dean's office, there was dead silence. Great. Another 1 million wasted. Countless gazes intentionally or unintentionally looked at Du Ziren. Du Ziren shrugged. Why are you looking at me? If you're not convinced, spend more money and draw more blood. That thing disappearing has nothing to do with me. Sigh. Lu Yi frowned, waved his hand, and led his people out of the dean's office. Let's go. This kind of innate blood product may only be produced by his body functions. The heart transports the blood, and the blood produces those two active molecules. Unless his heart is dissected to analyze how the active molecules are born, studying blood samples is meaningless. As for dissecting the heart? Killing a person who self-healed from ALS to study his body? That's even more like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Completely meaningless. There's no need to block his information anymore. Just say it was a miracle of staying optimistic and finally recovering. He gave Du Ziren a meaningful look, shook his head, and left in disappointment. Tap tap tap. After he left, Sun Kang, with a dark face, casually exchanged a few polite words with Huang Qishan and also left quickly with his people. Inside the dean's office, only Du Ziren, Dr. Lu, and Director Huang remained. Well, Director Huang, do you still want to study my blood? Du Ziren looked at Huang Qishan with a mischievous smile. Huang Qishan frowned and shook his head hard. Ziren. Stop joking with me. They couldn't figure it out. How would I dare touch it? You can handle the discharge procedures tonight. Congratulations, you're discharged. Upholding a doctor's responsibility, Huang Qishan forced a smile. Du Ziren smiled slightly. Thank you all for taking care of me these days. You're welcome. Then, Director, I'll take Ziren away? Dr. Lu spoke up. Huang Qishan sighed and watched the two leave. Go, go. Sigh. Why do the two active components in the blood disappear? Could it be that two new existences were born inside Du Ziren's body, constantly producing energy? Damn. I must be overthinking it. How could two energy bodies be born inside a human body? Patting his face, Huang Qishan cut off his own absurd thoughts. At night, at the entrance of Wannan City Muscle and Nerve Hospital, Du Ziren hugged the pot of snowdrop flowers and waved to Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu, thank you for all your care. Hey, when did I take care of you? If you want to thank someone, thank your online girlfriend. Seems like all good things started from online dating, right? Alright then. I'll definitely treat her well. Ha ha ha. I hope that in my lifetime, I can drink at your wedding banquet. Dr. Lu joked. Duziren's expression immediately became strange. Drink wine at my wedding with my electronic wife? That's absurd. Completely absurd. I'll try my best. After waving and saying goodbye to Dr. Lu several times, Duziren stopped a taxi speeding by. Driver. To Wanan Garden. All right, young man, sit tight. The night wind blew in through the taxi window. The snowdrop flowers in his hand swayed gently. Seeing the neon city again, Duziren felt a mix of emotions in his heart. My life has come back again. Duziren murmured. At that moment, the taxi's radio broadcast started playing the news. Good news! Good news! Our city's muscle and nerve hospital has seen the world's first case of spontaneous recovery from ALS. It is reported that during his illness, the patient stayed positive, optimistic, and confident in life. Let us congratulate him for defeating the disease with the greatness of life. On August 18, Wannan City's mountain area will witness the Leo meteor shower, a once-in-a-century spectacle. The broadcast was full of happy news, making even the driver nod along. Hey! These days, anything amazing can happen. ALS can even heal itself? Kid, you know ALS, right? That guy in the wheelchair from that beautiful country had this disease too. They say once you get it, it's even harder to treat than AIDS. I remember only 7 people worldwide have been cured of AIDS, which is already incredible. But ALS being cured, this is definitely the first. That person must be insanely lucky. Even this disease got cured. The driver sighed emotionally. Duziren, sitting in the back seat, had a complicated expression. Yeah. That guy really is lucky. Right? I don't know how he stayed optimistic. If I got this disease, I'd be depressed for sure. Maybe, he has something to rely on emotionally? Duziren smiled and calmly opened his phone. The apocalypse survival game was still running. On the screen, Qiu Xingxing was also spending a happy day of her own. Taking her younger brother and sister to bathe, eating white rice, shopping. This day, Qiu Xingxing was very happy too. An emotional support? Kid, you mean being in love, right? I think so too. The car stopped at the entrance of Wanan Garden. Duziren paid the fare and smiled in relief. Yeah, that lucky guy must be in love. Tap tap tap. Walking back to the apartment building, he looked at the countless lights shining from homes. But none of them belonged to him anymore. Duziren's eyes darkened instantly. A series of notification sounds came from his phone. He looked down. Your apocalypse survival character had a pleasant day. Happiness +1. Current happiness, 25. On the phone screen, Qiu Xingxing had finished eating her white rice. She looked up at the darkness outside the clay house and softly murmured. Senior, what are you doing right now? He must be very busy, right? I'm so curious what kind of person Senior is. He must be a very capable, very strong, very kind person, right? The small girl leaned against the clay seat, looking up at the sky, her cheeks flushed red. Tap. The next moment, Qiu Xingxing's face was suddenly poked. Senior. Why are you secretly listening to me? A blush spread across her face. Her little thoughts had all been heard, and she immediately lowered her head. Under the lonely apartment building, all of Duziren's loneliness vanished. Who said that among thousands of lights, none belonged to him? The fire in Qiu Xingxing's heart would always burn for him. Shengsheng. It's really good to have met you. Even if, you're just a virtual character in a game. Touching the girl's cheek, holding the snowdrop flowers, Duziren climbed upstairs in a few quick steps. Room 702. This was Duziren's home. Since no one had lived there for a long time, it was already covered in dust. Fortunately, there was no situation of relatives fighting over his house. After all, everyone was afraid to live in a home where a family of 3 had died in a car accident. After doing some simple cleaning, Duziren ordered takeout, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and watched Qiu Xingxing's side of the screen. Sister, this white rice is so delicious, even without any dishes. So good so good. The 3 siblings sat in the clay house, constantly swallowing the small amount of rice on the table. It was said that white rice had become a scarce resource in the apocalypse. Only level 1 safe camps had free access to white rice. Eat slowly. After we finish, let's go to the black market and see what we can buy for home. Wiping the rice grains from her brothers' and sisters' faces, this meal of white rice cost Qiu Xingxing a full 30 copper coins. But her little money pouch was a bit full now. If she didn't let her siblings enjoy life, she wouldn't feel right. Still 220 copper coins left. I should buy some practical things. Holding Qiu Ning's hand with her left and Qiu Jing's with her right, the three siblings left the rice shop clay house and walked toward the central street of the mid-layer. Mining black market, as the name suggests, this place mainly dealt in black market trading. On the central commercial street of the mid-layer, you could see everything, from stalls selling ability user crystal cores, to stalls selling 95% new female models. As long as you wanted it, there was nothing they wouldn't dare to sell. "Boss, give me 2 jin of soft bread." Standing in front of a stall selling expired bread, Qiu Xingxing boldly raised 2 fingers. "Oh, looks like the god of wealth has arrived. 2 jin of expired bread costs 60 copper coins. You." The vendor rubbed his hands, clearly asking for payment first. "Here." She took out a money pouch from her pocket. The vendor immediately smiled and began weighing and packing the bread for her. Even though expired bread was past date, it was still bread, much better than hard steamed buns. And this kind of expired bread was obviously scavenged by the vendor and resold for profit. Boss, what's this?" Among the piles of expired food, a booklet caught Qiu Xingxing's attention. It looked a bit like an old textbook. On the wrinkled cover were 4 big characters, Ability Manual. "Oh, you mean this? When I first became an ability user, I got tricked into buying this for 20 copper coins at another safe camp. There's nothing special inside, just basic knowledge about ability users." "What? Little sister, you want it?" Seeing Qiu Xingxing interested in the ability manual, the vendor's eyes lit up. "How about this? Buy 1 more jin of expired bread, and I'll give this to you for free. What do you say?" "This." Qiu Xingxing was clearly hesitating. But, suddenly, a prompt sounded in her ear, "Buy it. Senior?" Immediately, Qiu Xingxing took out another 30 copper coins and handed them to the vendor. "I'll take it." Straightforward. A short while later, Qiu Xingxing and her siblings each carried 1 jin of expired bread, walking back toward a quieter area of the mid-layer. Today's spending had already dropped their copper coin savings to 130. Such heavy spending made Qiu Xingxing a little scared, so she decided to stop spending and head home. On the muddy dirt path, as Qiu Xingxing walked, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared ahead. Wu Hai and Sister Xia. But the moment their eyes met, Wu Hai and Sister Xia immediately lowered their heads. Like avoiding a jinx, they moved more than 10 meters away from Qiu Xingxing and hurriedly took a detour to leave. Are they afraid of you, sister?" Qiu Ning looked at the scene in surprise. Qiu Xingxing said nothing and walked straight back to their small clay house. "Damn it! Why did we have to run into her of all people? That damned bitch! She killed my brother, and now she's spending his money like this." On the dirt road in the distance, Sister Xia and Wu Hai had very different expressions. The former was scared. The latter was scared, but with unwillingness mixed in. Yesterday, the news that Qiu Xingxing boldly sold 14 daggers had already spread throughout the mid-layer. If earlier Wu Hai still had doubts about Qiu Xingxing's return, now a whole day had passed, his younger brother Wu Tao still had not returned, with no news at all. And Qiu Xingxing just happened to sell 14 daggers. No matter how stupid he was, he knew what had happened to the Viper mercenary group. Damn it! Damn it! That bitch! She actually killed my brother and wiped out the Viper mercenary group. I will definitely find a chance to kill her. Clenching his fists, Wu Hai stomped the ground in hatred. Beside him, Sister Xia sneered. "TCH, you dare to lay a hand on Qiu Xingxing? Aren't you afraid of the big shot backing her?" This. The words of frustration got stuck in his throat. Wu Hai stomped the ground a few more times, grabbed Sister Xia, and dragged her toward the distance. "Stinking woman! Come with me and help me vent my anger." Inside the small clay house, the younger brother and sister were playing with different flavors of expired bread, while Qiu Xingxing was holding the ability manual and flipping through it. For her, becoming an ability user did not mean she understood common knowledge about ability users. In terms of ability user knowledge, she was completely clueless. The manual was densely filled with records of ability user level divisions, cultivation methods, and basic knowledge. Things like using medicinal baths to open pores and maximize the use of crystal cores, and that up to now, no transcendent level had ever appeared in the human domain. Qiu Xingxing read it with great interest. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren was looking at other information. For example, the follow-up cultivation methods for ability users. Normally, if an ability user wanted to break through later on, they had to kill mutated zombies, obtain crystal cores, and absorb them through medicinal baths. As crystal core energy was absorbed, the ability level would naturally rise. Of course, this involved a basic common sense question. If you absorbed a magnetic ability crystal core first, and then your second one was a flame ability crystal core, could you awaken a second ability? The answer was no. The first ability crystal core that a person successfully absorbed and awakened would determine their future ability path. If you were lucky and absorbed a flame crystal core, awakening flame ability, then no matter if you later absorbed a golden crystal core, it would only be used to charge your existing flame ability. So, back then, when Du Ziren planned to let Qiu Xingxing awaken using a metal crystal core, the game system warned him that doing so would ruin her future. As expected. If the foundation is laid well, the road ahead is steady. So everyone can only have one ability? Rubbing his chin, Du Ziren tapped Qiu Xingxing's small hand. Xingxing, turn to the next page and look at the explanation about ability holders. Oh. Her small face reddened slightly. Qiu Xingxing immediately understood. When she turned to the next page, both of them couldn't help but let out a small gasp. The manual actually had a passage like this written in it. Ability users will only awaken one ability, and it will accompany them for life. But it was said that in the early days of the apocalypse, there once appeared a multi-ability ability user, with countless abilities in one body, truly an anomaly. Multi-ability? Damn, what kind of chosen one is that? Looking at that passage, there was no record of where this person went afterward. After thinking about it, Du Ziren felt this person was probably just an Easter egg in the game's settings. Not paying further attention to it, Qiu Xingxing continued reading the ability manual, while Du Ziren tapped open Qiu Xingxing's status panel. Name, Qiu Xingxing. Identity, ability user. Ability level, ability user, tier 1. Awakened ability, SSS grade immortal and indestructible. Cultivation progress, ability user tier 1, 12/100, plus. Age, 19. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Measurements, 84.62.86. Physical condition, far exceeds ability users. Fullness, 65. Warmth, 80. Happiness, 25. Equipment, military combat suit, white, military dagger, white, desert eagle, white. Items, none. Oh? My Xingxing got taller again? Almost catching up to me. Can abilities make people grow taller too? And this cultivation progress? He tapped the plus next to cultivation progress, and a panel immediately popped up on the phone. Detected that your apocalypse survival character's ability tier is low. Would you like to submit crystal cores to assist cultivation? So this is where you were waiting for me. Opening the game warehouse skillfully, Du Ziren glanced over it. He remembered that the last time he drew immortal and indestructible, he also got a bunch of lower-tier crystal cores. If he submitted them all to Qiu Xingxing, maybe he could push her to tier 3 or 4. Thunderfire crystal core, purple, times 2. Wind wing crystal core, green, times 4. Scarlet blood crystal core, white, times 13. There were many crystal cores in the warehouse. Du Ziren dragged one scarlet blood crystal core onto Qiu Xingxing's face. He only submitted white-grade cores, not because he was stingy, but because he was afraid higher-grade crystal core energy would be too strong for Qiu Xingxing to handle. For example, last time's golden crystal core had too much energy, and Qiu Xingxing almost had her blood vessel swell and burst. Even though he could massage and guide it. But he couldn't possibly massage her every time she cultivated, right? There would be times when he was offline. The next moment, space distorted in front of Qiu Xingxing's chest. With a hum, a crystal core like a red gemstone fell into her arms. Ha! What is this? A trace of surprise appeared on her face. She looked around, then immediately reacted. Senior. This is? Take it and grind it up to absorb it. Your ability level is too low. Even though you are an ability user now, in front of high-level ability users, you are still just a nobody. Understood. Without much hesitation, Qiu Xingxing knew that only by constantly becoming stronger would she be qualified to stand beside Senior. She hurriedly put away the ability manual and immediately started fussing with the water vat in the small clay house. Inside the vat was the commonly used dirty water of the mid-layer. Muddy sludge and murky water filled it, making Du Ziren frown. Detected that your apocalypse survival character's cultivation environment is too poor and cultivation resources are mismatched. To ensure cultivation progress, would you like to activate the monthly card service? What the hell? You money-grabbing game, you even copied the monthly card system now? After a moment of hesitation, the benefits of the monthly card service popped up. Activate monthly card. Every morning at 8 a.m. each month, Qiu Xingxing will receive 1 blood-strengthening crystal core. This crystal core perfectly matches Qiu Xingxing's current ability attribute. First-time activation bonus, water purification barrel times 1. Activating monthly card service requires payment of 3,228 yuan. Activate? What the hell? You bastard? Why don't you just rob people? Du Ziren had never heard of any game where a monthly card cost over 3,000 to activate. Today, his eyes were truly opened. But looking at Qiu Xingxing in the screen struggling with the broken water vat, Du Ziren frowned and immediately clicked recharge. Charge it. Charge the hell out of it. I just earned 2 million, how can I let my Xingxing suffer? Whatever cultivation resources others have, my Xingxing can't be missing any either. Your bank account has just spent 3,228 yuan. Current balance, 4,700,772 yuan. As the recharge notification came through, inside the game screen, a wave of spatial vibration appeared in Qiu Xingxing's small clay house. A metal water tank over 1 meter wide suddenly appeared in the room. Along with the tank, a small golden crystal core also appeared. Wow, what is this? On the earthen bed, Qiu Ning and Qiu Ya looked dumbfounded at the large vat that had suddenly appeared in the room and curiously moved closer. The metallic vat was smooth all over, and in the very center of the vat, there was a golden crystal core embedded, shimmering with a brilliant light. Is this for bathing? Little Qiu Ya poked the vat and felt like something on it absorbed all the grime from her hand in an instant. What's going on? What happened? Drawn by the noise in the room, Qiu Xingxing came running in carrying a water bucket. Big sis. Look at this. Huh? This is a water vat? Staring in surprise at the metal vat, Qiu Xingxing suddenly understood. Senior, this is also from you? The vat purifies water, and it now contains a crystal core. Make sure to use it regularly every morning. The calm voice echoed in her ears again. Qiu Xingxing swallowed hard and looked at the metal vat, a mess of emotions in her heart. A vat that could purify water, in the apocalypse, its value was self-evident. And that golden crystal core at the bottom, it was clearly no ordinary item. And the senior even told her to use it regularly every morning? What did that mean? Was he providing for her future cultivation resources? One must know, even the founder of the black market mine had to kill zombies one by one to earn their cultivation resources. What had she done to deserve this kind of treatment? Senior? Stop saying things like, I don't deserve it. Just aim to become a major power first. I understand. Her hesitant gaze gradually became firm, and Qiu Xingxing poured all the water from her bucket into the vat. Gurgle. The murky water flowed into the vat, and the sand and dirt were instantly absorbed by the metallic walls. In an instant, the water in the vat became crystal clear. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, the golden crystal core at the bottom began to shatter rapidly, and the clear water turned into golden soup in a flash. Puff, puff, puff. Steam filled the small clay house. Qiu Xingxing pursed her lips and looked at her younger brother and sister. Qiu Ning. Qiu Ya. You too? Qiu Xingxing had thought about letting them try the medicinal bath as well, maybe it could awaken their powers? But she was too embarrassed. Blushing, she didn't dare to ask the senior for more. The shy girl didn't notice that Du Ziren, on the phone, clearly understood her thoughts. Still too shy. Smiling, Du Ziren poked Qiu Xingxing's cheek. You can take the medicinal bath first. When the color fades halfway. Then your brother and sister can try it, based on their physical condition. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Qiu Ning. Qiu Ya. Hurry and thank the senior. She pulled her still dumbfounded siblings off the bed. Qiu Ning and Qiu Ya were stunned. Why was their big sister acting all shy in front of empty air? They couldn't hear Du Ziren's private speaker, so they just followed her lead and kept bowing toward nothing. Soon, as the mist filled the air, Du Ziren watched through the white fog, observing Qiu Xingxing's figure grow fuller, and her progress bar rising. Ability level, Powered Being, Tier 1. Cultivation progress, 25/100. 35 out of 100. HM. At this rate, and with her siblings joining the medicinal bath later, it'll probably take 2 or 3 days to reach Tier 2? This pace is acceptable. He couldn't see clearly through the mist, and had no interest in watching. So Du Ziren hung up the phone and got up to stretch. Ding dong ding dong. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Deliveries here? His face lit up, and he opened the door. Unexpectedly, it wasn't a delivery guy in uniform, but a tall man in a suit, Sun Kong. Mr. Sun, what are you doing here? Looking at Sun Kong suspiciously, Du Ziren was confused. Why did this guy come knocking? What? Still trying to buy blood with money? Oh. Mr. Du, don't get me wrong. I got your address from Dr. Liu. I came to invite you to an event. An event? Yes. You probably already know, right? Tomorrow night, August 18th, Many people with conditions like yours are gathering at Langya Mountain to watch the Leo meteor shower and make wishes, hoping for recovery. They all want to see the miracle child, you, to bring some good luck. As Sun Kong spoke, he handed over an invitation. Langya Mountain Stargazing Event Summary. What good luck? You mean they want me as a mascot? He saw right through Sun Kang's sales pitch. Du Ziren wasn't dumb. Real patients don't have time or money to go stargazing. Only rich heirs who got sick think of watching meteor showers and finding some kind of lucky charm to ward off bad luck. Clearly, the recently popular ALS self-healer was the best mascot out there. Come on, don't say it like that. Think about it, meeting some rich folks isn't a bad thing, right? No surprise he was in sales, he could sell the dead as living. Du Ziren shrugged, clearly not interested. Is that all? If so, I'm closing the door now. Creak. Just as the door was about to shut, a loud voice rang through the hallway. 100,000. Spend one night with those people, 100,000. Oh? You sure it's just 100,000? You're not skimming anything off the top? The door slowed its closing, and Du Ziren's tone was teasing. 150,000. I'm closing the door now. 200,000. The total offer is 300,000. I'm just making a connection and earning a bit, fair, right? Creak. The door opened again. Du Ziren smiled. 250,000. Deal if it's a deal. If not, forget it. I'm not interested in being paraded in front of rich people as a mascot. Deal. Gritting his teeth, Sun Kong agreed. He knew all the power was in Du Ziren's hands. If he refused, Sun Kong wouldn't earn a cent. Ah, now that's more like it. Mr. Sun, have you eaten? Come in and have something. In the future, if there's any job where I can earn by just showing my face, remember me. Clack. Almost instantly, Du Ziren's expression turned from serious to cheerful, pulling Sun Kong into the house. They sat on the couch, and Du Ziren tossed him a bottle of water from the fridge. So, how do I get there tomorrow night? A car will come pick you up. What about the money? When will I get it? You'll receive it after the event ends tomorrow night. All right. If there's nothing else, you should probably go home. You're so blunt. Sun Kong twitched. It was Du Ziren who said he didn't want to go. It was also him who invited Sun Kong to eat. Now, once he learned the details, he sold himself off just like that? Sun Kong was speechless. Du Ziren just laughed. If you want my takeout, we can share. Goodbye. Thud. Sun Kong slammed the door. Du Ziren was about to go lock it. Click, the door suddenly locked itself as if pulled by some force. Looking at his outstretched hand, Du Ziren shook his head, thinking it must be an autolock? A night of good dreams. Du Ziren ate takeout while watching Qiu Xingxing fall asleep in the bath. By the next morning, when he checked the game on his phone, Qiu Xingxing had already claimed the monthly card Daily Crystal Core and started a new medicinal bath. The small clay house was filled with mist, but Qiu Xingxing didn't look well. Her rosy cheeks were furrowed, eyebrows tight like dense clouds that wouldn't disperse. Splash. Under the golden crystal core bathwater, the girl's body looked even more alluring and delicate. Ability level, ability user, tier 1. Current cultivation progress, 75/100, 77/100. Yesterday, I gave Qiu Ning and Qiu Ye a half-hour medicinal bath, but besides getting physically stronger, nothing else changed. Could it be, they can't awaken abilities? Frustrated, Qiu Xingxing slapped the water. The half-revealed curves made Du Ziren jolt. Get up? If I don't get up now, I'm gonna explode. Panicking, he shut off the phone and scrambled out of bed. After a quick wash, he rushed downstairs for breakfast. Inside the Wanan Garden complex, the breakfast area wasn't the only lively place in the morning, there was also a senior citizens' activity park. Most people have seen it, some elderly folks practicing sword moves, jogging, even spinning tops. Yes, spinning tops. Even though Du Ziren didn't understand why the grandpas were obsessed with it, he still enjoyed watching. At that moment, in the open area of the park, an elderly man with short white hair was swinging his whip, making thunderous cracks as his top spun with a loud whoosh. Yo old Wang, your strength is great today. Spinning that fast? Another bald old man passed by and, while chatting, took a top from his pocket. Clack. Wrapping the whip around the top and giving it a strong swing, with a loud crack, the top started spinning fast. In no time, the two old men were happily cracking their whips. Heh. Oldly, you're really improving. As the two grandpas complimented each other, Du Ziren couldn't help feeling itchy hands while watching the whip cracks. He didn't know why. He'd never been interested in this stuff before, but today, just watching made his blood vessels feel like they were dancing, ready to burst from his skin. If he had to describe it, it felt just like that mutated zombie Qiu Xingxing first encountered. Right. All his veins were pulsing like that mutant zombie's intestines writhing. Grandpa, can I try it? Unable to hold back, Du Ziren waved at Grandpa Wang. Heh. Young man, what's up? You interested in this? Grandpa Wang was intrigued to see a young guy talking to him. Yeah. My hands are itching, just curious. Ha ha ha, it's a good thing for young folks to take interest. But, this thing looks simple, but without technique, it's tough. Here, try it for yourself. Handing over the whip, Grandpa Wang crossed his arms, ready to watch the fun. He knew beginners couldn't spin a top properly. You need to aim precisely, swing the whip with just the right force, not too strong, not too weak. Too much force? The top flies away. Too little? It wobbles and stops quickly. Beginners need a few days just to get it right. But then, in the next moment, clack! A sharp crack rang out. In Du Ziren's hands, the whip exploded like thunder, and instead of flying away, the top spun even faster. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fast-spinning top scraped visible marks into the worn ground. Oh my goodness! Young man! This technique, have you practiced whipping? The teasing look in Grandpa Wang's eyes vanished. He rushed over and examined Du Ziren closely, especially his palms. A true practitioner would have thick calluses. But Du Ziren's hands were clean and smooth, nothing like someone who trained. Practiced? No. I was just swinging it for fun. Casually twirling the whip, it moved as if it were part of his own body. With precise movements, it danced like a snake around the top, pulling off complex tilted maneuvers. You've never trained? I don't believe it. No newbie can handle a whip like that. Old Lee also didn't believe it and came over to inspect him. Watching the top spin like a fierce tiger, he bit his lip, then thickened his face and rubbed his hands together. Say, young man. Don't play coy. Master. Let me call you little master. How about, you teach me? I'm newly retired and have time. Here, you teach me whip technique, I'll give you 100 yuan per hour. How's that? Ha! Teach this? Isn't it just waving your hand? Du Ziren was dumbfounded. He randomly whipped a few times, and now someone wanted to learn from him? Could it be, he was actually some kind of whip genius? You! Old Lee, don't be ridiculous. If the young master's going to teach anyone, it should be me first. Right, master? Not to be outdone, old Wang joined in. The two toothless old men grinned at Du Ziren like daisies. Du Ziren forced a smile, quickly whipped and caught the top in one smooth move. That alone made the two grandpas' eyes sparkle again. Grandpas. I have things to do. About teaching whip tricks, maybe next time. He shoved the whip and top back into Grandpa Wang's hands and bolted down the alley. No way. Teach two old guys for 200 yuan? He needed to play his game. He had a digital waifu to spend time with. Even though he didn't know why he could whip so well, his time should be spent on his waifu, not Grandpa's. Thud thud thud. After shaking off the persistent old men and circling the complex, Du Ziren finally returned home. His face was dripping sweat, but he realized, he wasn't out of breath. Yes. After all that exercise, he wasn't winded. Something's off. Why's my body in such good shape? Could it be, after ALS, my body evolved? Thinking this, he went back inside and reopened his phone. Qiu Xingxing was still sitting in the vat, but her entire head was red. Current cultivation progress, ability user, tier 1, 99/100. 100 out of 100. When the bar above her head hit 100. Buzz buzz buzz. The golden water in the vat boiled rapidly, thick steam flooding the clay house. Qiu Xingxing's whole body turned bright red like a sunset. A shimmering light passed over her skin, and she exhaled a blast of hot air. Her gaze grew sharper, and her figure even fuller. Current cultivation progress, ability user, tier 2, 3/200. She had ascended. Senior. I think I just advanced. Excitedly standing up from the water tank, Qiu Xingxing jumped and bounced in the splashing water. Under her delicate underwear, the full fruits on the slender branches swayed, making Du Ziren's eyes blur. This water is big. No, wait, this water is really white. Rubbing his foolishly grinning face, Du Ziren calmly pressed the private speaker. I saw it, keep up the good work. Understood. With a giggling, red little face, Qiu Xingxing's shoulder strap suddenly slipped off, revealing a plump curve. She only reacted then, letting out a soft ah and sitting back in the tank, her flushed head peeking out. Senior. Blushing shyly and squirming for a long time, she suddenly blew a stream of bubbles on the water surface through the mist. Senior? I think I might be able to take on more advanced missions now. You can give it a try. Hee hee, I knew it, Senior, you're encouraging me to train more. I want to use the strength you gave me, Senior, to bring my siblings to live on the third floor. Water splashed as Qiu Xingxing raised a clenched fist gesture. Du Ziren smiled. That's fine. If she takes on new missions, maybe I'll get to see more zombie types in this game. It's up to you. After each daily medicinal bath, manage your own schedule. After reminding her, Du Ziren went to the bathroom to take a shower. Shortly after, when he returned, Qiu Xingxing was already wearing a familiar military combat uniform in the game screen. Qiu Ning, Qiuya, be good at home. Oh right? Senior, if I go out? She glanced nervously at the purification water tank inside the clay house, worried someone might discover it and bring disaster. Buzz buzz buzz. Almost as soon as she started worrying, the huge purification water tank disappeared. Buzz buzz buzz. And in its place, more than 10 bottles of mineral water appeared on the ground. I've put away the purification tank for you. You can leave the mineral water for your siblings. Thank you, Senior. With a radiant smile on her face, Qiu Xingxing looked just like a daughter favored by her father, lips curled happily. I'm heading out. Be careful, sis. Voices responded from the clay house. After she had gone, Qiu Ning looked at the ground full of mineral water, suspicion growing on his face. That so-called Senior, could it be, he actually likes sis? Black Market Mine, a middle-level mission room. Inside the cramped, earthy room, the walls were still full of various mission bounties. Tap tap tap. When Qiu Xingxing stepped in, everyone inside couldn't help but size her up. No surprise, this little girl had been making waves lately. Selling cigarettes 14 daggers. No matter how you looked at it, she didn't seem capable of pulling all that off. Xingxing, here for another mission? Linya stood behind the bar, smiling warmly. She showed no awkwardness from being rejected last time, walking out confidently from behind the counter. Sister Linya, you. What? Even with that big guy backing you, you still take on missions? There was clear jealousy in her voice. And seeing Qiu Xingxing dressed in military gear, Linya finally understood everything. So, from back then, Qiu Xingxing already latched onto a big shot, huh? Behind her smile were countless thoughts. Embarrassed by her words, Qiu Xingxing's cheeks flushed as she looked at the highest placed mission on the wall. The higher the mission was posted, the harder it was. I want to do a mission that lets me into the third floor. What? The third floor? After a brief surprise, Linya calmed down again. Of course. With someone like that behind her, what's Black Market Mine, third floor? Even getting into a top-level safe camp nearby wouldn't be hard. Sigh? Such good fortune. I don't even know what that big guy sees in her. She subtly looked over Qiu Xingxing, then glanced at her own curvy figure. She wasn't bad either. Sister Linya, is there any mission that allows access to the third floor? Preferably for 3 people. Suddenly, Qiu Xingxing's question pulled Linya out of her thoughts. Her gaze landed on a bounty mission posted in a corner of the wall. The third floor of the Black Market Mine was considered the luxury zone. You couldn't enter just by having abilities, you needed enough contribution to the base. Here. This mission. Hunt for the Zombie Dog Crystal Core. This is a mission issued by our Black Market Mine Dog Squad. If you can find a Zombie Dog Crystal Core, depending on the quality and quantity, the squad will give you a reward. Just getting one, green, Zombie Dog Crystal Core should get you permission to live on the third floor. With a wave of her hand, the dirt in the wall corner shifted, and the mission bounty fell into Linya's hand. She said it lightly, like it was no big deal. But that wasn't the case. People nearby frowned. Zombie dogs were already hard to deal with, let alone mutated zombie dogs with crystal cores? Plus, zombie dogs sometimes appeared in packs. If you encountered them, not to mention being bitten and turned, you might not even leave bones behind. She's taking that mission? Crazy, right? Exactly. Even mercenary teams don't casually accept that. Isn't Linya setting her up? The whispers didn't bother Linya. She wouldn't give that kind of mission to just anyone. But this was Qiu Xingxing. And she had a big shot behind her. Come on, an awakened one big shot scared of a few mutant wild dogs? Well? Xingxing, aside from being difficult, this mission fits your request perfectly. Complete it, and not only will you earn 500 to 1,000 copper coins, the dog squad will also give you a small house on the third floor. Only thing is, the Fire Source mercenary group already took this mission earlier. Huh? Then isn't it already taken? Qiu Xingxing frowned. If she took it and they returned and handed it in, wouldn't her effort be wasted? Well, not quite. They took the mission, but it's been 3 or 4 days without a word. I suspect they ran into a dog pack. What? What are you scared of? You've got a big shot behind you. So? You taking it or not? This. Chiu Shengxing bit her lip. She didn't dare take on missions lightly. Just because she was under the senior's wing didn't mean she could misuse his strength. Her little hands kept fidgeting, then a familiar voice echoed in her ear. Take it. I'll keep you safe. Senior. Then I'll take it. She firmly took the bounty from Linya's hand. Instantly, the entire mission room was in an uproar. Holy crap. She really took it? A whole mercenary team died and she's going solo? Getting cocky now, huh? Even that third-rate Viper mercenary group wouldn't compare to Fire Source. Can't say for sure, maybe she really does have someone powerful behind her? As the chatter rose, Chiu Shengxing tucked away the bounty, her face slowly calming, and she walked out of the mission room with big strides. Meanwhile, Black Market Mine Chain Gate entrance. A scavenger covered in crusty cotton clothes rushed out from an alley. Brother Wu! Brother Wu! Chiu Shengxing! Chiu Shengxing is heading out. Ha! Hearing that, Wu Hai immediately crawled out of a dirt pit, eyes cold and sharp. She's going out again? What for? Rumor is, she took the zombie dog crystal core hunt mission. What? She took the zombie dog crystal core hunt mission alone? Crazy, right? Just her? Just her. After repeatedly confirming Chiu Shengxing's movements from the scavenger, Wu Hai's expression shifted again and again. From joy to shock, and from shock to fear. Taking such a dangerous mission alone? Either she's got a screw loose, or someone powerful is backing her. Wu Hai definitely leaned toward the latter. Damn it. Damn it. Who the hell did she latch onto? Frowning tightly, Wu Hai felt that his plan to avenge his brother was becoming more and more out of reach. Step. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in the distance from the dark alley. Wu Hai's face darkened. He immediately waved off the scavenger. Get lost. She's here. Got it. The two split apart. Wu Hai returned to the iron gate, just in time to see Chiu Shengxing approaching with a frosty expression. Open the gate. Gatekeeper Wu. This time, her tone was one of superiority. Wu Hai didn't say much, calmly opened the iron gate. His expression was extremely complex. He never would have thought that this little girl would rise so quickly in a few days, barking orders at him, and he couldn't even say a word back. Step. Watching Chiu Shengxing walk further and further away, Wu Hai couldn't swallow his anger. He didn't restore the gate, but instead shouted toward the pit, Hey! You come watch the gate! I'm going out to check something. Are you crazy? You think you can afford to mess with her? Sister Xia, hair messy and looking disheveled, climbed out of the pit and scolded him. But Wu Hai didn't say anything this time. As if he had made up his mind, he turned and chased after Chiu Shengxing's figure. Whoosh whoosh. The game screen on the phone was frozen in an icy wilderness. Chiu Shengxing was on the move. And Du Ziren? He was picking through his closet. Tonight, he was going to attend that so-called meteor shower viewing party. Let's be honest. It was just a gig as a good luck mascot. Even so, he still needed something decent to wear, right? After going through everything, Du Ziren realized the best-fitting outfit he had was the hospital's patient uniform. Damn, I can't possibly wear this out, right? He held up the uniform against himself. Ding dong. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Frowning as he walked to the door, a respectful voice came from outside. Hello? Is this Mr. Du Ziren's residence? I'm He Xiao, head of planning from Coleman Pharmaceuticals. I'm here to escort you to the meteor shower event. Coleman Pharmaceuticals? You again? Wait. This meteor shower banquet, is this your company's event too? As expected of Mr. Du. Yes, this event's promotion is hosted by our company. The goal is to inspire hope in more patients for a better future. Heh. It's more like giving those rich brats some peace of mind. Opening the door, outside stood a man dressed almost identically to Sun Kong, except this He Xiao wore sunglasses and looked extremely strict. Wait for me. I need to get dressed. Oh? Is that the neuromuscular department hospital uniform in your hand? If possible, we urge you to wear it. Noticing the outfit, He Xiao suddenly lit up and reached out to stop him. Ha, so you want me to go full clown, huh? Well, fine. It's for the money. Wait a moment. After putting on the well-fitting patient uniform, Du Ziren casually stepped out the door. Following He Xiao downstairs, they reached the entrance of Wannan Complex where a Maybach was parked. Once inside, the car drove toward the outskirts of Wannan City. As evening light fell on the outskirts, the peak of Langia Mountain came into view, with a massive round iron structure, a huge observatory platform. The car wound around the mountain path until it stopped at the base of the observatory. Du Ziren noticed, damn. The parking lot below was already full of luxury cars. These days, even when spoiled kids get sick, they pray for blessings in luxury. Shaking his head, he looked up at the observatory. It was at least 10 meters high, supported by multiple steel columns, forming a 100-square-meter circular platform. On top, more steel beams formed a structure resembling a bird's nest. No doubt, just building this observatory must have cost a fortune. Mr. Du. This way please. We have a private elevator. He Zhao's urging interrupted Du Ziren's thoughts. He looked around and realized, this observatory had no staircase at all. Damn, you didn't build stairs. If something goes wrong, how do people on top escape? He Zhao heard the complaint and chuckled. Mr. Du, you jest, if something happens here, forget escaping. Just the falling steel structure inside that observatory would be enough to kill everyone. Fair point. Joking as they talked, they arrived below the giant bird's nest. There stood the only elevator, wrapped in a few steel bars, with a 5-person limit. Ding dong. The elevator opened, and Du Ziren stepped in with He Zhao. As the elevator rose higher and higher, the view flashing past, Du Ziren's right eyelid started twitching nonstop, and it only got worse. His heart beat faster and faster for no reason, as if something bad was about to happen. Mr. Du, we've arrived. Ding dong. When the doors opened again, a spacious circular banquet scene appeared before him. Dozens of white round tables, luxurious carpet flooring. At least 30 people were dressed in finery, chatting and sipping red wine, occasionally looking up at the sky. Everyone. Our lucky star is here today. In the history of Wannan City, no. In world history, the first ever self-healed ALS miracle child, Mr. Du Ziren has arrived. Almost the moment they stepped out, He Zhao shouted proudly. Immediately, all eyes turned to him. They stared at Du Ziren like he was a rare zoo animal, examining him from head to toe. This is Du Ziren? So young? Wow! How lucky do you have to be to recover from ALS? I heard that during his illness, no family cared for him. To heal in that kind of emotional state, he's literally heaven's chosen. Countless whispers exploded. Du Ziren's face stayed calm as He Zhao dragged him around the circular platform in front of everyone. He kept his composure, smiling calmly, though in his mind he repeated, earn money for Shengsheng. Recharge for Shengsheng. Work hard for waifu. Not embarrassing. Not embarrassing. Wow, let me touch him for good luck. Me too. Same. A few young children reached out, grabbing Du Ziren's arm. He smiled faintly. Finally. After being displayed like a mascot, Du Ziren was brought to a high podium, similar to a stage. There stood a beautiful woman in a red gown, holding both a mic and a selfie stick. Hi. Good evening, everyone in the live stream. Welcome to the Meteor Shower Wish Party hosted by Norman Pharmaceuticals. Tonight, we'll witness the brilliance of the Leonid meteor shower and make our hopeful wishes. May the light of hope protect us all. May everyone's illness be controlled. Now, let's welcome tonight's lucky guest, self-healed ALS patient Mr. Du Ziren. As she spoke, the high-definition camera on the selfie stick turned toward Du Ziren. Instantly, the livestream viewership jumped from 326 to an explosion of comments. Leukemia early stage, wow. They really brought in an ALS survivor? Let me soak up some luck. I want to heal too. My family can't afford medicine anymore. Liver cancer late stage, this guy is a walking miracle. I really hope my condition improves. ALS early stage, handsome, can you share how you stayed positive in life? Countless comments flooded the screen, and Du Ziren paused. What once felt like a demeaning display suddenly felt comforting. A live stream? For people who really need comfort. Norman Pharma, at least you did something right? Looking at the streaming comments, Du Ziren exhaled gently, then spoke. Fellow patients, when you're in pain, think of your loved ones. Parents, spouses, children. The meaning of life is love and connection. You're not just living for yourself, but for them. I believe life is great. As long as we don't give up, miracles will happen. The powerful, firm words echoed across the platform. Wearing a patient gown, the young man raised his wrist high, face full of determination. In that moment, not only did the live stream fall into a brief silence, even the second-generation rich kids watching the show nearby fell silent one by one. No wonder he's Mr. Du. Such strong mindset. Everyone should learn from Mr. Du. Seeing the atmosphere go quiet, the woman in the red dress quickly took over the conversation. In the live stream, supportive comments began to float up. Liver cancer, early stage. This young man is right. It's not about the medical bills, it's about the people who love you. If your wife and children truly love you, they can't bear to let you go. I have to stand up again. I can't let them down. Uremia, early stage. He's right. I can't give up. My child gained 10 pounds in a week just to donate a kidney to me. Disease is cruel, but love can create miracles. Chemotherapy, early-stage life is precious. The support of family is even more precious. Good news for fellow patients, my partner shaved her head to accompany me through chemo. Now in early treatment, I have no appearance anxiety at all, I'm recovering well. In an instant, the live stream was filled with messages. The host in the red dress stood there with her mouth wide open, clearly shocked that all her hard work couldn't match the impact of Du Ziren's few heartfelt sentences. Then, may I ask, Mr. Du, how did you get through the hardest times? Sensing a sensitive topic, the host turned to Du Ziren. Du Ziren scratched his head. It was a girl who accompanied me through it. Oh? So it was the power of love? 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 That one word made the entire venue fall silent. Meanwhile, the live stream exploded with joy. I knew it. Youth is wonderful. Love, it really is something to look forward to. Exactly. Especially love at that age, 17 or 18, it's truly pure and untainted. No wonder. Love created the miracle. Mom, if I fall in love, will my flu heal faster? At the event, a snot-nosed kid suddenly asked. His mom's face immediately darkened. You talkin' crap. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere became lively again. In reality, most people at the event only had minor illnesses. Which second gen with a serious illness had time to leave the hospital to come here and make wishes? They were just here to join the fun. Haha, guess I should go find a girlfriend? Yeah, right. Didn't you just pay for yours? That's not love. Oh ho ho, like you're any different. As teasing voices grew, the whole venue became noisy again. The host took the chance to shift the camera to the now dark night sky. Everyone. Let's count down, the Leonid meteor shower is about to arrive. 5, 4, 3. As the first streak of deep blue light crossed the sky, visible blue stars began to swirl, like threads drifting across the heavens. Oh, help me recover from the flu. Bless me so I won't get a fever again. Help my bone fracture heal faster. In that moment, the crowd looked up, eyes shimmering with hope. Bless my mom's surgery to go smoothly. Wishing to beat cancer. Hang in there, everyone. The live stream also filled with countless wishes. For once, everyone was united in hope. Then, the red-dressed host walked up to Du Ziren and curiously asked, Mr. Du, what wish did you make? Me? I think. I made a wish that's a bit unrealistic. Looking at the falling stars, Du Ziren chuckled self-deprecatingly. Oh? Mind sharing? I just want to see her again. That's not hard. Wherever she is, just go find her, right? Ah? Whoosh. Just as those words ended, among the flashing meteors, a streak of deep blue drew closer and closer to the observation deck, getting bigger and bigger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The meteor rubbed against the air, its scorching heat starting to raise the surrounding temperature. What the hell is that? The meteor, it's coming this way. Hey hey hey! You kidding me? If that thing hits, run! Instant chaos. The whole observation deck went into panic, with people rushing toward the elevator. The elevator, only big enough for 5, was now packed like a subway station during rush hour. Move! Move! Get lost! I was here first! Pushing, shoving, yelling erupted everywhere. Just moments ago it was peaceful, now it was chaos. Mr. Du, we better run too! He Xiao, still loyal, grabbed Du Ziren's arm and ran toward the crowd. But Du Ziren shook his head and pulled him into a corner instead. It's too late. No one can outrun a meteor. Get ready. Boom! The next moment, a deafening explosion hit their ears, scorching wind sweeping overhead. Crack crack crack. Above, came the sound of melting, twisting steel. Looking up, they saw a huge fiery stone melting through the steel structure like paper, crashing down on the event stage. Oh no! Boom! Like a rock hitting a curtain, the meteor paused slightly, then crushed through the steel scaffolding and collapsed the platform. Rumble rumble. Countless steel beams twisted, heavy iron parts fell, shaking the entire platform. Support beams bent and collapsed. The towering observation deck was crushed by the meteor. Inside, people dodged falling beams in terror. In a corner, Du Ziren and He Xiao shrank down, watching the debris pile around them. Wham! Suddenly, a vertical steel beam dropped like a spear. He Xiao's face turned pale. We're finished. We can't dodge this. Looking at the falling beams in front of them, there was nowhere left to run. Du Ziren gritted his teeth, full of regret. Damn it. Shouldn't have been greedy for that money. Sheng. I don't want to die yet. I still want to see you again. Get away. He screamed in vain as a giant steel beam came down. But, at that very moment, something strange happened. Duziren waved his hand toward the beam, and the falling steel suddenly bent as if pulled by magnetism, veering to the side. Boom! What should have landed straight down, flew away diagonally. Not just that, every steel beam aimed at Duziren mysteriously flew off, as if he was controlling them. Holy crap! Look over there! At Duziren's spot. He's unharmed. Quick! Gather near Duziren. That area is safe. Hurry! He's really a lucky star, huh? Not a single steel beam landed near him. People started to notice the strangely untouched space around Duziren and rushed toward him. Duziren suddenly felt weak all over. Rumble. Finally. The huge boulder-like meteor fully landed, shaking the whole observation deck, collapsing the roof. Creak creak. Below the deck, several steel columns miraculously held strong. But the top was completely crushed. Twisted metal everywhere, except for one corner where intersecting beams formed a wide, safe zone. Pant, pant, pant. Within the steel shelter, all 32 attendees had survived, unharmed. At that moment, everyone stared at Duziren in shock. Where he stood, nothing had fallen. He was truly a chosen one. Thanks to him, everyone who ran to him was saved. Holy crap. They really did invite a lucky star? Damn. If I hadn't seen his area was safe and run over, I'd be dead now. Insane. Bro, I'm hanging your picture in my car instead of a deity. After a brief silence, everyone looked at Duziren, eyes full of gratitude. I'll never eat beetle nut again, WTF? What did I just see? A meteor shower accident? And all 30 people were unharmed? Don't stay up, it's bad for your kidneys. No. What's really insane is how none of those steel beams hit Duziren. Baldy still messes up his sleep schedule, confirmed. Duziren is the koi fish incarnate. Call me for rehab, got it. Next time I have surgery, no praying to gods, I'm sticking Duziren's portrait on my chest. Maybe I'll have a perfect recovery. I swear I'm not impotent, I'm gonna bow to Duziren before I buy a lottery ticket next time. Drink more water or get kidney stones. Hey, are we all missing the point? Someone report this already. Yes, report it now. Not only were the rich second-gens on-site dumbfounded, even the sick patients watching the live stream were stunned. Before the stream, they thought Duziren healing from ALS was already crazy lucky. But after the stream, damn, it got even crazier. This dude, could he be Lucio reincarnated? Shock, astonishment, disbelief. All kinds of emotions and eyes were on Duziren, but he wasn't feeling proud. Because at that moment, gurgle 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 gurgle. The hunger in his belly surged like a flash flood, overwhelming. Shit, why am I suddenly so hungry? So hungry. It felt exactly like the after-effect Qiu Xingxing experienced the first time she overused her powers. The intense hunger had Duziren bent over on the floor, unable to straighten up. Mr. Du, are you okay? He Xiao rushed over to help him up, and Duziren clutched his stomach, face pale as paper. I'm so hungry, is there food? Food? Hey, anyone here got food? I do, bro, I do. I was just holding some pastries. There's a table over there that didn't get crushed, it's got steak on it. Thanks to Duziren, several second-gens eagerly offered him food. Duziren didn't care what it was, he grabbed whatever he could and started stuffing it into his mouth. Nom 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 nom. Pastries, steak, foie gras, noodles, it didn't matter. He devoured everything like a starving beast who hadn't eaten in 3 days. Only when that terrifying hunger subsided did he slump to the ground, satisfied. Comfy. Mr. Du, were you fasting all day before coming here? He Xiao stared in shock. That amount of food could rival a Russian strongman. Hard to believe it came from a skinny young guy. Not really. Maybe I got scared and it triggered hunger. I see. As long as you're okay. We already called the police. Firefighters and rescue crews are on their way. It's just, with all these collapsed steel beams, they won't be able to remove them easily. We might have to stay here a while. Face grim, He Xiao never imagined he'd witness a meteor crash in his lifetime. I see. Well, it's fine. Duziren waved it off and looked at the surrounding mess of steel. Even if firefighters came with cutters, they'd have to be cautious of further collapse. Rescue would definitely be slow. Sigh, who knows when we'll get out of here? Be grateful. At least you're alive. True, but I've got a follow-up appointment tomorrow. Some of the second-gens were already getting antsy. This space held up by steel was cramped, and waiting in it was psychologically taxing. Mr. Du, don't worry. Once we're out, my company will definitely offer appropriate compensation. He Xiao kept reassuring him. He figured Duziren was just a kid and might lose his temper any second now. But instead, Duziren leaned against a beam, calmly pulled out his phone. Doomsday survival game, start. Ha! Bro, you're really gaming in this situation? Well, there's nothing else to do. Why not play a game? Besides, we're not gonna die. Just wait it out. That's way better than lying in a hospital bed waiting to die. His attitude was incredible. Duziren ignored the surprised second gen and unlocked his phone. Whoosh whoosh. On screen, Qiu Xingxing had walked out of a snowy field and reached a wasteland. According to the Black Market Mine City map, the southern outskirts of Old Wannan City used to have an abandoned pet shelter. A lot of stray and abandoned dogs should have gathered there. After the apocalypse, this place must be crawling with zombie dogs, right? She looked ahead to a fenced iron structure, narrowing her eyes. The old iron gate was scorched black and covered in sticky tar. Clearly, there had been a fire here recently. Fire Source Mercenary Group? I remember it's a couple who awakened fire powers, teamed up with 5 researchers, made kerosene bombs, and used fire to fight off zombies. They're strong. And they still lost contact? Standing outside the iron-fenced zone, Qiu Xingxing hesitated before stepping forward. Wait, ready your gun first? It's probably dangerous in there. Right on cue, Duziren's voice sounded in her ear. Qiu Xingxing paused and immediately pulled out her Desert Eagle. Click click click. After loading the bullets, Qiu Xingxing tiptoed toward the gate. Beyond it lay a square of at least 200 square meters, full of wooden doghouses, clearly once homes for shelter dogs. But now, what should have been a warm, friendly place, the doghouse square, was littered with human remains. Fingers, thighs, heads, ears. All kinds of torn human parts lay grotesquely around the wooden houses, dark brown and stinking. It wasn't hard to imagine what had happened here. Phew phew. Snore. From a particularly large doghouse by the gate, a low growl suddenly echoed out. The sound was deep, like a big dog snoring. Careful. It might be pretending to sleep. Duziren's voice rang again. Qiu Xingxing didn't dare be careless. Gun in one hand, she slowly pulled open the pitch-black iron gate. Creak. Just as the sound of the door opening began. Grrrrrrrrr, woof. In an instant. From the huge doghouse by the gate, a tiger-sized Alaskan Malamute burst out, snarling and lunging straight for Qiu Xingxing's thigh. Stay calm. Prepare to fire. Another strong shout came. Qiu Xingxing's originally scared expression instantly tightened. The pistol's safety was flipped off instantly. The huge Alaskan's fur had long since fallen off, its body covered in bloody gray scabs, like a flesh dog. As it moved, a strong stench entered the nostrils. The huge dog's mouth was partly rotten, its eyes hollow and black. But, even so, it could lunge toward Qiu Xingxing with tiger-like precision. Shoot! Bang bang bang! Duziren's calm voice came through, giving Qiu Xingxing full confidence. The muzzle flashed, and 3 bullets hit the Alaskan precisely on the forehead. Immediately, the Alaskan's upward movement faltered, and with a plop, the whole dog fell to the ground. Aove! At the center of its forehead, the hollow bullet hole gurgled black blood. Aove! Because of the bullet's inertia, the Alaskan did not die on the spot. On the contrary, after roaring twice, its bloody scabs began to wiggle strangely. Clusters of dense black fur sprouted from the flesh. This is ability? Qiu Xingxing looked at this scene in surprise. Duziren immediately clicked on the Alaskan's head. Mutated zombie dog, Alaskan. Mutated ability, tempered fur. Ability level, ability user, tier 2. Tempered fur? No wonder it didn't burn to death. Frowning slightly, Duziren tapped Qiu Xingxing's shoulder, indicating her to switch from the pistol. Xingxing, its ability is tempered. Bullets have no effect on it. Prepare your dagger for close combat. Confident? Yes. With her little fists clenched, as long as Duziren's voice was there, Qiu Xingxing felt infinitely secure. She quickly holstered the pistol and drew the military combat dagger from her waist. Aove! At that moment, the Alaskan's body overflowed with black fur. Instead of attacking, it began to shake its body rapidly. What? Her beautiful eyes narrowed. Before Qiu Xingxing could be puzzled for a moment. Su. Countless jet-black dog hairs shot out like steel needles. Dong dong dong. The steel needle hairs hit the ground and pierced right into it. If they hit a person, one could imagine how terrible the consequences would be. Now, it's my turn to get close to it. Gulp. Swallowing, her chest thump sounded with hair hitting holes. Thanks to the military combat suit, Qiu Xingxing felt only a sharp pain in her abdomen, and the skin was not injured. Increase speed. She didn't know her own ability was immortality, but staring at the Alaskan, Qiu Xingxing again entered that superspeed state. The Alaskan's hairs fired faster and faster, raining like blossoms in a storm. But In the next blink of an eye, its ears twitched, and it began to be unable to discern the opponent's location. Tap tap tap. Fast. Extremely fast, shadows flickered. Left? Right? Only faint snow-crunching footsteps could be heard ahead. By the time the sound was less than a meter away from it, the Alaskan panicked and tried to retreat. But with a buzz, a cold gleam flashed, and a dagger was plunged into the Alaskan's forehead center. Not off-center, right into the previous bullet hole. Poochie. Dark blood surged out. On the Alaskan's head, a line of blood shimmered. In an instant, the two halves of its dog head flew off, and blood sprayed, pu pu pu. The headless dog fell with a boom, unmoving. It seems, not that powerful. A calm voice sounded as Qiu Xingxing's figure slowly appeared. She stood on the blood-soaked ground. Sliding the dagger along the Alaskan's neck, a metallic crystal core rolled out. She reached out and picked up that crystal core, but did not immediately hold it. Instead, with respectful both hands she lifted it up toward the sky. Senior. Please accept this crystal core. Although this was the mutated dog crystal core required for this mission, Qiu Xingxing knew clearly in her heart. Without the senior, there would be no her. The first to honor was never the base or her family, but the senior. Your Doomsday Survival character has sent you a new gift. Sign to receive? On the phone screen, a new prompt popped up in the game. But this time, Du Ziren did not press yes. Because he clearly knew this was the mission item Qiu Xingxing needed to enter the third tier. Keep it yourself. This thing is useless to me. Pressing the private speaker, Du Ziren truly felt this thing was useless. If he took it, it would just be another crystal core to put in a snowdrop flower pot. At this rate, he'd need a special cabinet just to store crystal cores. Senior, you don't want it? It's not that I don't want it. I know this is useful to you. If you want to repay me, just use something other than the mutated dog crystal core next time. Hearing Du Ziren's calm voice by her ear, Qiu Xingxing's face flushed red. Senior. Are you prioritizing my situation? As if something touched her head, Qiu Xingxing shyly accepted the white-tempered crystal core. Should I submit this to complete the mission? She thought for a moment, standing still outside the park iron gate. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren clicked on Qiu Xingxing's attributes to assess preparations. Ability level, ability user, tier 2. 35 out of 200. Warmth, 72. Satiety, 13. Happiness, 25. Just by killing a mutated dog, Xingxing's ability value already increased? I remember she needs to submit one, green, crystal core? She still needs to kill more mutated zombie dogs. While pondering, Du Ziren made a decision. Xingxing, go eat something, adjust, and prepare to enter the park. Understood. He casually slid a few packs of bread from inventory. Suddenly bread appeared in the snow. Du Ziren watched Qiu Xingxing start eating. Beside him, a rich second-gen looked at Du Ziren oddly. Because ever since Du Ziren started playing the game, he'd been curious. What kind of game could make someone so obsessed even at a moment like this? And the result. The rich second-gen was dumbfounded. Damn. This jerk from the start had been staring at a black screen phone saying stuff like, Xingxing Xingxing. With a full pervert expression. This isn't insanity, what is this? And since Du Ziren really was wearing a patient gown, continually smiling at his phone, the rich second-gen reasonably suspected. Du Ziren's ALS was cured but maybe transferred into mental illness. Ah? No wonder he said he wanted to see his other half. You fucking have a plain brain disorder, fantasizing about an other half, right? Hiss. Maybe the mental illness beat the ALS, and the virus transferred from the leg to the brain? Damn. Case solved. This damn Norman pharmaceutical company actually found a lunatic to fool us. The rich kid became even more convinced of his thoughts. But he didn't dare to speak too loudly. After all, it was Du Ziren who had just saved them all. Even if the other party was a lunatic, he still had to thank him. Sigh. What a pitiful man. Let him stay immersed in the illusion of mirror flowers, water moon. Looking at Du Ziren with pity, Du Ziren suddenly looked up at the rich kid and gave a silly smile. How about it? My game, aren't the graphics badass and the action super cool? His eyes were full of sincerity as he looked at the rich kid. Du Ziren thought, just the scene where Qiu Xingxing killed the mutant zombie dog just now, totally good enough to enter this year's gaming contest. Whoever sees it wouldn't help but exclaim, this game is awesome, right? Looking hopefully at the rich kid, the corner of the rich kid's mouth twitched. Awesome. This game is really awesome. Right? Want me to share the installation package with you? No need. As long as you're enjoying it. The rich kid showed a loving, sympathetic smile. Du Ziren's face went stiff and he muttered. Bet you don't even play games. This game is so fun. Ah yeah yeah yeah. Super fun. Brushing Duziran off with a few words, the rich kid immediately walked away from him. Damn it. Confirmed, this guy really is a lunatic. Om nom om nom. In the snowy field, Chiu Xingxing quickly chewed on the bread that appeared out of nowhere, her eyes constantly looking toward the metal shed zone. Om nom s senior, are you asking me to go back in and look for another opportunity? Correct. Your current crystal cores aren't enough to complete the mission. There should still be some secret inside this zone. Just that guard dog alone isn't enough to defeat 2 ability users. Recover your strength, stay alert. Om nom. Got it. She nodded, licking the breadcrumbs from the corner of her mouth. Reinserting the military dagger into her waist, Chiu Xingxing's hunger level had already returned to 73 points. Let's go. Still tiptoeing, Chiu Xingxing fully opened the iron gate. Creak. Beyond the gate, the plaza was full of mangled human flesh and limbs, making Chiu Xingxing frown deeply. She deliberately avoided stepping on the bodies, moving carefully past each doghouse. No one could be sure if another mutant zombie dog might burst out of a remaining doghouse. Only extreme caution would allow safe passage across this icy surface. Tap tap tap. Like walking on thin ice, Chiu Xingxing finally passed all the doghouses and reached the last one. Her nerves were still tense as she tried to see the inside of the doghouse. The previous doghouses had all been scorched. Only this last one had thick thigh meat piled up at the entrance, completely blocking the door. Nothing inside was visible. If you listen closely, you could actually hear the cries of puppies. Could there are puppies inside? Chiu Xingxing hesitated a bit. If she could find a mutant zombie dog puppy, that thing would be a huge contribution for research back at the base. Standing dumbly in front of the doghouse. Buzz buzz buzz. A new interaction pop-up appeared on the phone screen. Approach the doghouse? Risk and reward coexist. Your apocalypse survival character has a chance to obtain a mutant dog pet. Yes/no? Heh. Another choice? Looking at the phone's prompt, Duziran laughed. What the hell kind of mutant pet? Knowing how this game works, I don't believe you can't just spend money to get a good pet. As for risks and rewards? I'm not letting Xingxing take even the slightest risk. No. He firmly pressed the no button. Duziran would rather Chiu Xingxing miss out on an opportunity than let her take a risk. Pet? Her hubby can top up and get it for her. But if something happens to his wife, nothing can make up for that. Xingxing, shoot at the doghouse. A calm, cold voice rang out. Chiu Xingxing's stiff body jolted. Huh? But senior, that house. There might be some puppies in there. Their value is not greater than yours. Obey. Shoot. Ha! Her face suddenly flushed red, and a wave of sweetness surged in Chiu Xingxing's heart. Senior's words. Blushing, she silently drew her pistol. Shoot. At Duziran's repeated urging, the pistol fired off bursts of flame. Bang bang bang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The bullet impacts instantly blew apart the pile of thigh meat in front of the doghouse, revealing the inside. Woof! 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 The next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. Dogs. So many dogs. Small gray-brown teddy dogs no bigger than rats, piled up inside like mice in a nest, frantically chewing on a severed human hand. Woof woof woof. In the small hut, nearly 100 teddies were gorging on flesh, their mouths covered in blood. Their pitch-black eyes showed shockingly human-like cunning and malice. This. Chiu Xingxing was dumbfounded. Mutant zombie dogs could come in small sizes too. If not for Senior's warning, if she'd been tempted and gotten closer, she would have been swarmed by the teddy dog pack in an instant and had her head chewed clean off. Damn. This game's design is wicked. Mutant zombie dogs that come in smaller breeds? Even Duziran had to marvel at how sinister the game was. A nod to a certain soul-like mimic chest monster, huh? Who wouldn't be tempted to take a peek at a doghouse that had puppies? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Cold wind blew through the now open doghouse, and the tiny teddies inside suddenly froze mid-chew. Countless beady little black eyes stared dead at Chiu Xingxing. Woof! Woof! Next moment. Like a brown tide rushing to sea, the rat-sized teddy dogs surged toward Chiu Xingxing like a gray flood. Xingxing! Shoot! Shoot while retreating. There are only about 50 of them. You can handle this. Duziran's steady voice came through. Chiu Xingxing immediately took several steps back. Bang bang bang. Flames burst from the desert eagle in her hand. Several teddies had their heads blown open and turned into bloody mist. Woof woof. But the gunshots didn't scare off the teddies, instead, they triggered their savagery. Woof. The remaining teddies charged at Chiu Xingxing with no regard for their lives. The vicious wave of dogs surged in, as if they would devour her whole. Your apocalypse survival character is about to face a crisis. Newbie suit passive luck effect triggered. Preparing to resist vicious bites 13. On his phone screen, Duziren was just about to activate the one-time skill dimensional slash. Unexpectedly, the game pop-up showed that the newbie suit's hidden effect had been triggered. Immediately, Duziren gave another command. Shengsheng, don't panic. Trust me, switch to your dagger. Hack straight at them. They won't be able to bite you. Not only not running? Still planning to charge and kill them? Duziren's voice echoed in her ears, and Qiu Shengsheng hesitated at first. Those gray-brown teddy dogs were all bloodthirsty, as ferocious as a pack of wolves charging in. A normal person would choose a gun, keep retreating while shooting, right? Charging forward and switching to a dagger for close combat? Isn't that just asking to die? But this was Duziren's order. Senior would never harm me. As long as it's something Senior says, Shengsheng dares to do it. Her steps suddenly stopped, and Qiu Shengsheng charged headfirst into the incoming teddy swarm without hesitation. Woof woof woof. The charging teddies suddenly paused too. Clearly, they didn't expect anyone to dare rush directly at a horde of monsters. Putting the Desert Eagle back into her pocket, Qiu Shengsheng pulled out the military dagger from her waist and slashed sideways at a leaping teddy. Die! Slash. A cold flash cut through, and the tiny teddy instantly exploded into a splash of blood. Woof woof woof. But the following teddy dogs didn't back down at all. Fangs and claws flared beneath their fur as they swarmed toward Qiu Shengsheng like a hive of bees. Woof woof woof. In just a moment, 13 teddies had climbed onto Qiu Shengsheng's chest. Their teeth, like steel needles, snapped toward her chest without hesitation. Damn. This chick's that fierce? In the distance, Wu Hai lay prone in the snow, taking in everything that was happening. From the moment she left the black market mine until now, he'd been in shock. The scene of her killing the Alaskan, the appearance of the handgun, and the bread that materialized from thin air, everything kept redefining his impression of Qiu Shengsheng. This chick. Turns out, she's also an ability user. No ordinary person has that kind of speed. And she's not just an ability user, that's for sure. She had bread that appeared from nowhere, and a forbidden handgun. Either she's a rare spatial ability user, or she's always had a powerful expert beside her. And judging by how ruthless she is now, his younger brother Wu Tao's death, maybe it wasn't someone else, but Qiu Shengsheng herself who did it. Damn it. Didn't expect that. Never in a million years did I think my brother was really killed by this woman. Shit. Hiding it this deep. Qiu Shengsheng. Where the hell did you get that handgun? When did you awaken your ability? Confusion, anger, hatred, filled his heart. Wu Hai felt like this world was insane. When did such a weak little girl get the chance to transform like this? His pupils were still full of shock as he stared blankly at Qiu Shengsheng's back, until he saw the current scene. 13 mutant teddy dogs were firmly latched onto Qiu Shengsheng's chest. With such a terrifying attack, let alone Qiu Shengsheng, even he himself at full strength as a level 3 ability user, perfected stage wouldn't dare say he could survive it. Wretched bitch. This time, if that guy behind you doesn't help, your flat chest is definitely going to become a sinkhole. He stared viciously at Qiu Shengsheng. With such a wave of attacks, even if she didn't die on the spot, her stomach would at least burst open in a big bloody mess, right? But what happened next, no one could have expected. Clang clang clang. Countless tiny fangs bit into her, but instead of blood, tiny bursts of flame erupted from Qiu Shengsheng's chest. Clang. The teddy's teeth seemed to bite onto something under her clothes, a deadlock forming between their teeth and some kind of metal. Awoo. Low growls came from in front of her chest. Under the fierce biting of 13 teddies, their jaws began to ache, and they all looked at Qiu Shengsheng in confusion. Eh? Qiu Shengsheng was also dumbfounded. Why was she okay? Clatter. Until a bullet magazine dropped from her chest, and she suddenly realized. It was the bullets. At least 40 rounds, scattered in her chest area because of a loose magazine. And perfectly. Every teddy dog had bitten a spot where a bullet blocked their teeth. This. How lucky am I? Looking at the scene in disbelief, she then heard Duziren's voice again in her ear. Shengsheng. Act now, kill them all with your dagger. Got it. Senior. At this moment, Qiu Shengsheng's admiration for Duziren rose even higher. How powerful must he be to know she wouldn't get hurt? Could it be, Senior's ability isn't just space, but also future foresight? As her little brain pondered, the dagger in her hand flashed silver several times. Slash. Blood sprayed on her camouflage military uniform, and all 13 teddies were instantly beheaded and fell to the ground. Switch back to the handgun. With the repeated prompt in her ear, Qiu Shengsheng didn't dare delay. The Desert Eagle was once again in her hand. Bang bang bang, Flames roared, and more than 10 mutant teddies that had just arrived were blown to pieces at close range. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Blood mist exploded in clusters, and Qiu Xingxing was bathed in it until the howling barks finally stopped. Nearly 50 mutant teddies, their tiny corpses now formed a small hill at her feet. Calmly wiping the black blood off her face, Qiu Xingxing looked up at the empty sky and smiled softly. "Senior, I did it." Their silent communication looked terrifying from Wu Hai's perspective in the distance. "Damn. This woman. Looks all gentle and weak, but kills monsters like a lunatic. The key thing is, she actually smiled after killing them? Holy shit. Holy shit. A female demon?" A chill ran down his spine. Wu Hai realized he had completely underestimated Qiu Xingxing. That seemingly risky tactic of letting the mutant teddies bite her now looked like a clever strategy. With close distance, if mutant teddies couldn't hurt her, the handgun's firepower at close range, fast and accurate. This woman. Wasn't she afraid of getting her stomach ripped open? Steel nerves? Dare to play like that? She's absolutely savage. For a moment, Wu Hai felt this ambush idea was a total failure. Qiu Xingxing alone was more cunning and capable than their entire Viper mercenary group. His face darkened, Wu Hai buried himself in the snow, unmoving. Such a pity. These mutant teddies, probably not strong enough to drop crystal cores. After all, none of them showed any abilities. Looking regretfully at the corpses on the ground, Qiu Xingxing glanced at the scattered human remains around the compound. She knew, if not for her senior, had she given in to greed, she would have become one of them too. In the apocalypse, human hearts are hard to predict. The cunning of mutant creatures, harder to predict still. Lying in wait for prey? With the intelligence of these mutant teddy dogs, they probably aren't capable of such a strategy, right? So is this part of the game design, or? Looking at the game screen filled with human remains, Du Ziren could be certain, those who once wanted a mutant dog pet are probably nothing but bones now. Anyway, Xingxing, you need to be careful. What's ahead might be even more dangerous. He pressed the little loudspeaker button and reminded again. Suddenly, he felt like he was being watched. In a daze, he looked around and finally realized that the rich kids around him had all moved away from him. Each of them stared at him with shocked expressions, as if looking at a lunatic. What? Do I have words written on my face? No. It's just, Mr. Du, you were probably just scared just now, right? You're talking to your phone, Even He Xiao looked at Du Ziren with some sympathy now. He didn't say anything further, just stopped halfway through the sentence. I'm playing a game. Ah, yeah, right. You take your time, have fun. I heard the firefighters have already arrived. Mr. Du, don't worry, we'll be out soon. Trying to comfort Du Ziren, He Xiao also walked off to a corner. Hopeless. A bunch of people who don't understand games. Shaking his head helplessly, Du Ziren was about to keep playing on his phone. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, from beneath a steel beam in a dark corner, came the sound of a spiral drill. People inside. Can you hear us? Oh? Someone's here? Finally, someone's here. We can hear you. We can hear you. A deep voice came from outside the steel frame, and the group trapped underneath instantly became overjoyed. Hurry! Open a hole quickly. I want to get out. I'm going crazy in here. You finally came. With countless urgent shouts, the drill spun continuously, finally boring a small hole. A large human eye peered in through the spiral hole. Everyone, please stay calm. Because we can't fully assess your internal structure, our fire brigade will proceed with slow rescue operations. To avoid a secondary collapse, we must have specialists calculate the collapse points. Before that, please don't move around randomly. Otherwise, there is a constant risk of a second collapse. The calm and comforting voice echoed out, instantly silencing the previously cheering people under the steel beams. What? Are you kidding me? How long do we have to stay here? I have a consultation tomorrow. This place is awful, how could anyone live here? After the silence came buzzing complaints like a hive. Behind the hole, the rescue worker sighed helplessly. Everyone, there's really no other way. You're currently more than 10 meters off the ground. Our rescue relies on aerial ladders moving slowly and opening points for structural study. If we recklessly dig and cause another collapse, then you all might. Before he could finish, the trapped rich kids fell into silence, gloomy and downcast. They also understood how scary the safety hazards were. One by one, they slumped to the ground, speechless. However, there's no need to worry about your food, clothing, and daily needs for now. We'll first open a small hole that doesn't affect the load bearing, and send in basic food supplies. We promise, within 3 days. We will definitely find a safe point to dig you out. The strong and firm promise was meant to boost morale, but the rich kids didn't listen at all. 3 days? Oh my god. 3 days? Are you kidding me? I'm going to be stuck here for 3 days? How do we sleep? How do we go to the bathroom? Ugh, just thinking about eating and doing all that in this cramped space makes me want to die. After all, they were all children of rich families. Complaints rang out endlessly. The firefighters outside the steel structure said nothing more. Seeming to realize that talking would only make things worse, they drilled a few more small holes using aerial ladders, starting to collect internal structure information. Duziran looked at the few small square holes opened in front of the steel frame, his emotions scarily calm. No big deal. My phone battery should last until tomorrow night, right? Before then. Doomsday survival game, activate. Like someone drunk while the world is sober, he tapped on the phone screen. Duziran felt that as long as he had battery and food, even 3 months wouldn't be a problem, let alone 3 days. Wananchi, suburbs, stray animal compound. Snowflakes continued to fall from the sky. Inside the compound were several massive steelshed factory buildings. Maybe this place was originally used to store dog food in bulk and where the caretakers lived. Tap tap tap. Tiptoeing, Qiu Xingxing moved closer to the warehouse like a little cat. The rolling shutter door of the warehouse was wide open. Inside, the dust was thick, and on the dusty ground, faint humanoid footprints could be seen. These footprints must have been left by the Firesource mercenary group? Did they also pass through the wooden house area in front? Gazing thoughtfully into the warehouse, beneath the several meter-high stacks of dog food bags were narrow, winding paths. Hesitating at the entrance, Qiu Xingxing's ears suddenly twitched. Num 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 num. Num 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 num. The sound of something licking food, like a dog, echoed through the open warehouse. Huh? There are dogs here too. Suppressing her steps, breathing, and movements to the extreme, Qiu Xingxing moved closer to the sound. Reaching a clearing where several dog food bags had burst and spilled across the ground, Qiu Xingxing saw an unbelievable sight. Num 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 num. A person. No, more precisely, a dog-headed human man was lying on the ground, imitating a dog paddle motion, chewing dog food while raising his leg and rubbing his crotch provocatively. He clearly had hands and feet but crawled on all fours like a dog. Drip 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 drip. A yellowish stain dripped beneath his cotton pants. This dog-headed human, with his leg raised like a dog, had just peed his pants. This. The scene before her was simply too shocking. Dog-headed human, was he a dog, or a man? Qiu Xingxing's pupils widened, because she noticed, this dog-headed human was wearing a fiery red combat suit. On the suit was a flame-shaped insignia. The words Firesource Mercenary Group were especially eye-catching. This man was a long-missing member of the Firesource Mercenary Group? How did he turn into a dog? Qiu Xingxing was confused. Her lips moved for a while, she seemed to want to speak and ask, but was afraid of alerting something, so she hesitated for a long time without acting. Meanwhile, on Duziran's phone screen, a new game choice popped up again. Option 1, speak directly, how did you turn into a dog? Why are you such a dog? Outcome unknown. Option 2, open fire and shoot the dog-headed human. Outcome unknown. Option 3, stay silent and observe the dog-headed human's next actions, but there's a chance other entities may notice you. Outcome unknown. Friendly tip, if you can't find the book title, try searching the author. Maybe it just changed names. Oh? This time it's a 3-choice one. Seeing the pop-up selection appear, Duziran hesitated for a moment and chose option 3. Choosing to keep observing, although there was a chance of being discovered, was probably the fastest way to detect any mutation in the dog-headed human. Option 1, approaching the dog-headed human, carried a risk. If the dog-headed human still had rationality, that might be fine. Taking the risk might get a response. But if he had lost all reason and barked like a dog, attracting a horde of mutant zombie dogs, it wouldn't be worth it. As for option 2? Open fire? Wouldn't that be like telling the monsters that the boss has arrived and switching to speedrun mode? Wanting to conserve his dimensional slash skill, Duziran still chose the more correct way to play the game. Who knew how pay-to-win this game might become later? After pressing option 3, Qiu Xingxing slowly crouched down, and Duziran's voice sounded in her ears. Xingxing, slow your breathing, wait until that thing finishes eating the dog food. Got it. Huddled in a corner, Qiu Xingxing only exposed her eyes. Num 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 num. After a while, the dog-headed human seemed to be full. Lying flat on the ground on all fours like a resting dog, he happily rolled around in place. Woof woof. He barked continuously, as if calling for someone. Got it. Dumb mutt. I'm coming to get you. If you weren't an ability user, you'd have been in the pot already. Suddenly, a grumbling voice came, and Qiu Shengxing shrank back. She saw a human-headed dog-bodied monster walk out from a corridor in the distance. Yes. Human head, dog body. This person's body was covered mostly in the black and white fur of a border collie. But the creepy part was that this thing, despite having a dog's body, could stand upright and walk. The human face looked stiff, as if it still didn't know how to make expressions. With a look of annoyance, it kicked the dog-headed human in the stomach. Beast! Move! Grabbing the dog-headed human by the ear, the border collie human-headed dog spoke in a cold tone, dragging the dog-headed human who screamed in pain. Awoo awoo. For some reason, watching the scene, Qiu Shengxing suddenly felt sad. She had the feeling that it wasn't humans bullying dogs anymore, but dogs bullying humans. Move! Dragging the dog-headed human, the two, one dog, one man, walked deeper into the warehouse. Qiu Shengxing pressed her lips together, tiptoed, and followed them again. Behind her, Wu Hai stood in another distant corner, having also witnessed the scene. His face turned dark. My goodness. This is, humans and dogs switching places? Then what kind of terrifying mutant zombie dogs must be hidden here to toy with people like this? His heart grew cold for no reason, but Wu Hai didn't leave. Instead, he stared at Qiu Shengxing with a sinister gaze. Wretched girl. No matter how strong the man behind you is, if he can't handle the dog king here, you'll still die. When the time is right, I have ways to expose you. Glancing at the steel-framed metal shed, Wu Hai's expression turned grim as he followed silently. Step step step. Step step step. Following the man and dog deeper in, the warehouse interior was not an open area, but a descending cellar corridor. It was clear the original owner probably built the cellar to store winter vegetables. But now, the border collie human-headed dog was pulling the dog-headed human straight into the cellar. Candles lit the cellar walls, and the deeper they went, the stronger the stench of blood became. Border collie, what's wrong with you? It's just one guy and you're struggling so much. What if the boss gives you a few ability users to raise in the future and you can't control them? A low mocking voice came. The border collie human-headed dog's expression turned cold. Shut your dog mouth. Where's the boss? Over there, studying women. As the voice approached, from within the cellar appeared a husky-bodied human-headed dog. This husky human-headed dog had much more expressive facial features. As soon as he appeared, a wicked grin spread across his face. He constantly mocked the dog-headed human being dragged. Come on. PFF PFF. Spit some fire for fun. You hear me? Woof woof. Amidst the teasing, the dog-headed human barked angrily a few times. Hey! Fuck your mother? Not listening? Not being a good dog. Bang! A massive black and white paw kicked the dog-headed human in the stomach. The dog-headed human fell flat on the ground with an "oh-woo," and flames began spewing from his mouth. Humph. Acting tough? You? Still putting on airs? You have no idea, huh? Your wife, the boss is already playing her to death. Grabbing the dog-headed human's dog face, the husky human-headed dog squeezed hard. The dog-headed human cried in pain, sparks at the corner of his mouth growing larger. Boom! Finally, a wave of flame burst from his mouth. The roaring fire swept several meters through the cellar. The husky human-headed dog bathed in fire without harm, laughing wildly. Yes. Yes. That's the power I want. Tame him, and we'll have an even better guard dog in the future. Boring. The border collie human-headed dog rolled his eyes, pulled the dog-headed human, and continued walking deeper into the cellar. Step step step. The two dogs and one man walked farther and farther. But Qiu Shengxing stood at the cellar entrance, completely stunned. Senior. That dog-headed human just breathed fire. The leader and his wife of the Firesource mercenary group had flame powers. You don't think? She already had a guess in her heart, but didn't dare admit it. I understand. Brace yourself. That cellar might be a living hell. Du Ziren's voice sounded oddly heavy. For the first time, he felt that this doomsday survival game was a little too real. If you gave loyal dogs intelligence and abilities, what do you think they'd do? Humans taming ability dogs? Sorry. Dogs can also tame ability humans. That scene just now, though minor, completely shattered Du Ziren's worldview. My god. The game devs really went deep with this one. If this game gets more publicity, it'll blow up for sure. Hands trembling as he tapped the screen, Du Ziren stared intently at the game screen. He didn't dare imagine what else might be in that cellar. Step step step. After the two dogs and one human walked far off, Qiu Shengxing finally tiptoed forward again. Drip drip drip. Drip drip drip. As she reached the depths of the cellar, Qiu Xingxing instinctively covered her nose. The air was filled with a strange smell: meat, rotting seafood, decaying corpses, and blood. It was hard to imagine what else was hidden in here. Step. Carefully controlling her steps, Qiu Xingxing passed through a long, narrow, dark tunnel and finally saw a dimly lit dirt chamber. Inside the chamber, in a huge dog cage, 6 dog-headed humans were imprisoned. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. All 6 dog-headed humans wore the uniforms of the Firesource mercenary group, but now they lay limp by the cage like wild dogs, mouths wide open and drooling. Quiet. Stop fucking barking. If you disturb the boss's rest, you'll be thrown in the pot today. Bang. At the edge of the cage, the husky human-headed dog kicked the bars. The dog-headed humans instantly fell silent. Their dog eyes were dim, as if they had lost all rational thought, completely turned into wild beasts. These 6 people, aren't they the missing members of the Firesource mercenary group? They've all turned into dogs? Kept in captivity by mutant zombie dogs? Dogs, taming humans? Shock, fear, and existential doubt. Qiu Xingxing had never imagined that dogs could raise humans like dogs. Covering her mouth, Qiu Xingxing didn't dare make a sound. She guessed, the border collie human-headed dog and the husky human-headed dog were at least tier 3 ability-level mutant zombie dogs. And considering they mentioned some boss, that meant, in this suburban dog shelter, there were at least 3 high-level mutant zombie dogs. Woof woof. For some reason, when Qiu Xingxing looked at the dog-headed humans in the cage, her throat began to instinctively want to bark. She forcefully suppressed this urge and kept squinting, trying to see what was behind the cage. You're back? How was the training today? From deep in the darkness came a hoarse voice. The moment that voice rang out, the previously arrogant husky human-headed dog immediately dropped to the ground. Big brother. That Firesource mercenary group leader has fully turned into a dog. But, because his intelligence has completely turned dog-like, he actually can't use his flame ability properly anymore. Oh? That's so? Seems like the discipline wasn't strict enough. Clank, clank. In the darkness, the sound of chains clinking echoed. A tall figure gradually emerged. When it appeared near the cage, Qiu Xingxing was stunned. The so-called boss was actually a rural dog human-headed dog with an old man's face. Its fur was glossy brown and yellow. Its old man face was full of deep wrinkles, with a terrifyingly calm expression. In its paw, it dragged a chain, and at the end of the chain, a woman covered in bruises was pulled along. Zhou Yan? That's Zhou Yan? From the shadows, Qiu Xingxing stared at the woman with the chain around her neck, completely shocked. This woman, wasn't she the female leader in the Firesource mercenary group couple? Back in the day, Zhou Yan and her husband Li Yi always strode proudly through the black market mine, dressed in fancy clothes. Though the Firesource mercenary group wasn't the strongest in the black market mine, they were still well known. At the very least, every time Qiu Xingxing had seen Zhou Yan, she'd never worn the same outfit twice. In the apocalypse, having new clothes every day meant she must have lived a lavish life. But now? Zhou Yan's eyes were hollow and lifeless, her hair a mess, and she was almost completely naked. Her chest and thighs were wrapped in coarse cloth, her body covered in purple bruises and dried blood. She trembled constantly, as if she had endured terrible suffering. It was hard to imagine what this once dominant woman had gone through. Zhou Yan couldn't have. Qiu Xingxing's lips trembled, she didn't dare continue thinking. In her ear, Du Ziren's low voice offered a quiet comfort. Xingxing, this world is far crueler than you imagined. On his phone screen, Du Ziren stared at what he saw, his worldview shaken again and again. This game's developers. They really went there. If his guess was right, that leader, the rural dog human-headed dog, not only turned the whole Firesource mercenary group into dogs, but trained the male leader like a dog and turned the female leader into his toy. The level of cruelty made Du Ziren break out in cold sweat. Damn. Does this game have to be this realistic? Marveling at the designer's twisted creativity, Du Ziren couldn't tear his eyes away from the screen for even a second. He had a hunch this mission was terrifying. This might be a boss level. If he wasn't careful, Qiu Xingxing would be done for. No big deal. These 3 dogs, no matter how strong, can't take more than a few hits from Dimensional Slash. He stared blankly at the game screen. At the same time, the rural dog human-headed dog reached out a paw and touched the dog-headed human held by the border collie human-headed dog, making a clicking sound with his mouth. I mean, you're already a dog now. Can't you just behave? Be good, spit some fire for fun. Its voice was low and hoarse, completely emotionless. But the dog-headed human, upon seeing Zhou Yan by chance, had a burst of vicious rage flash in those dumb dog eyes. Woof! Woof! Roar! A stream of flaming heat built up in his mouth, ready to spray at the rural dog human-headed dog's paw. Still got some humanity left? Noisy! Slap! Before the flames could come out, the rural dog human-headed dog's old face froze, and it slapped the dog-headed human down with a paw. Awoo awoo. The dog-headed human's dog face twisted, a few broken teeth flew out, twitching on the ground. Calmed down? The cold voice echoed through the dirt chamber, and the dog-headed human stopped moving. Oh, Big Brother's the best. Big Brother is mighty. Seeing this, the husky human-headed dog and the border collie human-headed dog began flattering the rural dog human-headed dog. He really still thinks he's human? A dog. Should act like a dog. I think he's not scared enough. Second brother, go, kill a dog. We'll eat it. Perfect, your sister-in-law has a baby in her belly too. As the rural dog human-headed dog spoke, it crouched and stroked Zhou Yan's slightly rounded belly with a paw. Immediately, the husky human-headed dog and border collie human-headed dog were overjoyed. Big Brother? You succeeded? I purposely kept one ability user woman alive just to see, if we had a child, would it be born with powers worthy of being Big Brother? The husky human-headed dog laughed and strode to the cage. Clank! It yanked open the cage and dragged out a dog-headed human. You're the one. Today, we eat dog meat. With both paws gripping the dog-headed human's head, the husky human-headed dog applied force. After the dog-headed human cried in pain. Schluck! Blood poured from the dog head, gushing wildly. The husky human-headed dog dragged the body like a chicken and flung it toward the rural dog human-headed dog. Boss, eat! The rural dog human-headed dog glanced at it indifferently, said nothing, and stepped on the dog-headed human, pressing it down in front of Zhou Yan. Its expression was icy, and it only said one thing. Look! Do you still recognize him? Zhou Yan's eyes were dull. She didn't react at all. In the dark, cramped, cold cellar, no cold wind was blowing, but it made people's scalps tingle. It wasn't just dogs raising humans now. Dogs were torturing humans. This was happening right in front of Zhou Yan, her own teammate being humiliated. The shocking scene overwhelmed Qiu Xingxing's mind. She no longer dared move. She even started thinking about retreating from here. In the distance, Wu Hai had witnessed it all. His face was pale with fear. He could swear, in all the years of the apocalypse, he had never seen anything this outrageous. The ones in the cellar, were they 3 mutant zombie dogs? No. Those were 3 demons. 3 beasts. Good, good, good. You're all such monsters, that's fine with me. Qiu Xingxing, go play with these monsters. Magnetism. Turning to the steel-framed shed outside the cellar, a steel bar suddenly whipped loose and flew toward the cellar. Wu Hai, controlling the steel bar, was just about to shout and smash it on Qiu Xingxing's head, intending to draw the attention of the 3 mutant zombie dogs inside the cellar. But just as he opened his mouth, a clear woof suddenly echoed through the cellar corridor. Woof! The clear woof echoed through the cellar, instantly making the 3 human-headed dogs inside all turn toward the source of the sound. Buzz buzz buzz. A steel bar spun midair, and a fat man with a big belly was standing at the cellar entrance. Huh? Someone actually came? When did that happen? The husky human-headed dog's expression changed, but then its lips curled up. Hey, it's an ability user. Boss, if this guy turns into a dog, can I have him? Not only was it unafraid, it even looked excitedly at the rural dog human-headed dog. It seemed that it had long envied the border collie human-headed dog for having a flame ability pet human. A fat tier 3 ability user. And he dares to shout on my turf? The wrinkles on the old man face of the rural dog human-headed dog twitched. He didn't understand Wu Hai's situation and just assumed he was trying to ambush them. But what happened? This fool hadn't even noticed he was being caninized, and had unconsciously let out a woof. On the other side, Wu Hai was just as dumbfounded. No. I was trying to hit Qiu Xingxing. Why the hell did I bark like a dog? He slapped his mouth in confusion and started panicking. Because he realized, not only could he no longer speak, but when he touched his face, he felt the solid contours of a dog's head. His limbs were starting to bend and crouch uncontrollably. His thinking was starting to become dog-like. Ability. This must be some kind of high-level ability effect. Wu Hai instantly understood, and stared in terror at the rural dog human-headed dog among the human-headed dogs. He just wanted to watch the show, but he didn't expect this guy's power to be this overpowered. It could even affect people outside the scene. This guy's ability must be at least a blue-grade innate power. Clank. He didn't care about dealing with Qiu Xingxing anymore, The steel bar floating in front of him suddenly flew at the rural human-headed dog, and Wu Hai turned and ran for his life. Run. If he didn't run now, the next dog slave would be him. Thud thud thud. Footsteps and the buzzing of the whipping steel bar rang out almost at the same time. The rural human-headed dog still looked calm, casually lifting a paw. Second, if you want him, go catch him yourself. Third, you can handle the steel bar, right? Understood. 2 replies rang out instantly. The husky human-headed dog's head twisted, and its upright body crouched down, instantly transforming into a shiny, black and white furred giant husky. A woo. With a wolf-like howl, the mutant husky zombie dog shot out from the cellar like a panther. Woof! Wu Hai had only taken 2 steps before freezing. Looking back, he had no idea when a giant husky had caught up behind him. Thud! In an instant, Wu Hai was pinned to the ground by the swift husky. Hey. You came and still wanna leave? Ability user? Ability user? Great. Be my dog. Chomp. Sharp fangs suddenly bit into Wu Hai's neck. He screamed, woof woof, his whole body lifted like a chick by the giant dog's mouth, carried straight back toward the cellar. Elsewhere. Buzz buzz buzz. The roaring steel bar flew in, full of force. The border collie human-headed dog calmly merged its 2 paws together and directly caught the flying steel bar in midair. Buzz. Effortlessly, it caught the steel bar and casually tossed it to the ground. Hiss. These 3 guys. They really are boss level. No wonder the whole Firesource mercenary group got wiped out. On his phone screen, Du Ziren frowned deeply. Qiu Xingxing was huddled against the dark dirt wall in the corner, her whole body trembling, not daring to move. Strong. This 3-dog combo was absurdly strong. Tapping quickly on the 3 human-headed dogs, 3 pieces of information popped up. Mutant zombie dog, rural breed. Ability, canonization, blue. Ability level, tier, for ability user. Canonization, within a 50-meter radius of the mutant rural zombie dog, any living being will gradually begin to show signs of canonization. The longer the time, the more their body and mind resemble a dog. Mutant zombie dog, husky. Ability, super speed, green. Ability level, tier, 3 ability user. Super speed, temporarily doubles its movement speed. Mutant zombie dog, border collie. Ability, super strength, green. Ability level, tier, 2 ability user. Super strength, temporarily doubles its physical strength. Damn. These 3 brothers really got some power. Looking at the information on the 3 human-headed dogs, Du Ziren's expression became uncharacteristically cautious. This seemed to be Qiu Xingxing's first time facing a boss. With her ability, she could probably handle any one of them in a solo fight. But all 3 at once? Du Ziren looked at Qiu Xingxing with worry, then suddenly couldn't help but smile. The canonization effect had also affected Qiu Xingxing. But Qiu Xingxing's canonization only turned her ears into dog ears, nothing else changed. A pair of floppy puppy ears kept twitching, and Du Ziren couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. Ah? Woof! Startled, Qiu Xingxing gasped. But trying to speak only made her let out a soft bark, her dog ears drooping as her cheeks flushed red. Woof woof woof, senior, are you seriously in the mood to joke right now? Du Ziren didn't understand dog speak, but the game interface surprisingly translated it for him. Ha ha ha. Dog-eared Xingxing so cute. He patted her dog ears again, but seeing how nervous she was, trembling all over, he finally stopped. Woof woof woof. Outside the cellar, Wu Hai was being carried by the mutant husky, about to be thrown into the cage. He was panicking. Woof! Woof! There's a woman in the corner. He whimpered nonstop, never expecting that his sneak attack would backfire so horribly. Woof! Woof! Despite all his barking, the mutant husky ignored him. Instead, it bit harder, twisting his neck until he almost suffocated. Why are you barking? Be quiet. A woo! That shut Wu Hai up for good. He glared hatefully at Qiu Xingxing in the corner, as he was thrown into the dog cage. Woof woof woof. Soon, the cellar returned to calm. The 3 dog-headed men stared at Wu Hai, seemingly trying to interrogate him. The rural dog human-headed dog squinted and withdrew the canonization ability. Wu Hai's mouth slowly shifted back to human form, and he immediately cursed. Damn it! The left corner. There's still someone over there? What? In the cramped corner, Qiu Xingxing had just wriggled, trying to slowly retreat and crawl out. Hearing the sound, she suddenly froze. In the dark depths of the cellar, the 3 human-headed dogs were now sharply scanning their surroundings with their eyes. But unfortunately, Qiu Xingxing was hiding too well. After searching with no results, even the rural dog human-headed dog began to suspect that Wu Hai was lying. Smack. Suddenly. A sharp dog claw slapped directly across Wu Hai's face. The husky human-headed dog looked vicious. Oh really? I haven't even had you properly serve me yet, and you dog trash dare to lie to your master first? The bloody claw kneaded Wu Hai's face, and Wu Hai was about to cry. It's true. It's really true. I followed her here. Otherwise, why would I, an ability user, come here to mess with you after eating too much, right? He looked at the husky human-headed dog with grievance. The husky human-headed dog didn't believe him and was about to strike again. Enough. Suddenly, the rural dog human-headed dog's expression changed slightly and stopped it. What he says makes sense. He couldn't have come here alone. As for whether there's anyone else nearby? Simple. Buzz buzz buzz. Its bright yellow fur twitched. The pores of the rural dog human-headed dog expanded all over its body. The exposed fur rapidly shrank. Its dog paws and belly twisted and convulsed, and human yellow-white skin quickly formed. In the blink of an eye, it completely evolved from a human-headed dog into an elderly human. Canonization. The old man hunched over and muttered softly. The surrounding air instantly became oppressive. The next moment. Woof 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 woof. With him as the center, whether dogs or people around him, their eyes rolled white. Their bodies uncontrollably dropped to the ground, fur burst out all over, and barking sounds escaped their mouths. Woof woof woof. Even his two mutant zombie dog companions, under the blue canonization ability, stupidly reverted to their original forms and crawled in front of the old man. Good. Little doggies. Stop hiding, stop hiding. Come out. As the old man hummed lightly, 10 completely ordinary dogs had already gathered around him, walking toward him with lifeless eyes. Woof woof. For a moment, the entire cellar was like a dog kennel. Damn. No wonder these guys can be so arrogant. Inside the canonization ability domain, it's not just people, dogs also obey the mutant rural dog. If you fight him, not to mention whether you can beat the dog pack, just constantly being caninized yourself is already a huge problem. Worthy of a blue ability. On the phone screen, Duziren watched the ability display of the mutant rural dog with great interest. Qiu Xingxing lay in the corner, not daring to move at all now. Move, and she would be discovered. Not move? Not moving meant slow death, gradually turning into a dog inside the opponent's canonization domain. So this was where the foreshadowing of option 3 being discovered came into play. Buzz buzz buzz. Almost at the same time, two choices popped up on the game interface again. Option 1, continue hiding. Without exposing yourself, Qiu Xingxing's immortality has a chance to outlast the opponent's ability duration. However, she also has a chance to turn into a dog. Option 2, draw the gun directly. Tell them. 1 versus 10, the advantage is on my side. Hiding? Hide my ass. I've already figured out what's going on in this dog factory. Hide and let Xingxing endure it. Without even looking at option 1, Duziren directly clicked option 2. Xingxing. Move. Waiting to die is death. Open fire. If you can't win, I've got your back. Duziren's calm voice sounded in her ears. Qiu Xingxing's dog ears shook back and forth. The panic in her eyes instantly turned firm, and she immediately crawled out from a dirt mound. With Senior here, Xingxing isn't afraid of anything. Bang bang bang. She stood up and drew her gun. 3 flashes of fire exploded in the darkness. Ha! A gun? Hearing the terrifying gunshots, even the usually calm mutant rural dog couldn't help but panic. You! Get over here! Surround and protect me! In panic, it dropped flat on the ground. 2 large, caninized dogs from the Firesource mercenary group immediately pounced on top of it. Puff puff puff. 3 bullets flew in. The bellies of the 2 caninized dogs exploded, their bodies convulsed, and they stopped moving. Damn it! You have a gun? You actually have a gun? Even though it was crawling on the ground in a sorry state, the mutant rural dog still didn't seem panicked. Second. Third. See the light source? Go. Doesn't matter who she is. Bite her to death. Woof woof. Under the cold command, the mutant husky's pupils lit up. The entire dog lunged out like a starving wolf. After just a few rapid footsteps, when Qiu Xingxing raised her gun again. Awah! A mouthful of sharp fangs flashed with silver light in the darkness and instantly appeared at the back of Qiu Xingxing's neck. Xingxing. Get down. Yes. A chill spread across her back. Qiu Xingxing trusted Duziren's judgment without hesitation and instantly threw herself to the ground. Thud. Just as she hit the ground, a huge shadow flashed over her head. But before she could catch her breath, an even fiercer heat wave arrived. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the darkness, the black and white-furred mutant border collie had already opened its dense fangs and slammed toward Qiu Xingxing's head. Ah! She instinctively raised both arms to protect herself. Awah! The sharp fangs bit down, instantly tearing open the combat uniform. Current ability level, ability user, Tier 2, 135/200. Under life and death pressure, Qiu Xingxing's ability experience was rapidly increasing. Just as those sharp fangs were about to bite down. Thud. The mutant rural dog pushed away the two dog corpses on top of it and stood up smugly. So that's the so-called expert? Turns out you're just a fool who grabbed a gun and dared to break into a wolf's den alone. Look at that tender skin of yours, seems like my dog baby's dinner is settled. Third, don't leave her alive. Just bite her to death. The cold voice echoed through the cellar. The mutant rural dog looked at Qiu Xingxing, whose arm was bitten by the mutant border collie, as if looking at a corpse, its expression sinister. But unexpectedly, just as it finished speaking, another deep male voice rang out in the cellar. What the hell are you barking about? What? There's someone else? Looking around in panic, the mutant rural dog didn't catch sight of anyone. Just as the shock in its heart barely settled, one person. It's just one person. Trash, do you dare enter my canonization domain and fight? As it scanned its surroundings, a cold snort exploded. Dog trash. You really think you're human? Dimensional slash? Dimensional? Dimensional slash? Who the hell are you trying to scare? I'll tell you, I wasn't raised scared. If you really have a space ability awakened during your awakening period, would you hide in a corner and not dare to show up? A trace of fear flashed across the face of the mutant rural dog, but then it looked around dismissively. However, in the next moment, within the cramped narrow cellar, sounds of buzzing suddenly came from the air. Crackle crackle crackle. It was as if the air had been torn open, bizarre black cracks buzzing in the darkness, as if something was about to fly out from the rifts in the air. This. On the other end of the phone, after Du Ziren activated the Dimensional Blade skill, the skill's charge reached 11. Please slide the phone screen to release the Dimensional Blade attack. The faster you slide, the more Dimensional Blade shockwaves you generate. The game interface gave a prompt. Du Ziren did not hesitate and swiped directly at the mutant border collie zombie dog that was biting Qiu Xingxing. You dog trash. How dare you come near my Xingxing? Woof. Inside the cellar, the mutant border collie looked around in surprise, not even having time to locate the origin of the sound before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A ferocious spatial tear ripped open on Qiu Xingxing's chest, and bone-chilling cold wind blasted over her face. Splurt. The next moment, a warm burst of fresh blood exploded in front of Qiu Xingxing's eyes. She felt the bite on her arms loosen, and a terrified dog head flew skyward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Moments later, a dense violent barrage of blades shot out. Pop pop pop. The mutant border collie's body, headless, stood rigidly before Qiu Xingxing for only a moment before it was instantly cut into meat bits by the dimensional blades. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The terrifying dimensional blades buzzed and vibrated wildly, firing in all directions within the cellar. In an instant, the whole cellar shook as if struck by a massive earthquake, earth and rock flying everywhere. Woof! Woof! The mutant rural dog, seeing this scene, was so frightened it couldn't even speak human words, just kept barking wildly. Big brother. Big brother. It's over. It's over. The opponent really is an awakened, and a rare space ability awakened. The mutant husky looked at the mutant rural dog in despair, its dog eyes scanning everywhere. Big brother. With Big brother here. You restore those caninized humans to normal, then, maybe that person. Whoosh. Before the mutant husky could finish its words, a buzzing dimensional blade slashed fiercely at it from an angle. Super speed. It didn't dare delay. Its figure flickered, and it fled wildly toward outside the cellar. Humph. Trying to escape? On the phone screen, seeing the mutant husky speed up, Du Ziren stretched out 5 more fingers. Tap tap tap. Instantly, 10 fingers tapped rapidly. Dense dimensional blades exploded on the screen. Congratulations, you broke your previous finger speed record. In 30 seconds you launched a total of 248 dimensional blades, amazing finger speed. Your finger speed has defeated 99.99% of players worldwide. As the game pop-ups flashed, the air distorted with buzzing and innumerable blade flashes. Thud thud thud. Before the mutant husky could run out of the cellar, a wave of warped spatial fluctuation struck, and the mutant husky, still in running posture, exploded into a spray of meat with a poof, scattering across the corridor. Dead? In the blink of an eye, both mutant zombie dogs died without struggle. This was the difference between an awakened and an ability user. Senior. Still this strong. If it weren't for Senior this time. Slowly standing up from the ground, Qiu Xingxing looked at the blood-soaked ground in horror, somewhat grateful that her senior had always been watching her, otherwise, with just her own strength, she would have died at the door of this dog factory. You! Don't come over here! Deep in the cellar, the mutant rural dog was completely broken. It had no strength to resist. Absolutely no strength. Just now it was jumping on the opponent's face, what, like an old man eating arsenic, sick of living. Clutching tightly with both hands, the mutant rural dog grabbed two human-headed humans dressed in Firesource Mercenary Group combat uniforms. Old and cunning as he was, he clearly understood what the mutant husky had just meant. Use humans. Using humans to threaten the big guy, this was his only way out. Puff puff puff. The two human-headed humans in his hands gradually began to regain human faces. They were clearly Li Yi, leader of the Firesource Mercenary Group, and a pale-faced mercenary. You! How dare you kill me? These two humans would die before me. If you dare kill me, then you're really a murderer? Holding these two people high in front of his chest, the mutant rural dog tried to threaten Qiu Xingxing. Qiu Xingxing's brow tightened. Indeed, she truly had no grudge with the Firesource Mercenary Group people, if she acted rashly. Senior. She hesitated. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in her ear. He's holding people from the Firesource Mercenary Group, what does that have to do with you? But, because of those people, you won't kill it? If it leaves today and later grows stronger, what do you think will happen to your brothers and sisters? This. Qiu Xingxing, let me tell you the first lesson in the apocalypse, being a saint doesn't work. The cold voice continued to echo in her ear. When Qiu Xingxing heard brothers and sisters, she immediately drew her gun. All right. Seems. You really want to be this murderer, huh? Cold sweat continuously dripped down the back of the mutant rural dog's head. It panicked. If the opponent was dead set on killing it, what could it do? Huff huff huff. But, at that distracted moment, the man being grabbed by the throat, Li Yi, had cloudy, hate-filled eyes. Suddenly he roared angrily. You dog trash! The disgrace you brought me. Today, I repay it 100-fold. Boom! Immediately, a flame exploded from Li Ye's body. With a boom, the fire wave instantly engulfed both Li Yi and the mutant rural dog. Firesource Mercenary Group? Full counterattack. Clatter clatter clatter. At this command, 5 people dressed in Firesource Mercenary Group combat uniforms crawled out from the loosened earth. They took out Molotov bottles in unison and threw them toward Li Yi. Booming. The already mighty flames, boosted by the Molotov bottles, turned the depths of the cellar into a sea of fire. Li Yi, bathed in flames, tightly held the mutant rural dog. With your second and third brothers gone. You are nothing. Hey, you woman. Shoot. Shoot and kill it. Otherwise, if it recovers later, we'll all turn back into dogs. Amid the shouting from the fire, Qiu Xingxing did not hesitate. She fired instantly, and a bullet precisely hit the mutant rural dog's forehead. You all. You damn humans. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Blood spurted from the forehead. Although the mutant rural dog's ability was powerful, its body was extremely fragile. With no support from the mutant husky and mutant border collie, it was like an old candle in the wind. After being hit in the skull by the bullet, it instantly choked. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The flames continued to burn. In the firelight, Li Yi, bathed in flames, watched the mutant rural dog die completely, then removed his combat uniform and fell onto Zhou Yan. Behind him, the 5 Firesource Mercenary Group members gathered around. Their gazes, in unison, all looked at Qiu Xingxing, complex beyond words. In the firelight, the body of the mutant rural dog was gradually burned dry, and a clear, shiny blue crystal core rolled out from the corpse. The blue crystal core was as gorgeous as a gemstone. Inside the core, there seemed to be the pattern of a dog, vividly moving. Gurgle. Seeing the appearance of that crystal core, the members of the Firesource Mercenary Group who had been needed by the mutant rural dog all swallowed hard, as if they had seen some naked beauty. Blue crystal core. Blue ability crystal core. Crystal core of the special skill, canonization. Just based on these features, the value of this crystal core was already self-evident. Everyone looked at the crystal core. Its brilliance was enough to make them forget all previous humiliation. Zhou Yan, are you okay? Li Yi lifted Zhou Yan, who was lying on the ground. Zhou Yan's previously cloudy eyes were slowly becoming bright again. She touched her swollen belly, her gaze filled with hatred. That dog trash. Should have been cut into slices and killed. Dying like this was too easy for it. She kept cursing, and nobody around spoke. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the canonization crystal core. Stroking her belly, her expression became complicated. She looked at Li Yi beside her and quietly murmured, "Hey, this thing? I know, but..." Li Yi did not speak. His gaze suddenly turned to Qiu Xingxing. Even if Qiu Xingxing was naive, she could feel that the atmosphere was wrong. She hurriedly pulled out 2 green crystal cores from the pile of bloody mud beside her. These 2 green crystal cores, one glowed with the image of a muscled dog body, the other with a small dog body. They represented the super strength and super speed green ability crystal cores, also expensive treasures. This. In the corner, even the already frightened Wu Hai now had red eyes as he looked at the 1 blue crystal core and the 2 green crystal cores. What did that mean? As long as these 3 crystal cores were obtained, whether absorbed or sold later, their lives could change completely. Crawling in the dirt, his breathing became rapid. But he did not dare make a move. Like the others from the Fire Source mercenary group, they feared Qiu Xingxing's gun and that mysterious big shot behind her. But these 3 crystal cores had already given them enough courage to take risks. The atmosphere in the cellar became strangely heavy. It was Qiu Xingxing who broke the silence. "You all, are you okay now?" Since the others had no hatred or grudge against her, she tried to approach them, wanting to pick up the blue crystal core. "We're fine. This friend looks unfamiliar. Thank you for saving our Fire Source mercenary group. When we return to the black market mine, we must repay your kindness." Li Yi smiled weakly, forcing out a bit of exhausted goodwill. Qiu Xingxing looked at him and suddenly hesitated. She had a premonition that once she got closer, something bad might happen. At the same time, Du Ziren, staring at his phone, saw another game pop-up appear. Option 1, approach Li Yi and pick up the blue crystal core. Ending unknown. Option 2, shoot. Immediately kill everyone. Heh. Human nature in this apocalypse. Really can't stand a test. Qiu Xingxing, do you think that by saving them, they will be grateful to you? Money moves the human heart. Looking at the 2 options, Du Ziren did not rush to choose. He wanted Qiu Xingxing to choose the answer herself. If he kept forcing her with reasoning, Qiu Xingxing would never develop her own decision-making personality. It's like parents always teaching a child what to do. When the parents are gone, would the child still be able to judge for herself? Xingxing, make a choice. Do you trust so-called human nature, or trust your own intuition? No matter what you choose, I will protect you. The calm voice reached Qiu Xingxing's ears. Standing at the cellar entrance, she hesitated, slowly chambering her gun. I can't bet on the goodness of human nature. But I can bet on the evil of human nature. As long as they don't make a move, I won't fire. Murmuring softly, Qiu Xingxing did not expect that after Senior had killed the big boss, the situation would become even worse. More terrifying than zombies. Are humans? You all, stay away from that crystal core immediately. Otherwise I will shoot. Raising her gun, Qiu Xingxing threatened Li Yi. Li Yi raised his eyebrows and immediately raised both hands. No problem. This thing was originally killed by you. How could we possibly compete with you for it? Step. He led the people of the Fire Source mercenary group a few steps backward. Rustle. In the corner, Wu Hai looked hesitant. He was thinking about some possibilities. If he could get close to Qiu Xingxing and use Qiu Xingxing's life to threaten the big shot behind her, could he get the crystal cores and escape alive? Even though that possibility was very small. But those were 2 green crystal cores and 1 blue crystal core. Once I have these, I could even move into a top-tier safe base. Entering a base like that, even if someone is an awakened, they can't kill freely inside, right? Desire stirred in his heart. He wanted to make a move, and Zhou Yan from the Fire Source mercenary group felt the same. Her tongue slipped out as she constantly licked her lips, like a poisonous snake. If I make a move now, that big shot would first protect Qiu Xingxing. During that gap, I take the blue crystal core. Her hand tugged at Li Yi beside her. As a pillow partner, Li Yi also understood Zhou Yan's thoughts. Step. But looking at Qiu Xingxing approaching, no one made a move. Just as Qiu Xingxing was no more than 3 meters away from the blue crystal core, suddenly, Li Yi's eyes turned cold. Whoosh! A flame suddenly exploded beside Qiu Xingxing. Boom! The fire wave instantly filled the cellar, making it impossible to see direction for a moment. Zhou Yan! You bitch! How dare you! Are you not afraid that Senior will turn against you? From within the sea of fire came Li Yi's startled voice. No one knew what exactly had happened. Clack! The blue crystal core seemed to be quickly taken by someone's hand. Footsteps moved rapidly through the sea of fire. Damn it! In the fire, Zhou Yan looked completely stunned. She was dumbfounded. Damn it! She hadn't actually made a move, the flames were set by Li Yi. He used the flames to obscure vision, then quickly took the blue crystal core. Then, with this trick of cries of thief catching thief, he shifted the firepower onto himself so that he could take the crystal core and leave. As for that big shot, either he would save Qiu Xingxing immediately, or he would believe Li Yi and kill them on the spot. Damn it. Li Yi, you dog trash. For the sake of the crystal core, you don't care about your wife. Don't care about the whole mercenary group? You're ruthless. Hiss sizzle sizzle. The flames continued burning. Qiu Xingxing's combat uniform had already been scorched and was curling inward. She could hardly believe it. The other side actually dared to attack the person who saved their life just for a crystal core? They even dared to offend a powerful person for it? Is this what human nature is? As long as the benefit is big enough, madmen are everywhere? Senior? Shengxing understands now. Shengxing should have shot those living people first. The fire had burned parts of Qiu Xingxing's skin to gray, but as her fullness value steadily fell, her skin quickly formed scabs and became new again. The SSS rank ability Immortal and Indestructible was activating. Current ability value, ability user, Tier 2, 198/200. 200. A golden light flashed among the flames, and Qiu Xingxing's aura suddenly rose sharply. She had advanced. Under the forge of the opponent's flame ability, she too reached ability user, Tier 3. Step. Walking again through the sea of fire, the flames could no longer burn through Qiu Xingxing's skin. Her whole body glowed faintly with gold as she stepped through the fire, the desert eagle in her hand already chambered, her face icy cold. On the other side of the fire, Zhou Yan looked at her in panic. She did not see the so-called powerful person come to punish her, instead she saw Qiu Xingxing walking through the fire. You actually are okay? You weren't also an ability user. Before her words were finished, bang, a gunshot. Zhou Yan's mouth hung open as a black hole appeared on her forehead. You! Li Yi stole the crystal core. How did I offend you? Plop. Her head tilted, and Zhou Yan collapsed to the ground unwillingly. Qiu Xingxing's face was colder than ever. Because if I don't kill you, you will always covet my things, you will stare at me like a poisonous snake, and when you find the chance, you will bite me to death without hesitation. Thank you, for teaching me about being a human. Bang bang bang. Amid the sea of fire, the dense sound of bullets rang out. The remaining members of the Firesource mercenary group who were still alive in the cellar fell one by one. They were all killed by Qiu Xingxing. Plop. Using her military dagger, she stabbed open Zhou Yan's forehead and pulled out a flame crystal core. After keeping the crystal core, she looked at the roaring fire in the cellar with some disappointment. Li Yi had already run off. And that Wu Hai had also disappeared. In the end, so-called kindness was not worth a cent. Senior. Shengxing probably disappointed you, right? Her fists clenched tight, Qiu Xingxing looked up at the high sky in discouragement. It's okay, they are already dead. Suddenly, a colder voice sounded, and Qiu Xingxing was startled. She immediately looked up with respect. Senior. You are much stronger than me. Whether it's ability, or being a human. Time returned to the moment the flames exploded. Du Ziren watched the flames erupt under Qiu Xingxing's feet, expression as expected. He knew the result would be like this. On Blue Star there's a saying, with 50% profit, one will take the risk, for 100% profit, one will trample all human laws, with 300% profit, one dares commit any crime. If that is reality, how much more in the apocalypse? Staring at the exploding flames, Du Ziren was not afraid Qiu Xingxing would be hurt. Because he saw that above Li Ye's head was displayed, ability user, Tier 2, Fire C. In other words, he simply could not harm Qiu Xingxing. As for Zhou Yan? Above her head was displayed, ability user, Tier 1 Peak, Fire Wave. Just that? Even Du Ziren wasn't stupid, he knew who released the Fire C. Li Yi wanted to fool people and shift the hatred onto his wife? Sorry. From a god's eye view, what he did was laughable. The camera locked onto Li Yi. Du Ziren saw him excitedly take the blue crystal core. Then, weaving through the sea of fire, he ran blindly toward the outside of the cellar. With this, I can go to a bigger safe camp, and even trade for a bunch of white crystal cores to train. I will succeed, I will have 10 models. His heart leapt, and as he ran his face showed a crazy excitement. Until, step. He stopped at the iron gate outside the dog shelter, confirmed nobody was following, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. That big shot definitely went first to check on that woman. As long as his attention is diverted, I have a chance. Ha, the rise of me Li Yi is about to begin. Clutching the blue crystal core, Li Ye's mouth curved upward. But, bang! The next moment, a terrifying steel bar shot suddenly at Li Ye's back of the head. Whew! Flames surged all over his body. Just as Li Yi tried to burn away the steel bar, dozens more steel bars suddenly fell from high above. Boom! In an instant, dense steel frames fell like raining meteors, pinning Li Yi to the ground as his body convulsed. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Although the fire was very hot, it could not burn through the dense steel bars on his body. He was helplessly pressed to the ground. Step, step, step. Just then, another figure ran out of the dog shelter. Humph! A mantis stalks a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. You really think that with your ability user, Tier 1 peak, you can swallow this blue crystal core? A calm voice came. Li Yi looked up and saw a person already standing on the steel bars above. Wu Hai! You're actually following? Heh heh. I was at least once an ability user, Tier 3 peak. You little schemes, trying to fight me, are too naive. Thunk. A steel bar played with by Wu Hai was about to stab into Li Ye's head. No. I can give you the crystal core. I can. Thunk. Before he could finish, the steel bar had already pierced through his head. Plop. A blue crystal core fell from his hand. Wu Hai picked up the crystal core, his face full of contempt. Idiot. Killing you, not only can I get the blue crystal core, I can also get the flame crystal core from inside your head. Forget about you. Later I'll go back to the cellar and see, maybe, your wife's crystal core, and that Qiu Shengsheng. His mouth curved with greed, Wu Hai was about to boast. Suddenly, a cold voice exploded in midair. You said, what do you want to do to Qiu Shengsheng? What? This, how is that possible? His face instantly turned white. Wu Hai was stunned. His whole body began trembling like a sieve. Why did you follow? At this time, shouldn't you be checking on Qiu Shengsheng? With just you still can't hurt her. I was just joking. Big shot. I will personally deliver this crystal core to Qiu Shengsheng later, you see. He looked up toward the sky. But, a familiar voice sounded. Tell me, if I kill you, won't I get another metal crystal core? What?
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.